Hi, everybody. I need a good picture of Kevster. Kevster Overwatch. Not Kevster. Kevster. Hello, Malman. Is this where we can hide from Malga? Yes. This is a Malga-free stream today. You're welcome. This is a safe spot, a safe space from Malga. It's becoming. Chat, where is Hawk? The Hawk. Dang it, Hawk won't let himself be tagged in pictures. Scumbag. I hate that guy. There's Seeker. Seeker OW. Wait. Where's Seeker? What? Overwatch 2. Yes. Well put. Come on, Seeker. Wait, Seeker not either? Wait, come on, brother. Seeker's not either? Come on. All right, surely Rupal. Rupal will get it. Rupal will get it. Rupal, Overwatch. Hope the timeless roster sticks together. Yes. Rupal Zaman. I will follow Rupal Zaman. Yes. Rupal allows himself to be tagged like a real Sigma male. Kevster? Maybe Kevster? Surely Kevster will allow himself to be tagged. Yes, he does. We're good, guys. And then, okay, there we go. Do you think Overwatch will grow this upcoming year? Do you think it will decline even more? I don't know. It's hard to say. I will say stuff like Malga really hurts. That's why I'm so disappointed with like things like Malga and Life Fever. And honestly, to an extent, Iliari. I'm not like a marketing expert, you know, but I feel like new hero releases have to be like some of the most important times for Overwatch, you know, as opposed to honestly maybe even more important in like events, just because everybody wants to try the new hero, right? Problem is I think the last 3 heroes have been, you know, if you ignore balance, right? I don't think they've been that fun to play. Certainly no broad appeal, you know, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think they've been a lot of fun to play. So I'm a little concerned. I would say it's not. I think it's probably doing fine. I think from my guess, which it probably is at least partially inaccurate, is that the 2 most important things for Overwatch to do is to hit the home runs with the new hero releases and to have good collabs, whether it's the K-pop crap or the One Punch Man or whatever else, things like that. I think there's I feel like there's have to be like 2, if not the 2 biggest, 2 of the big ones. In terms of like, you know, expanding your audience and just, you know, getting people to play your game, I think. Yeah. What even was the John Cena collab? Like, was it just like, did I dream that? Like, what actually happened? Like, I'm just sitting here now thinking, I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing. I don't even remember. It was an ad. Like, what even happened? It was just there and it was gone. Which hero do you count as one of the best hero drops they've made? Jungle Queen, Sojourn, Kiriko. Kiriko was kind of a mixed bag because Kiriko was a bit of a heal bot in release, but the potential was there. But Jungle Queen and Sojourn were a lot of fun to play in release. Oh gosh. Even Ramatra, I guess, was kind of fun. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What POV are we doing first? Well, see, that's the real question. That's the real question. I'm going to let you guys pick the POV. I'll set up a poll. You guys want to pick the poll? You guys want to start? You guys want to do? We'll wait like 2 or 3 minutes for everyone to kind of come rolling in here, you know? But I'll let you guys pick which POV we do first. And I'll tell you guys what we have for POVs as well. So I have 1 map of Rupal, 2 maps of Hawk, and then why am I blanking? I think I have 1 map of Seeker, and I think I have 4 maps of Kevster because I wasn't sure how much so I initially was only going to do Kevster, and then our dear friend Seeker sent me the codes. So big shout out to Seeker. Prime, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. That's the joke, isn't it? Like John Cena, there was a John Cena collab that nobody saw. So Seeker sent me all the codes. So shout out to Seeker. I didn't even ask for them. I was like, yo, I would ask for the codes, but they're just gonna get wiped anyway. It's like, well, here they are anyway. I was like, oh, well, thank you. So I was like, oh, dude, I can just record them. So I recorded a bunch of POVs. So shout out to Seeker. But yeah, that's what we have. I watched my favorite Overwatch soldier streamer, basically Grinch, too many people in his town just where he hates it. Yeah, the Metro thing is just classic. Of course, it's Metro, man. Okay, of course, it's Metro. Freaking that guy is just comedy gold. Flash ups POVs. Yes, these are all flash ups POVs. Your original, yes. I mean, I haven't heard of it. I hadn't heard that joke. Watch streak reach. Alindial Plays is currently on a 3-stream streak. Dude, congrats, man. Congrats. I appreciate that so much. You're a real one for that one. Let's actually get started then. All right, let's set up a poll here. What do you guys want to do? Which POV, Kevster, Rupal, Seeker, or Hawk? Why am I? You guys can vote. We'll let it go for a minute. Oh, 5-stream streak. Okay, the poll's live, by the way, in chat. The poll's live. We got 3 votes for Rupal, 2 for Kevster, 1 for Hawk. We're going to do all of them today, but it's just more of like the order of operations. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? Kevster and Rupal taking away with it. And I skimmed through some of the POVs and I was like, hey, this looks pretty juicy. So I think these will be pretty decent POVs too, not just like random ones. Chris, thank you for the sub. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well, getting ready for Christmas and all that stuff. I'm currently getting Achilles healed. Unlucky Tree, thanks for the sub, by freaking YouTube. Dude, I was the freaking king of YouTube for a while. And then I go do family things and I slow my upload rate by just like a teeny little bit, you know? It was like 50%. Okay, let's be honest. And my views just was like, so I'm currently in poverty now. Oh yeah, what was the vote thing here? Dude, it's a 3-way tie? Kevster, Rupal, and Hawk. All right, random number generator. Random. Kevster, Rupal, or Hawk? Rupal or Hawk first. Kevster. Wow, dude, she's the most basic person ever. Did you guys hear that? She freaking voted for Kevster because he's a DPS player. This scumbag. Wow. Listen to that. Kevster. Vote Kevster POVs. The Kevster black market is going crazy, y'all. Oh my gosh. Kind of.
Does anyone else play?
No.
There you go.
I mean, Seeker does, but Seeker didn't win, so.
Oh, well, I would have picked Seeker.
No, Seeker only got 1 vote. Seeker will be done later, so to trust. Yeah, I had respect for Pepper yesterday. Well, you had me on that one. I've never had respect for Pepper.
Wow.
It's nothing against you. It's just, women, man. We're gamers. Gamer nation. Gamer nation unite.
I'm making you food.
We don't respect females, right, guys? Am I right, guys? Dang females. Those liberals can't make me respect females, guys. I will not do it. Okay, okay, we're off to a great start.
I don't know.
I feel so torn about playing the game. I remember one video you posted when you talked about going Grandmaster and other thing other than watching right now. Feels like Overwatch is Motivational, lacking trying. I think it's just, here's the thing with Overwatch. Don't ask me if Overwatch is dying or not. Ask yourself, are you having fun playing Overwatch? And if the answer is no, then don't play Overwatch. And if the answer is yes, then play Overwatch. It's that simple. You really should only be concerned about if Overwatch is dying or not if you're in my position, or it's kind of my job, but it doesn't really matter for you. Just play it if you want to have fun. Don't play it if you don't have fun. We don't have to sit here and like overanalyze it, Do you personally think a new format change on Overwatch 2 is coming sooner or later? No, I don't think so. Dang it, man. Future Streeter, is Overwatch dying? Yeah, see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's wait, there's no way that this is not gonna work. Dude, come on, man. Epic Green is so stupid. Okay. So bronze in the bottom left, so we got the rank correctly. So these are Genji and Tracer codes. What ones do you guys want to start off with first? We're gonna do both. But what do you want to start off with? Tracer or Genji? I thank you, Shiro Kitsune. Shiroi? Tracer? Okay, we'll start with Tracer. I appreciate the kind words, mate. Yeah, so we got some Tracer. Although I will say his choice of Genji skin is atrocious. We'll flame him again for that later. Okay, so this is I don't know if this is the I don't think this is the grand final. I think this is the semifinals, I think, in Flash Ops in EU. Obviously, these rosters are crazy stacked. Like, even the team that they're playing, Vistola, Phi, Sauna, Gala, Ghost, all these are really, really great. Top tier EU contenders. Everybody knows Vistola, but Sauna, obviously from London. Phi has been an EU staple, like I'd say an A-tier EU DPS for a long time. Gala and Ghost I'm not as familiar with, but I do know their names. I know they've been contenders for a while. And then Hottie, Shockwave, proper is Kevster here, Funny Astro, Sky. I mean, these are all Overwatch League players. So yeah, okay, or past Overwatch League players. How's the audio level, guys? Oh, I forget. This stupid player does this. Actually, I might need to choose a different player because the media player is actually terrible when you skip around. It like freezes up. So let me see if I can open up with maybe like VLC or something like that. Give me just a second, my friends. Yeah, I might just do VLC because it's amazing that it's 2023 and a media player doesn't work properly. It's like, guys, like, how are we evolving backwards? Like, how is that even possible? But okay, chat, how do you go back? Okay, how much is that? 35? It's 10 seconds. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, so we'll start with Tracer. Wait, will it overlay? Dude, I can use Epic Pin and it's full screen. Let's go! Dude, nice. Okay, I'm glad we went to VLC. That's so much better, actually. Okay, yeah, so whoever suggested, or no, I guess nobody. Okay, so check the volume levels. How's the volume level? Can you hear me? I want it to be just very quiet game audio. Can you hear it? How is it? Game is very quiet. Okay, let's turn it up just a little bit. How about now? One, two, three. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Good. You don't hear anything? More, I'd say. Okay, we'll go up a teeny bit more. We'll stay here. Screw it. I'll do a tiny bit more than that. Okay, so we're at like 60% audio. Should be okay. Okay, so compositional matchup here. Now, I think this is a semifinal. Somebody in chat might have to correct me, but basically this is semifinals. This is Flash Ops. This is a tournament, and basically in Europe, in EMEA, there's the NA Flash Ops and there's the Korean Flash Ops. I don't remember what the prize pool is, but this is professional, almost tier 1 level casting and hosting, and they had the whole desk, and it was really, really fun. I wasn't able to watch a lot of these games. In fact, I was not able to watch this game, but these guys, spoiler alert, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to spoil. These guys 4-0. I don't know. I think this game was actually pretty close, but the actual finals, this team wins all the way. So Hottie, London Spitfire, Let's see here. Sky Rippa, ex-London Spitfire, been quite a good player for a little bit of time. Sauna, obviously London Spitfire as well. Shockwave is just coming off of New York. Yeah, New York Excelsior, been in the league for a long time. Philadelphia Fusion, a long time. Kevster, LA Gladiators, had a bit of a downturn this season, but I think it's largely just because the LA Gladiators sucked butt cheeks this season. I actually think Kevster is still a remarkably good DPS. In fact, I think he's just as good as he was last year. It's just a question of like team cohesion coordination making him look a lot worse, but I still think he's an S tier DPS. Probably the best DPS in the West. Fighting Astro, also on the Gladiators, I still think quite a good support. He's been around for ages. I still think he's good. Gala, these are EU standbys. These are guys who have been in EU contingents for quite a while, and I do think they're quite good. Vestola, I think probably the best Sigma in the world right now, but playing Ramacha right now because Ramacha got gigabuffed. Fi is a really unusual person because he's been in EU contingents for a long time, and he actually is one of the, he's a bit of a flex DPS. He's really well known for his poke and shoot DPS, but he can also play projectile players relatively well. So he's a pretty jack of all trades DPS, great player as well. So this should be interesting. The interesting thing here is the meta choice for both of these teams, because this is the equivalent of a brawly-ish comp with like anti-dive aspects. So basically, they're using this Kiriko here, I'd assume, to mark up with the Sojourn and hold off angles to deny the dives. Like you can mark the Tracer a little bit better with the Kiriko, you could the Sojourn a little bit better. You do lose the Lucio boop on the dives, which is kind of sucky, and you also don't have a Lucio for your Ramatra and Mei. So it's kind of playing like a pokier anti-dive rather than like a group up and push at any point in time. Yeah, 3-2 this. Yeah, I would agree. And then this is another strange variation where it's, again, like a dive comp, but it's a spammier dive comp. I would say this is probably a fairly meta variation of dive comp right now because Tracer's really strong, Sojourn's really strong. What's interesting to me, though, is the Brig, because the Brig is definitely something that can help at points with packing the DPS. That's always useful, and holding space. But there's nothing really to deny dive-wise at all. I mean, you can kind of deny the Ramatra from just 3-2-1ing your Ana, but that's not likely to happen anyway, because Ana has Sleep Dart, Ana has Nade, and nothing really else to worry about. So it's an odd choice. Whenever I see these Ana Brig comps, it's always, to me, a skill check of how good your Brigitte is. Like, how good is your Brig at like actually controlling angles, controlling space, because you have to be super creative with how you play. Who was the Huangzhou Spark? Lengsa, I think. It was kind of like they literally lived and died off of how Lengsa was able to be creative with Brig. So I think, honestly, Lucio would fit a lot better here for being able to make solo plays while still being able to peel off your Ana. But yeah, okay, so composition aside, we're going to try to focus mostly on just Kevster's play here. Kevster's really focusing on one thing and one thing only, looking for pressure on off angles, and that's pretty much it. It might be running into Kiriko, it might be diving BAP, it might be diving the Sojourn, it might even be 3-2-1 taking an angle on one of these brawl characters. But yeah, this is a pretty good comp to play Tracer into. It's a very wide open map. We're going to be looking to hope that he syncs up his pressure with Hadi, and let's enjoy. Kevster's probably the best Western Tracer player, I would say. By Western, I mean EMEA and North America. On the off angle here, waiting for Hadi, doing a little bit of scouting. Wrapping around to the other off angle here. He's actually taking a pincer flank, and this is actually a really good one because you can see that door there. Allows for multiple different angles. Fi is trying to mark him there, so he's got to be careful of that. And you notice that you're kind of being patient here. They're not really rushing things. They don't need to necessarily rush the dive because the Ana has a good angle, the Tracer has a good angle. Kevster's going to wrap around this side. They're actually like ping-pong the other side. Gets marked out. He's going to go back out. How's the audio, chat? Is it okay? A little too loud, a little too quiet? Oof, tough. Gala's hitting some shots. There's the TP. Gonna go back and shoot Ramatra, just basically passively holding the angle. And you could kind of tell here that something juicy is about to happen. Something juicy is about to happen because now we've deepened our angle. We've let them push cart a little bit. I imagine Hadi's going to jump at some point. Yeah, there was actually pressure on Ramatra at that point in time. So he's just basically, he's actually not even working with Hadi now. He's actually just solo contesting backline. And notice how cautiously he's playing it. Very ring around the rosy, very wrapping. Now you're probably wondering, why did he go back to his backline? So he's just basically, so if you've ever played Tracer, you know how this feels. Like you've played into Maze and Kirikos and Baps, and you're like, bro, feels like I can never get a kill. Well, look at what he's doing instead. He's just basically pulling resources. Even at this level, Kevster has the greatest mechanics in the West, and he's just very patient, distracting, harassing, forcing CDs, forcing attention, looking for opportunities to kind of go all the way in. So then he's getting shot from behind by Mei, so he has to leave, which isn't great, but at least he still has an angle, right? Then Hadi hard commits. Now, I want you guys to notice something here. Kevster would love to dive with Hadi here, on the same targets on backline. But he can't. Why? Because he got cleared. So when Hadi goes in deep on backline right there, look at that flank. Really nice angle from Hadi there. What can Kevster do here? He only has one blink. He could try to reach backline, maybe blink through that Ramatra and go in. What is he supposed to do? So when you're diving and you can't reach the same target, right, Clups? I mean, obviously the Grandmaster DPS player in my chat is going to tell me, shoot the closest squishy. Any synchronized pressure here. Even if you can't get on the same target, any synchronized pressure on a squishy is huge here. So you're going to actually look here, and now even if Phi doesn't die, which he shouldn't, this should be a 4-size block. And you notice that he forces the Mei out, gets her low, she has to back up, pulses the Ramatra, which is usually not a huge priority pulse target, but now the Ramatra is demanding healing. Now the Ramatra, instead of punching, is blocking. The Mei's not able to trade. And now during all this distraction, all the resources that Kevster's forcing from 1, 2 targets, this allows the rest of his team to focus on just these 3 and they win the fight. So this is kind of where Kevster has had really nothing directly to do with what's died here, whether it was the lamp forced or whatever else, but he's pulled the resources that have allowed Hadi to go for free in the backline. It ain't much, but it's honest work, you know? And when the best Tracer player that's not a Korean does this, you know, it's good to know, right? It's good to know. This guy has phenomenal mechanics, and he's just being disciplined, indirect value, patience, forcing resources, doing the boring details, staying alive, harassing, holding off angles, and doing it really well. Does Ram block pulse if you stick him in the back? No. No, he takes the full damage if you stick him in the back. Now he's on cart because his other guys want to hold high ground. There's the Bastion swap. We gotta love it. Now the cart's stolen because they're pushing high ground. And so now he's holding that angle. He's gonna chase the Kiriko because he sees the Kiriko isolated. Now he sees the Bastion isolated. A little bit of an awkward approach. He's gotta be careful here. Ooh, TP forced. Kiriko is really low. That's gonna force a lot of healing from the bat. Now Hadi actually goes Doomfist versus the Bastion. I think what it would have been interesting here, so let's actually pause for a second. Let's go back a little bit. What would have been interesting here is once they pushed up to mark cart here, as he backs up here, he chases the Kitsune, but I actually think that it would have been okay there from just to mark cart. I think it would have been okay there for him to mark the Sigma and Mei and force those resources instead. I think that would have been a better resource trade. I think he leaves the angle here, but I actually think if he'd worked and stayed here instead of using multiple blinks, I think he could have actually done a lot of work here with Funny Astro because they actually nano the Brig. I think this could have led to a kill. And then even if he doesn't lead to a kill, this would have opened up his lane to go through and wrap around this side instead of directly going this way. So again, it's like, you know, we praise his patience in the last fight, but I think he gets a little bit impatient here and chases out an angle that was too far away. It's really important, like you saw it in first fight there, it's really important you don't chase too far with Tracer. Now, oh my gosh. Now he's just going for a play. Now he's just feeling himself. They're down a couple, but he's just going for the clip. This fight is basically lost. Oh, how low is he? Oh my gosh, guys, he was 5 HP. I think that's literally 7 HP. That's actually insane. Kind of a questionable pulse bomb, I'm not gonna lie with you. Even the pros sometimes screw it up. You know, you feel it, you're like, I can stick this, maybe I can trade it, but yeah, no.
We must stop the enemy now.
No. Well, no. So any stick that happens in the front is blocked. Anything stick that happens in the front is blocked. We'll skip the Genji play. I actually think he ends up going back Tracer. But if you stick him in the back, because you used to be able to stick people in front and it went through, but yeah, okay. Yeah, so we go back Tracer. All right, let's keep going. Now, it's worth noting that I think he goes back. He goes Genji because of the Bastion, the Mei, and the Kiriko and stuff. But when they go the Tracer mirror, they get off Bastion, he goes back to Tracer. And I really do think that Tracer's really good on this map. A lot of space. Because you could shoot their Tracer. Now you have to be careful because that Tracer has armor packs and you don't. Oh, unfortunate. I mean, it wasn't really going to happen. All right, so he's got the angle. Now he's waiting for Hottie to apply pressure. He's being really passive. Whew. He has to be careful of that icicle. And again, you notice how passive he's playing this. Super distraction, super resource based, especially in these high sustain comps when there's like Mei and Brig and Bap. It's really important to be able to play just to harass and harass and harass and harass. I actually think this blink was too premature. So we'll talk about micro. Kevster's one of the best in the world at it. But I actually think even occasions here that there's, in the heat of a moment, there's going to be some mistakes made here. So right here, he needs to be a little bit more patient here. Ghost doesn't give him the time of day. Ghost doesn't even look at him. I would have preferred to save the blink here and just turn the corner. You got to be careful versus that sometimes when there's damage waiting there. But there's nobody looking at him. I think he could have saved this blink here. I don't think this blink was unnecessary. Because then what ends up happening is then now when Mei turns his attention, instead of having realistic cover, he can't even really disengage back this way. It ends up costing him his recall. So just a minor thing, but it's worth pointing out. So being a little bit more patient with the blinks until they actually give him attention. And he ends up having to lose the angle, right? He has to go back towards his team, which is obviously not optimal. Sana overextends though, so that's nice. Dave went crazy on Wingstop. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Dave, that guy is insane. That guy, you'd think barbecue sauce is alcohol the way he puts it down. And that's sometimes just happens. Good stuff, good follow-up. Yeah. Tracer, marking Tracer. One of them has armor packs, one of them does not. So Hottie goes in really hard. Huge stick. And I want you guys to look at this here. Congrats, Aerodog. So Doom goes in. So that forces the Tracer back, or it means that the Tracer doesn't get Brigitte packs. So Hottie goes in with ult. Gala has used Bash. Gala looks here. He blinks in directly. And you notice that he puts his pulse bomb through the shield. He doesn't stick the shield, he actually walks through the shield. Used to be a little bit more risky to do that with the stun shield bash. There's a little, obviously shield bash still does a lot of damage right now, but it's a little bit easier to do that. And again, notice that he does it when Hottie's in. So that there's not as many resources looking that way. Because if that had been lamped, Brig doesn't die. Why was the lamp late? Because the Baptiste is thinking about the landing Doomfist. He's not thinking about Tracer. Yeah, this fight was pretty much lost though. Where did I find the player POVs? Kevster had his leaked. He's leaked them on his stream. The NA POVs were sent to me by the players. Awkward, but he gets there. He's got to be careful. He really does not want to use his recall. He wants to hold this angle. And actually, if you actually look at this here, this is great healing, I think, from Sky. Did he get... No, he got beated. That's why he goes in. I was like, what? Well, he's not getting healed. Okay, so yeah, he goes in with beat. He's forcing backline. Now, chat. Honest question. Honest question. You have the best Tracer in the world versus the Bat Brig. Is this guy going to get a kill here? Is this guy going to get a kill here? Right? We should know the answer to this, right? No way. Zero chance. So again, what's the priority here? What's the priority here? What is his job? Right? He's got 2 healing resources on himself. He's in a situation where he has his recall, he has 2 blinks, and he's on a good angle. He shouldn't die. So his job is to live and pressure, distraction, 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 distraction. If this Brigitte gets distracted by what's happening here, which she might, right? There's a lot of pressure. This is a 4v3 happening over here. Then this BAP could die, or the Brig could die. So all Kevster needs to do here is just live. Pressure and live, pressure and live. A lot of you guys will go like, oh, there's no chance of Tracer getting a kill here. That's so lame, so lame, so lame, so lame. But this is just the nature of a 2v1 in general, right? This is just the nature of a 2v1. Anytime that any 2 resources are put on a Tracer, your job is to live and survive and distract those resources for as long as possible. I don't care if it's a tank and a DPS. I don't care if it's a 2 DPS. I don't care if it's a support and a DPS, a support and a tank, or 2 supports. It doesn't matter. Because this is really annoying. Look at those BAP heals going in. The Brig is still looking behind. Now, there's a real chance that they still lose this, but the question is why did Sauna die? Why did Ghost die? Right? Where are the armor packs, right? From Gala on Sauna? Where are the armor packs from Gala onto Ghost, right? When all Gala is thinking about is self-preservation and even the BAP resources are spent more on the Brig, then this is exactly what happens in the kill feed. So everyone's like, yo, Shockwave, whoa, this guy's the greatest of all time. And Shockwave is a phenomenal player. But this is Kevster. This is Kevster doing his job. And now all he needs to do is live. And that's what he does. And look at this chat. Look at this chat. What happens next? What happens next? I want you guys to predict what happens next. I don't know if you guys have seen, if you've seen this match, shut up. But if you haven't seen this match, what happens next? What happens next? Look at the doesn't even use the pulse. I mean, this is, by the way, huge shots from Fi. 2 double body shots from Fi, but doesn't even need to use the pulse bomb. It's knifed. Now, the problem with that is obviously that he died now that he's late to the fight. Now, a lot of you guys might think it doesn't matter if I die as Tracer. This is why it matters. I want you guys to look carefully here. This is why dying late, even as a mobile character as Tracer, matters. Watch. Is proper Kevster here? Yes, obviously. But what's the problem? What do you guys see? What's the problem? No angle. Right, exactly. Now, obviously, Tracer might have to worry about cart because it is overtime. But I'm sure Kevster with Pulse Bomb would love to go in an off angle here. But because he died late, he's unable to set up this Pulse Bomb. Hey, Dandy Andy. So he also gets knifed. Huge knife from Vestola, so that's going to force recall. Will he get the Pulse Bomb? Will he get the Pulse Bomb? This does not look good for Team Red. Oh! I lied, chat. Oh! No, Kevster! Mr. President! Obama! Oh, no. Huge shot from Fi. Will he get the Pulse Bomb? Still winnable, though. But Hottie's dead. Hottie's dead. And again, you notice that we don't have the angle for it. Come on. Oh, so this is lost. So, there's the Suzu. And you're asking, oh, you don't want to know? Here's a question. Would it have gotten Suzu'd if there had been other people with Kevster? That's a good question, right? But anyway. So, Kevster, obviously, phenomenal Tracer. Phenomenal Tracer. The Hottie, and you guys are just being rude. All right, let's keep going here. So, they lose the map. Even the GOATs of Overwatch lose the map. But the good news, guys, is that we have more Tracer. And the better news is look at this composition. This is a comp where there's a lot of opportunity to die and a lot of opportunity to kill. So let's see here. It was objectively an N. I will take your word for it, man. I'll take your word for it. So here's a good question, guys. What is Kevster supposed to do here? If you're Sauna, let's actually flip the script here. You're coaching Sauna. What is Sauna's job here? What is Sauna's job here? It's a little bit one-sided where it's like you think it's not really that. Sauna doesn't really have one job. Kevster doesn't really have one job. But what do you think about Mark Tracer? What do you mean Mark? Hold. Why? And why? What do you mean Mark and why? Why is that the job? Get Tracer in check. Yep. Stop him from taking an angle. It's funny. Prevent him from getting to the Widowmaker. Right, exactly. So you have a pretty fragile backline here, plus this Widowmaker. So if we're able to stop Kevster from getting on the backline and we only have to worry about Shockwave logs and Hottie, we can deal with that. That's enough. But if it becomes a situation where there's a lot of threats coming in at once, that's tricky. Now, again, this is where you could definitely wonder, man, what is Brig going to do? What I would guess is that they might find a way to rotate the Brig to high ground at some point in time and brute force the high ground. Because Brig can't do much. There's not a lot to peel versus the dive, especially if the Kevster. The Tracer's going to be marking Kevster. But let's see what happens here. Is Kevster going to be able to get away from Sauna? That's the key thing. A little bit of the screen tearing. That's a VLC thing. That's the one weakness of VLC. Yeah, and there's a high ground rotation. There's a high ground rotation. Because they need to get the Brigitte close. Otherwise, what's the point of the Brigitte? So interestingly enough here, Kevster actually goes back to cart. Because the Winston's diving high ground and nobody's on cart. So he actually goes to cart. Now, the mistake here is not the going to cart, he gets a little sloppy with his cover usage because he wants to mark Sauna. And so he ends up taking a discorded body shot, which forces recall. And okay, there we go. Hello? There you go. VLC almost died on me. So it's really important. But right now, Kevster does not peek. All Kevster needs to do is worry about cart. Because remember we talked about, oh, Tracer should mark Tracer, Tracer, mark Tracer, right? But now who are the real threats from Team 2? Actually, now it's Shockwave and Funny Astro and Sky Rippa because they've actually rotated to high ground now, right? They've actually rotated to high ground. So all of a sudden now it's actually Proper's job, Kevster's job to just live. I love that they're so apologetic. Sorry to bother. No, that's fine. So Kevster's playing very safe. He sees the Tracer has Harmony Orb. He can't really do much about it. More cart push, more cart push, more cart push, more cart push. Uh-oh. Backline failed in their mission. You see, one of the things you got to understand with Tracer, especially high-level Tracer, is you should always take an off angle, right? But cart sometimes is an off angle. When your team goes to high ground, now cart is the off angle. So having a Tracer that can push cart without demanding a lot of resource is really valuable. You see that a lot in escort maps with high ground. So like if your team pushes high ground, you as Tracer could either help them and flank around behind them, or you can help push cart while your team is taking the fight on top. Gibraltar first, yep. Gibraltar second as well. Anywhere where there's a really important high ground, it's good to do. They're going to do it again. Backline goes top, Tracer on cart. But now because the backline is distracted, Sauna's now isolated. You see that? You see that? Because they did a kind of a soft dive on backline, Sauna got isolated. Sauna didn't have Harmony Orb. The heals from cart are nice. Yep, that's true. You should always have an advantage on cart. Hybrid Solid, thank you for the sub. Like even a Harmony Orb Tracer should have a hard time killing a Tracer with cart heals. Because all you need to do is live. Bet you guys didn't know about that one. Some of you guys might know. Check this out. Gets on top of cart. Blinks here. Blinks to the little window box. So watch this. He blinks onto the picture. Right there, and then right there. Does cart heals stop once an enemy touches cart? No. No, it always goes. The David guy who eats the wings. Love the commentary and banter. Well, enjoy the wings, mate. Enjoy the wings. Just be warned of the habanero. It's a bit of a mother. You know what I'm saying? That's a deep end there. Good try from Sauna. But now Sauna doesn't have any recall. So Kevster's thinking about it, right? First point Dorado moment. Definitely one of the... Even in pro... Guys, do you ever feel bad playing this map in ranked? If it makes you feel any better, pros hate it too. This point is brutal. Just this week, we've already seen 2 almost full holds in this map. Now this might be big here. This might be big. The reason why this might be big is you're thinking, oh, they're down 2. Surely this fight is lost. Yes, but look. They've dropped off of the high ground. You see this? So even if they lose this fight, if they can get like a kill or 2 here, then they'll get out of this choke because the respawns are closer for the attacking team. I think we're probably going to see Nano Primal, and I think we're going to see Pulse Swarm here. And they might hit Gala before he gets Trance. Wait, no, Gala! Okay, Gala dies. He expects the Sigma to walk through his shield. Vistola is just a Sigma male. And doesn't walk through his shield, so it ends up just hitting the shield. But still very winnable here. One more kill here does it. Sauna's isolated. Where's Sauna? Yes, Sauna's dead. Careful, Kevster! This is silly. Oh my gosh, this is silly. This is absolute insanity. Kevster, I think, just mistracks his cooldowns. This blink right here is absolute backcrap insane. He does not have the resources to make this work. But check this movement. Look at that. Look at that. Literally Matrix moment right there with that movement, with that strafing. And dodges both shots. Why would Vestola walk through shield there? To get to a melee range so you can go for the one shot. It's not really a one shot, but you can just shoot melee there. Uh-oh, so they're going for the touch. Unfortunate. So this is actually pretty clunkily played from Kevster. I'm not gonna lie. So Zen's on touch. Widow's up top. I would much prefer Kevster at this point in time to leave cart. As soon as we see the trans touch, what should Kevster do here? What should Kevster do here? What do you guys think? Think for a second. Because this is tricky, right? Like, you know the trance is going to come. What should you do here? So here's the first question. Does he need to worry about cart anymore? Graham, my cat is... No, Graham, no. Right, flank right, I agree. Even with the infrasites, he can jiggle peek around the Widow. My cat is... and I think so. And at least set up for backline here. Can't cap anyway, right. So this ends up that he ends up having a really crappy angle, right? Then he's like, oh, I'm going to get volleyed by Vistola, so I got to back out. And then even here, his angle is not all that good, right? So he has to wrap here. He's scared of the infrasight. He doesn't know where infrasight is. He's like, oh crap, I got shot by Zen. I need to get healed for my team. There's the pack, but now his angle is really bad, right? They mirror sights though, and so now he gets on the backline, but he gets there so late that the backline ends up not being under a lot of pressure, and that's just a disgusting shot from Cookie. Forces recall, and this is actually losable for Team Red here, miraculously. Will Kev do it? Will Kevin do it? Yes, Kevin is the GOAT. But yeah, you can see even here, like there's a little bit of greed, a little bit of sloppiness of setting up the angle, and it almost costs him. Well, the thing is knowing what to do and doing it in the heat of the moment is very different. You could go through any player in the Overwatch League, I guarantee, any map, and still find mistakes in their play. It's not possible to play a perfect game of Overwatch, but it's a lot easier to critique than it is to play. Kevster is doing more good things than bad. Even ignoring, like, you know, the mechanics, right? And just the way the decisions that he's making. And that's what makes him an exceptional tracer. Now, why did he stick D.Va here? D.Va's not normally a great stick target. So why did he stick D.Va? There's two reasons why. Think about it. Two reasons why. Out of position, naded. There's a real chance of a DMAC here, right? Now, the other question you should always ask yourself, why would you pulse a D.Va? The question comes down to, who would you pulse instead? Who would you pulse instead here? So we talked about good reasons to pulse D.Va, but why would you not pulse Honor or Brig or Widow? How? How are you going to get up there? Right. Not saying it's impossible. It just takes a long time and it takes a pretty big investment. And for right now, what a lot of pros do in Dorado is they only push high ground when they have to. They'll do what Hadi's doing here, which is they'll jump high ground and kind of keep everybody busy and distract. But really, they'll just push cart, push cart, push cart, push cart, push cart for as long as they can from underneath the high ground without peeking it. They'll try to hide from the high ground because it's really hard to push that high ground. Life Weaver pedal? True. Life Weaver pedal your tracer up. That'd be hilarious. Now, will they get they need to get this kill on this baby. They need to get the kill on this baby. They need to get the kill on this baby. Vistola's gonna... Oh my goodness, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Sauna no recall. He has to be really careful of Cookie shots here. I don't even know where Cookie is, actually. I think Hadi's controlling Cookie right now, because this is scary. Woo! I say that and he dies to Cookie. Yeah, so Cookie eventually gets him, because I was like, you know, you gotta be really careful of Widow sightlines here. Because at this level, even a body shot puts you out of commission. But bang! This will go up on YouTube. Uh-oh. Huge mistake from Vistola. He sees a naded target. There's really low, but that might be a DMAC. Nope, not yet. Cookie gets a little greedy. That's it. That's it. I'm not. This is mechanics right here. This isn't just recognition. The time to kill here is like a microsecond away from him living, and Kevster getting his recall forced. That's it right there. Why did Cookie jump there? I don't know. I think your monkey brain kicked in. He needed that mega. And now he's on the angle here. Ooh, that's kind of an annoying whip shot from Gala. You guys ever have that happen before where you're like, you take a tiny bit of chip damage, you're like, dude, do I recall? So crap, you know? Ah, Venomine, dang it, dude. Come on. So annoying. So now he's shooting a Nano Diva because he got freaking Venomine. Oh, that's disgusting. And freaking whip shot. So he wanted to go high on there to contest, but he got chipped down, so he had to go for the more conservative angle. So you'll notice that, like, at this level, it's like, depending on the amount of resources they have, the blinks, the recall, the HP, they'll decide which angle to take, right? I mean, Kevster would have loved to have gone high on there, but he didn't have the HP for it, you know? And the nice thing about Tracer is she is relatively flexible about what you can shoot. So, I'm eating beef. Beef. Listen, man doesn't get to have Herculean proportions without making dietary and culinary sacrifices. And it's actually not too bad. You guys ready for this? Now, you're probably thinking, how on earth is this going to work? Because even if Hadi jumps, isn't this like a million miles away? Isn't that Diva just going to Matrix, right? It's like, and you're right. The reason why this is working, normally what you'd probably see is seeing a lot of what Dorado typical play is, which is just shooting cart, marking cart, pressuring cart. Kevster takes an angle here and shoots Sauna, and Sauna backs up, and then maybe. But the reason why here is because of Primal. They might even farm Nano here, but they might not even wait. Because of Primal Rage, there's going to be a lot more opportunity for Kevster to go in aggressively here. A lot more opportunity. So again, he's always feeding off of Hadi. If it's not directly on the same target, it doesn't matter. Maybe Hadi goes here and controls Cookie while Kevster looks for the Tracer, right? Maybe Hadi goes for this and Kevster looks for the Mei. Maybe Hadi goes in and then this time Kevster actually goes in with Hadi. But it's always trying to go in at the same time. So really, really important that as a Tracer player, whether you're playing with a dive tank or not, you're feeding off of your tank's pressure here. And so you see now like that nade, that Vistola is super worried about pulse bomb, right? And so what ends up happening is you're like, okay, well, what was the point of that? He didn't even go for the pulse bomb. Well, crucially, Rally was forced, Primal was used, and Cart is still moving. 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 So it wasn't just a 1-for-1 ult trade, it was a 1-for-1 ult trade plus a lot of cart push. And that's all of the DM, that's the recall. And so now Sauna might actually die. And there it is. Wow. That is huge. Hard focus backline. Backline freaks out. All the resources used. Then just 180 like a boomerang and go hit the people that are now isolated on card. And exactly, chat. Not only that, but because of that, they farmed up enough Nano to go in again. Beautiful. Tracer Canyon? No, I don't think so. Sauna is actually a phenomenal Tracer. Sauna is, well, I would say probably actually a top three or four Tracer in the West. But, you know, it's hard when you're not getting any resource. And that goes as much into the team play of Ex Oblivione. I guess it's the team, or Obliviono, or whatever the heck. I don't even know what the names are anymore, chat. I'm not going to lie, I don't even care. But as much of the team red as anything else. And you can even see it there, right? So he utilizes the Nano Monkey, causes a lot of chaos, and then now everyone's forgotten about Tracer, and there's your pulse bomb. Ah, Kev. Ah, Kev. Kev. Kevin. Oh man, even the greatest. Disaster. Did you notice that he did not recall? How many of you guys would have gone for this pulse bomb and recalled? Come on. Which one? How many of you guys are peasants? You know? So because he doesn't recall there, he blinks out instead. And then not only does he blink out, he blinks and then hugs to cover. So he's able to stay here so much longer and be a thorn in their side for so much longer. This Brigitte has to come after him. The Brigitte still has to come after him. More damage, more damage. And so then Sauna, guess what? Sauna dies again. Where are Sauna packs, guys? Where are Sauna packs? Please, just one armor pack for my starving throat. And it's all going into Tracer. It's all going into Kevster. That's why. So this, again, kill feed. Now, I don't know if they're going to win this fight or not, but yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Well, educational moment nonetheless. Is it worth it to pulse to get the lamp? Yeah. Because what will happen is, especially, here's what happens. You stick about your lamps. You break the lamp, or the pulse breaks the lamp. If that Baptiste does not have regenerative burst, he dies after the lamp. If he does, fine, he's back to full, but he's used his two most powerful resources. He's demanding pocket from his other support, and you should still have your recall and at least a blink or two to continue to damage him. Now, if he doesn't have his regenerative burst, he dies.
Time's almost up. Let's show him one last push. Enemy over there. You're buckling. We are falling apart. 10 seconds. Get the move on and finish this.
Chat, why does Kevster not go for high ground? Isn't high ground the off angle that we've been fighting for over and over and over again? Why does Kevster not go to high ground? The question you need to ask is this an angle anymore? Look at the backline here. Exactly, Anima. There's a reason they pay you the big bucks, right? This is no longer an angle. This was an angle before, but now that our backline, look, 1, 2, 3 is rotated top, it's no longer an angle. So now we take a different path. Don't just memorize flanks and copy Kevster. Look at what your team is doing and take an off angle of what they're doing. Right? So now he's like, okay, now cart's by itself, so I'm going to be an annoyance on cart to pull resources onto me so that my team has a better chance of going top. Now, I know this is a Tracer VOD review, but why is Team Red going top? Can anybody guess? There's 2 reasons why. 2 reasons why. Actually, 3 reasons why. One of which is that the card is pushed forward pretty far. What are the other 2 reasons why? It's like League. You don't want all 5 champs in one lane. Exactly. And it's just a fundamental of games in general, controlling space. Brig ult, yeah. Close to rally. And also close to primal, right? So yes, obviously there's Diva Bomb and such, but you should be able to win top with these two ultimates. And so Kevster is going to go to cart. Kevster's going to, again, do the boring thing. You know? You got to be a selfless player here. He also knows that he's not going to get a lot of healing either. Drawing too much. Now, it's kind of funny. The backline actually drops because they're like, oh, shoot, we can't actually go top because they were getting stuffed out too much. Now, Kevster goes high ground. You see that? Why does Kevster go high ground? Because the backline drops to cart. They go, oh, and they seesaw, and they seesaw, and they seesaw. You guys see that? I don't know what I'm doing here, but that's perfect. And sure enough, because the backline's on cart and because Hadi's setting up and engage. Again, look at the timing here. Hadi 3, 2, 1s. Nobody's even looking at Kevster. Now it's an off angle. Exactly. Oh! How does he get this kill? How does he get this kill? How does he do it? Besides mechanics, why does the Baptiste has lamp? He has lamp. In fact, I actually think he has regenerative burst. I actually think he has both cooldowns here. Exactly, he's distracted. This is why timing is so important. Bap is not thinking about the monkey. And Bap is thinking, yo, Hadi sucks at monkey. This guy didn't even jump on me. He got whipped, or but Hadi's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's pulling 3 resources, living, and Kev finishes it off. Only recalls when he has to. And that's it. That should be a cap with overtime respawns. Even goes back to high ground with that blink. That's cute. And now he can pulse anybody. He'll probably save it here to go for Ana or Brig. But yeah, huge. Now he's out here looking for Solana now. He's going to mark that angle. He could shoot cart, but he could also... that early recall is really good. Notice that, by the way, he does not go around and chase Sonic because Sonic's too far away. He might look for a pulse here. He might not even need to. Yeah, you just got to fish for a pulse. There it is. That's it. I mean, this should be capped. He just has to live on cart now. Oh my gosh! My butt cheeks have never been more clenched. Holy booties! Ah! Why the recall? Oh, this... Dude, bro, this guy just sees the most disgusting clip. What is Sigma in my chat? Why the recall? Because he has 0 blinks, that's why. Because he doesn't want to be standing out in the open here, and he doesn't know if that Sojourn's looking at him, so he's going to recall back to cover. But yeah, so real for that, to be honest, yeah. But yeah, because he had no blinks. If he'd had a blink there, he would have blinked out to cover. Why the recall? But yeah, I mean, this is what makes Kevster's Tracers great. He does all the boring things really well. You know, controlling angles, patience, living as a distraction. I remember one of the things that Gator said is that he thinks he judges Tracer quality. One of the big things he looks for is just avoiding dumb deaths. Avoiding dumb deaths. And if you've looked so far, how many dumb deaths have there been from Kevster so far? Like just random deaths. Like two, maybe between the 2 maps, right? So cutting down on just because the character is so fragile, if your movement isn't there, if your strafing isn't there, if your positioning isn't there, there's going to be a lot of times where you just die to random crap, right? And that's something that Kevster is really good at avoiding. He does the basic stuff, and then when he gets those opportunities for that like full in, all in, big burst, 1 clip, pulse mom, he hits it. So he's a selfless, patient, God-fearing Tracer player until an opportunity presents itself, and then he's a mechanical freak. You know? I mean, even that, like the fact that he knew how many times how many bombs he'd been stuck there by Echo. And he knew that, hey, I don't have to recall there. You know? It's crazy. Why did Tracer drop, guys? Tell me, why did Kevster drop? Look carefully.
Boy. You know what this is?
Yo, thank you for the raid, Give It for Hope.
Trash can.
We're looking at some pro POVs. We're looking at some Tracer and Tracer Kevster right now, maybe some Genji Kevster. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. 2 in a row. Very kind of you. Yeah, he needs to stop Cart. Remember, Cart is an angle right now because where's his backline? High ground, right? So because the Tracer can control Cart, Hadi can go dive elsewhere. Oh, that's cool. It's also because he can't really dive that far away. So he marks Cart, Cart gets left, and then he goes sniffing around. Cart's an angle now. So he's more than happy for them to just live here. Just live, hold the angle. If Widow tries to split too far, shoot the Widow. Look at the cover usage here. Look at the cover usage. Actually insane. Look at that. Oh! Oh no! Okay. This is the crazy part. This is a millisecond away from us going, Kevster is insane. Look at the guy. He does not use his recall. He did not use it. He got like that's just a little too much greed. And that's the hardest part of Tracer. Because if you're like, it's not just avoiding the stupid deaths, it's about being very conservative with your resource so that you don't have to use the resources. Do I know the secret code? Of course. But I'm not telling you. He's gonna set up. Let's see what angle he takes. Does he angle through right or left? I like left better personally. Obviously, you don't have as much support LOS, but if it's uncontested, it's good. He's the one stopping cart, so Hadi can be more free to go in more aggressively. Oh, almost. Gets the shield. Still living and harassing, though. Still living and still harassing. There's the nano. Oh! What happened there? He get whipped? Yeah, he did. Oh, that's a huge play from Gala. Yeah, that's a huge play from Gala. Honestly, a little bit annoyed at Funny Astro here if I'm Kevster here. Because Sky is fine. It might be that Astro just doesn't have any more packs, but Kevster should. This is not Kevster's fault here. This is not. Kevster doesn't have anywhere to go here. He has to stay where he is, otherwise they'll C9. But he didn't get healed once. So this is a support error. That's a support error. That's not a Kevster error. Elo Hell, man. Tell you what, Elo Hell. It's rough. Takes the same angle again. Again, the cover usage is so good. Still marking cart. It kind of feels bad for Kevster because Kevster would love to leave cart so they can actually get some damage in, but he can't. So, okay. All right. Riki test. From Aquamarine to Spylo, W Day. Is this really bronze? No. Well, actually, you know, I don't know. After that Funny Astro play, I don't know, guys. I think Funny Astro maybe a little boosted. Starting from high ground here, this allows him to either mark cart or dive the backline here. He hears Widow on the right, so we're going to wrap around right side and shoot cart. He's really worried about cookie peeking him. He can get healing from here from high ground, which is good. And he's just going to keep shooting. Remember, he would love to shoot backline if he can, but he just wants to hold an angle and shoot people. All right, might go back and shoot Sauna. Vestola forces him out, and so Kevster's still trying to remember, a cart is an angle. A cart is an angle. If he cannot safely get to backline without overextending, then he's going to keep marking cart. Now, he doesn't have to worry about cookie now. Huge pulse. And the rally shut down. 180 blinks to avoid the shield. Gala doesn't turn shield fast enough. Gala doesn't quite get the healing he needs. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Oh, and the blinker on the sleep dart. Little stagger on your boy. And again, there's just more control. Now, I want you guys to notice something. They've obviously swapped off of the Widow, but they've gone on a Zen. Now, this is why this is important. This has opened up this backline to being shot more and dove more. They nanoed the Diva. They nanoed the Diva to try and clear high ground. It was kind of a sussy Baka play, I'm not going to lie. Generally, not nano Diva onto a high ground versus an on a break is not going to work so well. Anyway, the Ana Zen is a lot more fragile, but it also means that if Kevster makes a mistake, there's more likely to like just freaking die because Discord and headshots and body shots, there's a lot more range damage here. So let's see what Kevster does. It's also a lot harder to stop cart because if you touch here, you get discorded, and then you will lose the Tracer duel if you're discorded. So again, he's just kind of playing on a backline. LOS Hadi goes in. He also goes in. Oh! Again, chat. Marks cart, but he's close enough to be able to engage backline. He waits for Hadi's timing. 3, 2, 1. Hadi goes in. 1, 2. Hadi isolates the backline. So he goes for the Ana that's full HP and Harmony Orbed. Oh! Recalled again, shaking my head. Wait, yeah. Why did he recall? This guy sucks. Wait. I'm lost. Where are we at? That recall is just, yeah, honestly, he probably was in the middle of the enemy team and didn't like where he was. Posture check time, thank you. Thought he was gonna kill the Ana, yeah, same. Such an insane clip though, like basically the combo there just absolutely cleans up backline. Did Sky sleep the baby mid-bomb? Let's find out. Yes. He was trying to hide behind the bomb, but Sky snuck it in there. It's a nice sleep dart. So you're noticing that he's sticking here because he's not sure where which angle he's gonna take. So this is good for your own rank tracer play. Don't memorize angles again, right? Always kind of give yourself a position where you have opportunities, and then depending on where the enemy team goes, like you see he's checking cart. He's ready to dive high ground. He's ready to flank all the way around behind. He's ready to just sit here, and he's also ready to drop on cart. It depends on where the enemy team goes. He's gonna let the enemy team make a choice and then take an angle around it. Did I notice the kill feed of that play? Yeah, I know he killed the Sojourn there. The clip on the Ana, they got the Ana to 1 HP, and then he died immediately afterwards. But yeah. It was kind of funny. Okay. Nano Winston? I don't like this Nano. This is poorly executed. Way too early. Way too early. But it does mean that Sana's by himself, so there's recall. They can actually get this kill here. He doesn't chase because he doesn't have recall. But I actually think... It might have been better here for Kevster to go to card. Because especially as soon as he sees this, he's like, we're not. Nah, maybe it's hindsighty. That bash from Gala was also really bad. But yeah, I mean, this is not a great nano. And I think obviously because he doesn't have his recall, he can't chase the Tracer without recall, which is sad. Why didn't he bomb there? Too likely to get shielded, I think. Uh-oh. 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 He has to touch card again. Oh, he has to recall because he's getting shot. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a worth the risk. She almost demeched. But yeah, unfortunate. So they're hard holding high ground, so that's not going to work. He's going to have to find a different angle. I think an angle on card's probably the best bet. That's not pretty. Even the best of us, chat. Again, he's trying to force resources from Tracer. Tracer, the backline doesn't have as good of a... Ooh, Sana's low. Sana's low. There's the armor pack. There's 2 armor packs. Sana might still die. Just continuing... and now, do you see what happened? Do you see what happens? So he forces a lot of resources into Sana. He still wins the duel. Because I think Sana gets shot by something else. So then now the angle into backline is wide open. And he can't be chased by Sana. Yeah, Sky Rippo, yeah. Can you see it? Now we're going for backline. So if he lives... Ooh, he lives. That was really risky. But all of that backline attention is totally wasted. Vestal is now totally isolated, and that's an easy kill. Huge.
You've got a shoddy armor smith.
He tries. There's the Nano. There's the Bastion. They go Bastion. They're taking an early fight, chat. Can he get it? He's still holding the angle. Working with Hadi. All the resources are forced. Nano is used. Rally is used. Form from Bastion is used. Vestal is getting no help. Sana's getting no help. More resources used. More distraction. More off-angling. Goes top. Doesn't have recall, so he has to play safe. He finds an angle on high ground. We can actually do damage without hard committing. They go for the kill in the DMAC, and that's it. Wow. Really, really, really nicely done. Really, really, really nicely done. You know, again, it's the consistency with the patience, finding those opportunities to go hard from angles, knowing when cart's an angle and knowing when cart's not an angle. Like, this is some pretty advanced stuff. Like, Tracer and Escort, when you have to worry about cart, is really, really hard. But yeah. Okay, any questions with Tracer, y'all? Because otherwise, we might take a quick look at some Genji here. Yeah, Shockwave did pop off. We have to look at some of the Gasp, ugly Genji. Why he used recall? When? Am I being baited? Am I being baited, Chad? Dang it, man. I've been a Twitch streamer for too long. I should know better than this. What do I do on Tracer on second point draw attack of the enemy Ana? Is fighting right high ground and my tank isn't diving. You can find ways to distract her or you can push guard. I get lost in close range 21s and Tracer. Any medicine? Just practice. Just practice. Deathmatch is a great way to practice. Okay. I think I messed up the audio here at the start. Let's take a look at some Genji. So this is essentially a brawl, like a kind of like a short range composition where there's opportunities to poke out with some of the Sojourn, poke out a little bit with the Genji, poke out a little bit with the Jungle Queen, but essentially looking for opportunities to go 3-2-1, dive the Mei, 3-2-1, dive the Bastion, 3-2-1, dive the Baptiste, right? And the reason you play Genji with this is because the Genji is going to benefit a lot from the shout, and Genji is able to quickly close the distance. Think of Koth as like a map where there are fewer broad, deep flanks, but short, punchier dive opportunities. Obviously, Busan would be the exception to that rule. It's a pretty broad map where Genji might not feel as good, but Genji works really well with the Shao. Genji works well with the Lucio speed boost as well, and the old economy is great as well. They might have also anticipated that they might run out on Bastion too, where the Genji feels really, really good as well. So basically looking for opportunities to be able to short, punchy dives onto backline, looking for picks on a Bastion, Baptiste. They'll probably play it patiently, poke out, see if they can use their Sojourn, Rail, Kiriko poke, Genji poke, Junker Queen poke to force out a resource, maybe a wall, maybe an ice block, maybe a Bastion form, amp, and then look for an opportunity to dive. Okay, let's go. A little bit of an early deflect there. I don't love that. Probably looking for nade. Maybe just to force some resource, but he has to be careful here. And especially at this point in time now, you really don't want to... that deflect is too early. I think he needs to be a little bit more careful about when he's using his deflector, because obviously now, if there was an opportunity to commit, he doesn't really have the ability to commit. Okay, good. On the angle. Love that little... this is where your ability to move with Genji is so important, because think about what forces this ice block here. Audio, I think I just messed up with the audio. I think it comes in a little bit later. Well, let me check. Yeah, it comes in a little bit later. So I just messed up in the initial recording. But check out with the ability to move around here. Check this out. Because of his wall climb, the ability to utilize Genji's mobility, he literally gets an ice block for free because the Mei doesn't even know that he's there. So he panics and goes, oh crap, ice block, and doesn't even use a single cooldown. Now he's got a great off angle. So when Hadi commits with Shout, which is right now, he's all the way in on the back line. And notice that he's going for the Mei there. Initially going for the Mei because Mei doesn't have ice block. Patience. Shooting Ramatra. Deflect to block the punches. Mei's down, no ice block still, and that's it. Utilizing that wall climb, utilizing that verticality. He doesn't even do a whole lot of damage here. I mean, he does a decent amount of damage, right? But just utilizing that verticality, finding times to commit, and always committing from that angle. So think about Genji as a tracer that commits from flanks, but the flanks look different, right? You're utilizing that wall climb more. You're a little bit better in close ranges, at least immediately. You're not going on these deep flanks usually, but more short stuff. Even the angle that he's taking, right? He's going to hold this angle here, whereas a tracer might hold an angle a little bit further back here, right? A little bit deeper on the back line. But Genji doesn't quite have that level of self-sustain. They're going to rotate all the way around. He's looking. Yeah, this skin, I'm not going to lie, this skin is atrocious. He looks like he's smiling at me. It's really uncomfortable. Okay, Blade. So what I'm expecting here, I might be wrong. Here's what I'm predicting. I'm going to predict that these guys may just let the BAP window and wait it out. And at some point, going to look for a commitment. I would not be surprised to see Kevster do another wall climb rollout here and look for a Blade. Oh, he actually goes directly from the angle there. But you notice, by the way, that when he blades, he's actually over them. One of the big things with dashing up with Genji is that the goal of dashing up with Genji is to obviously get a little bit of scouting, but generally you want to try and dash up not when your targets are over here, because it's easy for them to see you, kite you, and shoot you. But you actually want to dash up when your targets are here, because it's hard for them to aim directly above their head. So here, he's going to dash through on an angle, through the window so he doesn't get the burst, right? And this was obviously communicated with his team. 3, 2, 1. A little bit of a wall climb to give. Do you see the Mei is looking here? Do you see that? He goes over the Mei damage. Fies doesn't know he's there. Bam, dashes through, 180, blades, jumps up over, and then do you see the commit from the rest of the team? Right? Bam, huge commit. Look at that. Beautiful combo. Now they do use 2 ults there. Yeah, this is where we fix the settings here. But still huge. The dash was in to get the last 3% for blade. Yeah, absolutely. I think actually it's actually important for your Genji to go first, because if your team goes first, they die to BAP window, right? So Genji kind of innate tanked for the team there, right? So that they could close the distance, because Junker King would melt to that Bastion BAP window otherwise. Also, Genji does really well with Kitsune Rush, way better than Tracer. Because he can fight in that Kitsune Rush. Hits him on the angle, and notice that he's already kiting out. Like, he goes in, baits the resources, and backs to cover. Ah, Shattered 2K Enjoyer. Love to see it. So you're thinking, like, why is he being so passive here? He's basically isolated. The only thing here is, to be honest, at this point in time, he probably should have grabbed a health back. Or waited for his stuff. Okay. Oh, chat, I know why. I know what happened here. Listen. So he messes up. He goes a little bit too early, but listen. Funny Astro! They go for the beat. He goes for the beat. He tries to get the beat, but Funny Astro doesn't actually push with the beat. They're calling 3, 2, 1, beat, you know? And Kevster's like, ah! But Funny Astro's over here, and so he doesn't get beat. That's a disaster. They might actually lose the fight to that. That's actually pathetic. They do lose the fight to that. Oh, no. Dude, I tell you, man, you cannot trust British people, man. Off angle. Yeah, the deflected nade was really nice. Commits. He has deflect, so he's good. Ooh, there's beat. That's scary. Blade? Yes. He doesn't have deflect, though, so he has to be really scared. Great pocket from his team. Not the best dash in the history of the universe. And he dies for that. That's actually crazy. Oh, no, guys. Oh, no. We picked the wrong VOD. Even the GOATs make mistakes. Kevster is a really good Genji. Really, really good Genji. Gets the cap. He needs to be really careful. He goes for the flank again. You notice how tight these flanks are, right? It doesn't even take him long to get there. Unfortunate. Is Proper better in Genji than Kevster? I would say so, yes. I'd say the gap is a lot closer with Tracer than with Genji. Good angle. Yeah, the left click actually is actually insane. Notice that he's not even necessarily needing to go for backline because they're playing for cap. Bam. Where's Bastion? There's the Bastion flank. You can see the respect that he has for Sauna, even when he's not in turret form. He's got that early deflect. He's scared. Huge. Why most of Tier 1 Pro Genji gameplay looks so boring compared to even contenders? I'm not sure what you mean. It might be the level of competition is higher. I'm not honestly sure I understand the question. It might be that it's kind of like what we're talking about with the Tracer, where like the level of discipline is just higher. Okay. Yeah, same kind of thing here. Funny to note, by the way, the BAP Zen composition here. So again, it's a much easier composition to kind of dive on top of. But if you make a mistake, like this comp will absolutely butcher all of your targets. And the other thing to note here as well is that they're running this with a Tracer with a Harmony Orb can do a lot of work to kind of harass Kevster, harass Shockwave, and things like that. It's kind of interesting to note they actually commits dash here. He's got to have a lot of confidence in Sky Ripa because that's scary. That's a Harmony Orb Tracer. I don't agree with that play. Rare, yeah, highlight worthy plays. It's just because the enemy teams are so much better. Like it takes so much more discipline. The level of play is a lot higher. Goes to the dash. He's just using cooldowns to force cooldowns on Tracer. Always cycling his cooldowns, right? So if you've seen any of my VOD reviews before, it's the dash into the deflect, dash into deflect, dash into deflect. Very important cycle. I don't like this. I don't love this. This is not really well executed. So first off, they have cap here. This is a team play mistake. Kevster here, if he wants to commit, really needs to do one of two things. Either he needs to go and contest the Mei, he needs to go and contest the Tracer, or, to be honest with you, if he wants to play super, super flashy, he should wait for his team to heal him, dash up and over to the window, and hold that angle there with his team. Basically, because the Mei is underneath, he can't really flank around behind really well, but it ends up he just basically plays on main, and it's just not a good look. Goes for the play, doesn't quite get it. Maintaining the angle on backline does finally get it. Now he's got to ask himself the question, can he go to Zenyatta? Probably not. Zenyatta's a little too far. And that's a big difference between Genji and Zenyatta, or Tracer. It's not just the verticality of Genji's mobility, but it's the horizontal mobility of Tracer. If something's too far away, it's a lot harder to get there as Genji than it is with Tracer. No, Tracer's great in this comp. Tracer's job is to do what she's been doing this entire time, which is to pressure point, hold the backline on point, so that her backline can hold high ground, right? Never have to worry about point. A pocket Tracer just never dies on point. And then constantly harass any flanks that Kevster. Because the thing is remember, how did this team win last game, right? They got their Genji on a flank, on a backline. But if you put the Tracer on that flank, she makes it really, really hard to take that angle. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. So she's just a gatekeeper. She protects her team by protecting them from dive threats, by being a dive threat, right? Like, look where she is right now. Totally isolated, permanently has Harmony Orb, constant thorn in their side. Like, look at this, look at this. The Kevster would love to just walk to point, pressure point, and then either from point, cap it, or wall climb up here, or wall climb up here and dive backline. But he can't because of freaking Sauna. You see this? This is exactly... And this is really hard for Kevster. I don't think on this map there's any way for him to avoid the Tracer. I don't think there's any way that you can avoid the Tracer. So you have to find opportunities. I think really you have to win with old economy here. I think if you're able to win a fight, then you're able to stuff them. But see, even here, he knows if he pops out Blade, that Zenyatta's going to either trance or he's going to get shot in the head and he's going to die. So you need either some crazy mechanical pop-offs or some other way. I'm not going to overanalyze the compositional matchup right now because we do want to focus on Genji. But yeah. Huge mistake from Gala. Huge mistake from Gala. It was way too easy to get close to Gala here. He made a huge mistake. I'm not even sure why he rotated this way. I think maybe from the Sojourn off angle. But like, instant trance, beat to sustain. Can we force lamp? And now we're on top of people. So now we can pop Blade. I actually think this is a bit of a mistake. I would have stayed on top. I think he needed to stay on top of the Baptiste. I think he needed to stay on top of the Zenyatta. He turns back here to try and force Ice Block, but I don't think it was necessary. They JQ. Sauna kills himself with Pulse Bomb. Huge Blade. He has to go back to point because somebody has to touch. Pistol is a manimal. Ooh. Needs to live. Needs to live. Going to go for Lucio. They go for Tracer. Nice. Okay, they get the cap. Okay, let's keep going. So now they're able to get close to the backline, and that's when you see the Kiriko swap, because it's really hard to take space here. So now the Kiriko is going to go take an off angle. And they don't need to play Tracer anymore because they have the Kiriko. They don't have as squishy of a backline, so they don't need that Tracer to kind of mark space for them. I think the Tracer still could have worked, but yeah. Holding point, holding the angle. Look at those left clicks, guys. Like, that's just insane. That's so much ult charge. I mean, look at this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1 to 3. I mean, it's just building like chunks of ult charge over and over and over again. Like, that's such high damage and such high pressure as well. A little bit of an early deflect there. It's a lot of respect given the Fi. Ooh, he gets sucked. Oh my gosh. That's actually an insane play from Blue here. Holy crap. Huge suck from Vestola. And then a monstrous icicle from Fi. Look at that. Bam. Dashes out. Bam. Oh my gosh. That's actually just a free fight win. That's... dude, he Fi does it again. Holy mackerel. I told you this Fi is crazy. That's actually so frustrating because you actually should have won that fight. You had the positioning for it. They just totally won. Would Genji want to make sure he gets shout when Hadi wants to shout engage, or does the angle come from the meta more? It depends. It depends. If he has a good angle, then he probably doesn't need to worry about shout. But if he doesn't have a good angle, then he needs to get shout. Shout's kind of like that. If you don't have an angle, you can at least get shout. I can't watch it from 5 POV, sadly. This is a VOD recording. The replay codes got wiped. Yeah, disaster, I know. Holding the angle, holding the angle. Look at that, look at that. Hold the angle, hold the angle. Do not walk forward, do not walk forward. Now, you're probably noticing here, if you've seen me coach Genjis a lot, you're probably wondering like, hey, why is this guy deflecting early? Why is this guy deflecting here? Why, wouldn't you need that when you dash? So the reason why the answer is generally, at this level, they're a little bit more flippant with their deflect. Yeah, this is the code that you gave me. The other ones were given to me elsewhere. Is because the chances that there's going to be an opportunity for Kevster to go in and dash the Kiriko and the BAP and whatever are really, really low. They're going to manage their cooldowns really well. They're going to manage their space really, really well. There's not really going to be an immediate dive opportunity, at least given the position that he's in right now. So what he's going to do deflect for instead is he's going to use deflect to help him poke a little bit longer and distract this off angle so that everybody on Team Red is able to focus Ramattra longer. If he didn't use deflect here, he would have to hide more. So anytime that you guys are playing Genji and you're not going to dive backlane, not even a chance of diving or threatening, it's okay to use your deflect like this because it's kind of what it baits attention, it forces resources, allows you to stay longer of a distraction, basically. The main idea is that if you don't have your deflect, you can't go for a dive, but Kevster's not going to be diving here, at least not right now. Yeah. When is Spilo Uncoachable coming out? Oh, that's a good question. I don't have enough juicy Korea versus West stories to share, sadly. Can you do the same thing with Recall? You can, yeah. But with Tracer, there's more opportunity to go. Oh my gosh. With Tracer, there's more opportunity to go for these great, crazy plays because they have a little bit more mobility. So there's more likely a chance that Recall is going to get forced. This is insane. He deflects there early to prevent the icicle headshot that as soon as Fi goes to the freeze, he knows he has a safe dash. He doesn't have any cooldowns, so he's just shooting tank. He's being cautious. Now he has cooldowns, now he goes in aggressively. Huge. I would deflect early against Kiriko's at this level. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is it's like you can't be super greedy with your deflect against a player like Gala or a player like Fi, because they will hit those shots. Case in point, right? Bro, I'm so excited for some of the codes later today, y'all. You guys are gonna flip when you see this Rupal code. And the hot code. Honestly, all three of the codes are super, super, super cool. There's that early deflect. He knows he's not likely to dash anytime soon anyway, so he might as well just force out some resources, live a little bit longer. Being cautious, being cautious. Now, chat, should Kevster look for deflect value here? Should he be greedy and should he try and deflect damage now? Have I already pre-watched? No. Most of the quotes I have not watched, but while I was recording them, while I was doing other things, I was like catching things out the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, that's insane. Right. So no, he needs to save his deflect because not only is a blade incoming, but even if he was at 0% right here, look how close he is. Something's probably, he might go for a play here. There might be an opportunity here. Earlier, they were too far away. Not likely to happen. Here, there's a real chance. So here, this is where you don't use your deflect. So this is where, again, apply it to your ranked. When you're not going to dive, it's okay to use your deflect. Go for that Widow clip, deflect the Widow headshot, all that kind of stuff. But when there is a chance that you might engage or be pushed on, or you might push in, or not even like hard for a kill, but like go for a like dash through, deflect, get out of here, then you need to hold your deflect. He's going to be very disciplined with that deflect. Now you're probably wondering, why didn't he go with Blade there? This is a team play thing. I guarantee you Hottie's calling that he can't push top. Like you see this over here, they're marking Kiriko over here, and he can't just solo blade this, right? It would be another Genji moment if he did. He would just get lamped and then hard frozen and killed. He needs follow-up. His team is distracted, so his team calls out, kite, so he dashes out. And this is where having deflect is also very important, because even if you do, just dash out, he might need to deflect this, right? He's seen what Fi can do. So he's just going to deflect. He's going to live. He's going to stay on the angle, crucially, so that now he can go right back in and he's already up close. There's a Kitsune rush. Forcing resources. He's trying to find a way to get close. There's the beat. We might blade this. There it is. Notice that no dash slash. Chat, why do you not dash slash this? Why do you not dash slash this? Come on, Genji micro nerds. Genji micro nerds, why do you not dash slash this? Might Suzu, might lamp. Dash puts you away from BAP, right? Jump, yep, all those things. Remember, dash, slash, then slash, dash, then slash is not faster than slash, slash. So the time to kill here is the exact same as if he had dashed, and there's less of a chance of something going wrong. You see that? Look at that. Wraps around the Ramatra and hits the Sojourn behind. He doesn't even dash immediately here because he knows that the Nemesis form's coming out. Wow. I said they have movement abilities. Does that work? Yes, it works. This guy is so good. He deflects there because he's not getting healing. Sky! Wake up! Sky, man. You can't trust these support players. He's already 25% to his next blade, just from pre-fight poke. Focusing Mei, Ice Block is forced. He's not really in a good position to go for deep backline. He's being patient here. He still doesn't want to go for backline. They're too far away. Now they're dead, and that's it. Beautiful. Surely this team would have had a good playoffs run. This guy is really good. I truly think Kevster's probably a top 3. Chat, what do you guys think? Who are your top 3 Western players? I think Kevster's a top 3 Western player for me, regardless of hero. I think Kevster. I think Hawk deserves to be in that discussion. No, DPS support or tank. I think Rupal is at least in that discussion. Kevster, Rupal, Hawk are definitely in that discussion, at least right now. Yeah, the thing with Kevster is that he's just good, and he's good on a lot of characters, and he's consistent. Not all time. No, not all time. Yeah, definitely Supers belongs in the discussion for top 3 of all time for sure. But I think right now, I think Kevster, Rupal, Hawk, I think belong in that discussion. I think you could also argue, especially with the recent height, that Quartz is also belongs in this discussion as well. And not just my opinion, but the opinion of people that have played with him. I think Quartz is really, really, really good. think even Magid has done really well recently as well. So, okay. Nice angle here from Kevster. Look at this. He's working with his Lucio. They're on the off angle. He's looking for an opportunity to go. Bam! He needs his deflect. He needs his deflect. There it is. That deflect is what enables that dive to work. He doesn't have his deflect, it doesn't work. Even just to buy time. And then not when he doesn't get the kill. Okay, this is it. Okay, this is what's gonna separate, you know, the casuals from the kings. All right? Dash deflect, gets them out, forces resource, Kiriko moment, guys. Suzu wall climbing, he just walks away. But look what's happened. These guys had high ground position. They no longer have high ground position. They're backing out, right? You're about to get your cooldowns again. Keep going. And now, this time, something's going to die. You see that? And you're like, oh, I didn't die. Another support cooldown. Shut up, jackass. Look at the kill feed. Every single person on the enemy team is looking at Kevster right now. And he's just going to walk out. And freaking Vistola's like, where's my healing, guys? Well, he actually cancels this deflect. I think he messed up. What happened here? What happens here? Oh, he deflects early. Yeah. And he doesn't quite get to cover, but it's still huge. Like, look at the space that he's provided. His entire team now has point control. They have every angle in the world. They should win this fight. Yeah, they're going to win this fight. And every single support cooldown. Literally 4 support cooldowns. That is positioning and CD usage right there. Ignoring the mechanics. The mechanics are pretty good, but ignoring the mechanics, just perfect. Oh my gosh. God, like, that's just so stupid. How do you do that, man? Like, he literally got sniped by Genji. That is just insane. That's just insane, guys. That's insane. You can't play Genji into Baptiste Kiriko Mei, guys, right? Guys, just taking every angle in the world. All right, let's see what we got. Is he going to set up his blade? I imagine they'll probably combo blade here. Maybe they'll use set up a dragon, force him. He has to be careful because there's a lot of things that he has to worry about here. You can even see how passive he's being with his positioning here, right? Not taking any crazy angles, just dragging to force some CDs. They're really trying to get Ice Block out. Fire refuses to use that Ice Block. Blizzard is used to zone out Hottie. There's the suffering. He deflects just to buy time. Everybody's split. You notice how patiently they are here. There's Ice Block. There's Ice Wall. We might see it here. We might see it here, chat. We might even see a Beat Blade here. Or maybe they just kite another ultimate. They're going to kite another ultimate. Can Hottie live? Hottie's kiting out. They beat in. Odd timing, I'm not going to lie. I think it's because Hottie was low and called for help. Oh no, chat. Look at him. Look at him. Oh no. Ah. So he messes up. He doesn't kill the lamp quickly enough. But look at the HP here. Look at the HP of these chops. Oh, they're all one, guys. They're all one. Did they get it? They do. They do get it. Okay, they win the fight. Phew. I was going to say that would be tragic. Wait, do they? Funny Astro surely wins this, right? No! Funny Astro! Come on, Daniel! Ah, come on, dude! Ah, no. Okay. But yeah, the main thing to take away from that one was the blade timing as well was good. The beat was awkward. I don't even think Hottie got the beat, but there wasn't just enough follow-up off of the blade. Like, it's so much harder to blade when your tank, your other DPS, or your supports aren't engaged. If Hottie had been there, that would have been a complete team wipe. Nobody dies. But Hottie gets split. Hottie gets isolated. I don't think it gets beat, and things get really messy. 120 Blade would have won that? That's true. That's true. Didn't they say that they were looking at damage boosting Blade, though, recently? So 120 Blade might be back on the table soon. I swear I read somewhere that they were talking about, like, damage boost in Blade and maybe balancing things out. I swear. Huge. Look at the ego with that deflect as well. Holds the angle, forces the Sojourn out of the off angle. Now he's on top of the backline. Has full cooldowns. Oh, that is just actually insane from Vistola. He doesn't feel the need to use his deflect because they're not looking at him, but Vistola just freaking animal. 1, 2, 3 mid. That's just good mechanical play from Vistola, honestly. You know, Blade is 110. I would like to see 120 Blade and then limiting the ability to damage boost it. Personally. Bit of greed, yeah. It's the same thing with Tracer, where you look at that and you're like, he needed to do as much damage as he possibly could and then get out the last possible second. And he almost timed it perfectly. 0.1 second faster dash. And honestly, dash as itself is kind of awkward. Yadurpi, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, mate. And he lives there, right? So, yeah, I don't think Genji's particularly weak right now. I just think it's like small little quality of life, like slight tweaks, you know? Because if they change the way the damage boost with Blade works, it will be a nerf, right? It will be a pretty significant nerf. So I think you need to give him 120 Blade back and maybe look at his neutral. Would dash still be boosted? That's a great question. Clears the off angle. Kind of poorly played there from Gala. Most Kirikos, you would prefer to just to TP immediately away when you know that you're not going to win it. Forces the high ground out. Deflect. And now look at all the space. The Kiriko on the off angle, gone. Sojourn on the high ground, gone. Everyone talks about cooldown simulator for tank, but everybody has to do this. DPS supports tank. It's everybody's job to force CDs by taking good resource trades and by taking good space. And not only CD forcing, but now look at everybody from Team Blue. There's no off angles besides that high ground. They're not up here. They're not on the flank. They're all in a single line, which means it's so much easier for everybody else to set up their plays. He's waiting for his deflect. He's waiting for an opportunity. He might actually go for a dive here. Yeah, there it is. But he's got the high ground for it. Only Kevin would do this. There's a Baptiste at point blank range. And look at this guy. He throws a right click and he leads his shots. 1, 2, 3 as the Baptiste is falling. That's just stupid. That's just absolutely insane. Dashes out, lives. Hadi should have lived that there. That's a misplay from Hadi. Well, really just I think the team play as a whole, I think need to be communicated better. And he's just going to die. Yeah, that was an unfortunate play timing there, but that was well done. It's almost like a dive tank play. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really what it is. Like, what's the difference between DPS and tank? Tank has more HP. You know, in a lot of ways. There's this idea that DPS should be getting picks, and it's just total nonsense. Even a Widowmaker. Very much a space control. This is a weird from Red. I think Red's just kind of lost in the sauce. Yeah, Fi is, I'm telling you, Fi is really good. And Fi has been around for a long time too. Like 4 years, I want to say, in the professional Overwatch scene. Early deflect, get some space. He knows he's not going to dash anytime soon or dive anytime soon. And then right now is when he's going to dive, and now he has his deflect again. It's perfect. Holding the angle. His team calls to disengage, so he kites as well. Oh, Vistola is so scary. Ooh. Fi dies. Will he blade? Oh. Will there be a tournament with all the top teams from each region? I don't know. I imagine the expenses of that sort of a tournament would be a lot higher. So I would say it's unlikely in the near future, but I hope so. Because compared to what they did with this is, they don't have to worry about the LAN experience, right? Anything that involves LAN is going to be a lot more expensive. Hey, Varashi, is Mei bad with Queen? With Queen, no. Versus Queen, Mei can be pretty tough to play versus. Because Blizzard could be tough to get out of, but yeah. Okay. Very patient. I think a lot of the struggles that we've seen so far with Red at the end here have been more team-related than Kev-related, but yeah. If Kev could play Mei, they could. Yeah, Kev could definitely play Mei. But I think actually Genji's quite good on third point. I mean, the ability to control high grounds, we've already seen the huge value from that alone. So I do think Genji's a really good choice here. I think Genji's a good choice here. Especially since they're on, the Baptiste and stuff. Like, there's still lots of targets of pressure. It's just been dumb deaths. Like, for example, this. Like, there's just no way that this should happen. I think this is Fi again. Let's check Fi's ult charge. Yeah, it's Fi again. Freaking Fi guy. Freaking Fi. He hits another icicle in the head. Shockwave a little bit sloppy with positioning, but bam, there we go. There's all the support cooldowns, and there's a team follow-up that they needed. You guys see that? You can deal with support cooldowns easily if there's team follow-up. A lot of the complaints that I see from Genjis about like, oh, all I did was force a bunch of support cooldowns and I died, oh, GG Genji, is because there was no team follow-up, which is usually a team, a Genji problem. If you're not getting follow-up on your blades, or at least another, it's generally your fault, not your team's fault. Yeah, I think Genji's okay versus Brawl. I think Genji's underrated versus Brawl. Yeah, that was hilarious. So they're going to clear out Genji with the Mei Lucio combo or the Mei Kiriko combo. Uh-oh, that's a risky slide. This is so stressful. You see, like, oh, yeah. This is really nice team play from Blue. You got to give credit to Blue. I mean, they have done everything. They cleared the high ground, and then they sent the ram up the high ground, and then they maintained the BAP Sojourn off angle and played it really patiently. If you guys feel claustrophobic for Kevster there, it's because of the space taking, the positioning from Fi, from Gala, from Pistola was S tier. Perfect play. This is really high level stuff. And Red, so here's what Red should have done. Red needed to counter rotate. I don't know where Astro is and where Shockwave is, but Hadi needs speed boost here. You need to kind of give up high ground, and you need to put your support resource. If you see them hard committing on right side, you need to rotate like a wheel. So if they rotate this way, you need to counter rotate this way. And with speed boost, Hadi kills these guys, I think. Maybe not the Kiriko, but the BAP Sojourn, and Kev could have helped with that. But I think they try to hold their space too much. But with the Ramacha running it down your throat, I don't know where Funny Astro is. I think they were mispositioned. But this is really high-level space creation. Take the off angles, take the space. Ooh. And they're going to try to rotate now, but it's too late. You see, Ghost is already... Oh, Hadi with the Gracie. Hadi with... Oh, my gosh. He doesn't quite get the deflect off. That's actually a huge Gracie. But at this point, even now, it's still a little bit too late because they have the now their Sojourn has the high ground. You know, Blue might still win this actually. Yeah, not good team play from Red. Give me just 1 second, chat. I actually have to pause for just a brief moment. Behind. We will start. I have the Elo Mastery call after this, so I want to let them know. Let them know that we're running a little bit behind. Okay, let's keep going here. A little bit of early deflect there, just for some pressure to allow his team to rotate up without taking damage. And again, by the time that the dive actually happens, he has his deflect. You guys notice that? So every time he uses deflect just for down main, to create space, whatever you want to call it, he always has it when he needs it. He times it perfectly. Yeah, okay. Good play. But way too big of a blizzard. I do think the Junker Queen comp here isn't optimal. I don't think there's enough space here for the Junker Queen to avoid the Ram Mei consistently. I think Team Red is running an objectively worse composition. You know, first point, there's maybe a little bit more space. Definitely on a map like Flashpoint or King of the Hill, there's more space for you to wrap around and avoid the Mei walls and go for more of a dive angle approach. But I think this map, like this is a situation where like I really think they could just group up and brute force it. I'm actually kind of surprised that Gala is staying on Kiriko here. I assume that he's going to swap to Lucio at some point because you just wall off Queen and she just dies. I think this should be a Ram mirror. I think this should be a Ram mirror with Mei's Sojourn. You honestly could even play Genji Sojourn here. It wouldn't be too bad. But you definitely can't keep your Jungle Queen alive consistently. But yeah, they're a better team, but I think the composition from Blue is much better. Oh, is Gala not play Lucio? I didn't know that. They didn't really scrim the Ram. I mean, I believe it. Trying to get that angle there. He's looking for that blade. Oosh. Clears the Kiriko, though. They need to be able to kite this out. They need to be able to live. Can Hadi live? Yes, they can kite that out. Nope. Fi is just another animal again. Where is Shockwave? Shockwave is on the floor. He doesn't get healing. He just gets 3-tapped. They need to try and win this. Huge blade. Oh my gosh, that's perfectly executed. They use the beat. There's the team follow-up that we wanted. Ramacha, everybody's pushing on main. They beat. He right-click cancels into the ultimate. He focuses the Sojourn because the Sojourn gets the resource immediately and slides away. There's a slash dash. She's used her mobility cooldown. Slash. Bang. Bang. Goes for Kiriko because he knows that Kiriko has used Suzu and just gets sucked out. This is actually still winnable through that blade. Oh man, that's actually such a, that's almost that like he almost single-handedly deadlifts that fight. That was actually so well done, both from a mechanical standpoint, but also the timing, the team play. It's a shame that Shockwave is dead there. They should have won that fight. Again, you notice that he has his deflect, right? He goes for a dash. He has his deflect. It's really well played. I don't know. They try to push with him. They push awkwardly. Astro dies. But the play from Kev, again, leaves no complaints. Chat, will we review a Kevster losing VOD? Twister, thank you for the sub, mate. Sure. I well put. Well put. Thanks for the sub, mate. That's okay. It's okay. All right. We keep going. I actually think they lose this map. A little bit of an early deflect. Again, that left click accuracy is disgusting. Especially in a hitbox like Kiriko. The fact that there's any sort of pressure from a Genji onto a Kiriko within left click range is just absolutely silly. They're fighting that angle. You don't know why it's in Swedish? My bad. No worries. He's thinking about it. I'm surprised he's not fighting for that top angle. Oh, he's going for BAP. They've given up on the off angle. They're just going right for BAP. This is ambitious, to say the least. I would have preferred a more methodical approach of clearing the off angle, but that's more of a team play call, right? Will they get a tick? Is this grand final? I don't think so. Yeah, that definitely was a brute force for sure. I would have been a more patient approach. But that was not a Kevster thing. That was the whole team was definitely calling for it. He's down his deflect. They're waiting for Hadi here. Where is he going to go? He's really patient. Sauna. Perfect dive cycle there. Dash, deflect, forces resources, gets the lamp. But that might be a loss there, guys. Yeah, that's a loss. Okay. Is this the upper bracket finals? Okay. Fi. What's he gonna do? So he's going to point more here because it's hard for Junker Queen to stall point because she doesn't really have any damage mitigation. Whereas, unironically, a deflecting Genji that's kind of 80-80 strafing can live a little bit longer with pocket than a Junker Queen can. At least at this level. Winnable? No, he has to touch now. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we're actually going to stop there. We're actually going to stop right there. Really remarkable stuff from Kevster, even in this losing VOD. I wanted to include a losing VOD. There's another Flashpoint VOD that I have recorded as well, but we don't have as much time for that. One was a much longer one as well. Maybe we'll look at that later. I'm not sure, but we have some other VODs to look at. But the main thing with Kevster is it's a lot like the Tracer, where it's like the discipline, and then knowing when to pull the trigger. And then when you do pull the trigger, being able to execute 9 times out of 10 with perfect mechanics. The left click mechanics were crazy. The blade timings were really, really good. The target party, the space clearing overall, really, really good. Yeah. Any questions about Kevster stuff specifically? Are we doing more after Elo Mastery? Yes, we are. We're going to be back. We're going to be on the Rupal, Seeker, and Hawk grind. Shockwave, the weak line in this team. I don't think there really is a weak line in this team. I mean, I'm not as familiar with all of their high level of play right now. I know But you know, I think that like this is just more of like, I think to be honest with you, it was more a lot of team play. It was some individual ints, and I think the composition was just a lot worse. Yeah, we learned that Kevster is perfect, and if something goes wrong, it was team issue. Yes, that is absolutely the play. What separates Kevster's Genji from other top Genji? I think that he has a much better understanding of his cycle, knowing his limits, space control. Like he's a much more methodical Genji while still being competent mechanically. And by competent, I mean S tier. But by competent, I mean he's not necessarily a proper level Genji or an alpha Yi level Genji, but he has a really, in terms of mechanics, but his discipline, his knowledge, his map control, his space, his cooldown cycling, and things like that are really, really good. Yeah, so mechanics and smart. And that's kind of like the Kev way. You know, that's kind of the Kevster way. No aim, no brain, or all aim, no brain, or vice versa, you know? So there's a lot to learn here. And the reason why I like that from Kevster especially is because you can actually like, I hope that you guys are able to learn some things that actually apply to your Genji and your Tracer. Because a lot of what Kevster was doing wasn't just, oh, this works because he's crazy mechanics, right? It's just good Overwatch, you know? Like it doesn't matter what rank you are. It doesn't matter what rank you are. This is going to be useful. So yeah. Any other questions about Kevster specifically? Because if not, we might actually go into the Elo Mastery call, and then we'll be back. 3 wins, 0 losses. Surely that was the reason. Will this be published on YouTube? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, absolutely will be. Very smart, disciplined Overwatch. Yeah, I think Stalker's a really smart player as well. Stalker's like the perfect package too, because he's also a mechanical freak, right? So he's a smart player and also just ridiculously mad. Stalker might be the best Tracer we've ever had. I mean, it's hard to classify him as the best Tracer ever because he's only been here for a season. But this past season was probably the best Tracer play that we've ever seen in the history of Overwatch. You know, he's only one season, so you can't classify him as the Tracer GOAT necessarily, but that his peaks on Tracer this past season was the highest level of Tracer play we have ever seen from anybody ever. I think Kevster would have had higher peaks if he played Hitscan. Potentially. Potentially. He does have that Hitscan gene in there too. So, yeah. Okay, let's get our Elo Mastery thing situated here. Like I said, we'll get back on the POV grind once this call's done. If Owl's done, what is the replacement now? Not sure. It's a great question. That's the $1 million question. I think right now it's going to be some small tournaments that Blizzard's going to be experimenting with. We'll have to wait and see. If you used to play Hitscan, the first time I saw him was Jane's 1K Widow tournament. Okay, let's get this started. So exclamation mark Elo Mastery. Aw, look at this. All right. Can we watch some Rupal? We will be looking at some Rupal in a little bit. Let's get this call started. I think this is a free coaching call. Yes, let's get this started. Can you guys hear me? I left and rejoined because every single time I start a call, it freaks out on me. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay, good. Every single time it freaks out and doesn't work, so I left and rejoined immediately. So in theory, this should work. All right, let's get this juicy started here. Welcome everybody. Happy afternoon. Happy holidays. Hope everyone's doing well. This is going to be my last coaching call of the year of 2023. Let's go sniffing around here. So we got the coaching call chat here. We got a code here from Hudson. We got a code from M. Me running to get codes now. I think I would have been too late. Motley's here as well. Good to see everybody. Yeah, let's have some fun here. Let's not waste any time. Let's get right into Hudson here. Torb Grandmaster Havana, start at 1250. Hudson, do you want to jump into the call? Tell me about your Torbjorn on Havana. Sure, right. Let's get you in here. What's up, mate?
What's up?
How are you?
It's one of those days where it's like yesterday I went 8-2, and today I went like 3-6. So
It happens. It happens. So it happens when you commit too many war crimes. The matchmaker just, it has to balance things out. Play too much Torbjorn. Okay, let's take a look here. So what are we looking at? This fight right here, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is where like I started. I don't know. I started getting. My team was telling me that I wasn't doing the right thing.
What were they telling you?
Specifically, my Ana was telling me that I needed to be peeling for. Wait, no, that's a different game. She was telling me I need to be playing more around our Zarya, I think.
Yep.
So I started playing with our Zarya, and it worked this fight. But I feel like other fights that wasn't really the play. when she was saying that, at least it wasn't really the play.
Sure.
Like they have
sure.
they have flankers here, so
Yep.
I'm like kind of playing for that right now, which
Yep.
is I think what she wanted. So
Okay.
here it worked. This fight it worked. So I guess it's not really a great example of why
We can look
I
at it. We can look at
wasn't
two
playing
fights maybe. So
Okay.
what I would say in theory is when you have this open of a map, you're like, hey, I'm not playing versus a Hanzo Widow. It's going to blow my head off. The last thing you want to do is stacking on your backline for flankers. What you need to be thinking is about like what flanks will those flankers take and deny those flanks from even happening and poke them out. Now, what you might do is you go, oh, my Ana's standing here. So where should your turret placement be?
Well, I was just thinking of it like they have a Sombra, so where should my turret placement be? So I just put it around my Ana.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, exactly. Throw it back here, right? Just put your turret back here. Obnoxious, right? Genji goes for your Ana. Sombra goes for your Ana. Big problem, right? But then you don't really benefit a lot from controlling space on top of your Ana. So what I do is I put my turret here, and then I might actually off angle here. Where I know that, what is it?
Yeah, I get that. I feel like that's normally what I would do.
Right.
But she was like making a fit out of it.
Well, she's an idiot, respectfully. So like this is by doing this, you have like if I'm playing, let's put this way. If I'm this Genji,
This Genji was pretty good.
do you see what you've just created by stacking with your Ana?
Well, I
Where's-
mean, right now he's
Do you see how he's able to take any off angle he wants and get directly on top of your backline?
oh yeah, like he just walked out in the open like that.
Right,
without a threat.
right. Whereas if you're here, you can test him contesting your Sombra. You can test him diving your backline. If he dashes you, you get full pocket from your Ana and you have your overload. This is what you want. This is what you want. By doing this here, I would rather, as a Genji player or a Tracer Sombra player, have the enemy team grouped up and me be able to take any flank that I want because he could still freaking kill your Ana here. Then I would much rather have that than have people off-angling and denying me from taking the flanks in the first place.
Yeah, especially when he has a mercy pocket.
Especially
Like,
when he has
it's
the
easier
mercy
for him.
pocket. Especially when he has the mercy pocket. Because your Ana can still pocket you if the Genji goes through here. But this, I mean,
I just got nanoed.
he just got nanoed. And honestly, looking at, I'm actually curious. Yeah, I mean, he just gets nanoed and EMP'd and then bubbled and then booped it. But like, this is like you let them get any setup that they wanted, right? And even looking at it from the other perspective as well is why does this fail? Look at this from like a macro coach perspective. Do you see the problem here?
Why his thing fails?
You
Why
see
his
this?
attack, the Genji's attack?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See
well,
this?
his team's not nowhere near him.
Right. So it took an EMP, a nano, 2 bubbles, and an overload, and a nade to peel off 2 people.
Yeah, I mean we shouldn't need that much.
Exactly.
To be honest.
So I would prefer for you when it comes to these flanker matchups, utilize that turret like you're using it here as like discouragement to go. Like they have to choose between. Oh, that's brilliant! You almost got him. But I think it's really important that you control angles. You control an angle with cover. You control an angle where your support can see you, and you preferably control an angle where you can poke out the flankers, right? Like you don't want a Genji getting on top of you at full HP, right? But I do not want you stacking here.
Okay, I get that.
Like even here, not good, not good, not good. This is again where you put your turret like here-ish, right?
And now I could be going like right side.
And then right side, right? Exactly. You start here as they push up, you kite out to here, you hold the single here, and then you're cooking. That's the best thing. Prevention's worth a pound of cure. Because if I'm this Sombra, I don't know why the Sombra is even coming from this angle. This entire lane is totally free, right?
Yeah, we're all stacked.
Right, and the same thing goes for the Genji as well. Like Genji's pushing cart right now, but again, Genji's uncontested here. All of the DPS are in front of his sightlines. There's no off angle here. There's no pincer pressure here. There's no spam, and anything that they throw this direction is going to hit you all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you know, play around your support sightlines, but don't play on top of your supports. That's the key takeaway. And if they tell you otherwise, they can respectfully screw off. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah, he was getting pretty mad because he was dying a lot. So
Yeah.
he-
It's because he's going in basically by himself every single time. Has no patience whatsoever. But yeah, okay, makes sense.
yeah, just off angle. Don't listen to my Ana. He's made
Basically.
a silly goose.
Basically. You know, and again, the turret can be really useful for your Ana to interrupt it, but yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely not. All right, man.
Keep using my turret how I was, but
Exactly.
I can play somewhere else.
Exactly. All right, cheers, mate. All right, let's keep going here. M, you want to jump in? Hey, long time no chat, right?
Yeah.
Good to see you, mate. All right, let's take a look at this. Thanks for the sub, mate. How's the practice been in the last 24 hours?
It's hard to say, but the win rate so far is exactly 0%.
Okay, lovely.
So
Practice makes perfect. So
Yeah.
let's see here. Starting at 5:35 here. Let's take a look here. Okay. Nice. Grabbing Mega. Nice.
is this how the combo works? I'm not sure if I did it or not.
Sure. So let's look at it. So you want to animation cancel it just a little bit. So this is what it would look like. Let's slow it down. So here you're hitting a shot. You hit another. What I would do is I'd shoot one more time. Left, right click. Left, right click. So you'd shoot into charging your punch. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So right here is you could squeeze one more shot, then charge your punch, then go shoot. You know, obviously hit the shots, but the shots are fine. And then here, you've done your job. So then all you need to do is just live, right? So you go for the high ground, you mess it up a little bit, but you have the right idea. And it still works. And that's one of those fights right there where it's like, first off, if you're slightly mechanically better with the combo and with hitting your shots, Mercy's dead, right? Second mechanical error. If you're slightly better with your slam accuracy, you get to high ground and you live easily. And then you go in again, right?
Yep.
Instead, what happens here is you almost freaking die. But the idea of what you did, totally fine. Timing, perfect. The way that you use your cooldowns, also perfect. Just hit your shots and don't slam into a wall. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's the best news that you could possibly hear, because that means all you need to do is practice. Sure? You know, find your target here. Don't just randomly use this cooldown. Now, this was closer to what we want you to do here. So watch this carefully. Right here. Would prefer the slam on Ashe. Obviously, you didn't really know where she was. But right here, watch this. So you shoot and then charge your punch. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Just do it a little bit faster, because it could be bam, 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 bam. Now there's like a shot, then a charge punch. It could be comboed instantly. And that's something that you can literally practice it in the practice range. But it's a good target. mean, they've got a lot of ults here, so. But good job. Find that Mercy. Or find the Ashe, either one. Okay, Liv, grab that Mega. Grab that Mega. Oh, he's got it for you. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's just mechanics. Like you need to be a little bit faster here. So like let's look at this right here. So you punch in, you don't quite get what you want. You're living, you're getting cover here. What should you do right now?
Probably slam on the Ashe because I have nothing to be afraid of, really.
Exactly. You have your cooldowns, you have full HP, you need to slam in that Ashe. So this right here is a troll. You have your CDs, you have your HP, and so what's happening is then you end up having to play patty cake with the Reaper, who's being pocketed by Mercy. Not the best target. The Reaper's not the worst target in the history of the world, but it's not very good. And then by the time you disengage, you've lost too much HP. Right?
Do I engage on the Ashe with the punch or the slam there?
Oh, great question. Great question. I'm gonna let you think about it. Tell me what you think. Let's wait. Okay, so let's say that you go right now. What do you think?
I mean, I don't have the time to charge it, so I guess slam it is.
Yeah,
because the
probably
Reaper is
slam. Yeah,
shooting.
exactly. You don't have time to slam it because the Reaper's shooting you in the face. So you slam, then what do you do?
Shoot, right click.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. You could even just do one shot into the punch. That would work too. It's up to you. But shoot, and then animation canceling that second shot into the punch. Perfect. Then you shoot again, or you use your power block if the Reaper's turned around and decide what you do from there. Perfect.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. See, when I asked you that question, what should you do? I would slam because I would take too much damage for the punch. Okay, then what? Well, then I'd shoot, then punch. You're exactly right. So you know mostly how to play the character. Right now, you just need to actually practice doing what you know, right? Which is obviously really hard.
Right.
But you definitely are on the right track. Let's watch one more fight here. Yep. Okay. Okay, let's go. Perfect. Get her.
Was that it? Was it fast enough or not?
Let's watch. Yeah, it was close. Yeah, it was close. You was close. The only thing I would say here is this is a situation here where maybe you don't even need to punch. Right? Look at how close you are. This is where you just go, it's a shooter, right? But you got close to the combo here, so just shoot. And then here, shoot some more, that was good. But still, it's still tinking, right? She loses the angle, she almost dies, then Valk has to come all the way back to help her out. It's all right. And you lost almost no HP for it. Oh, no. Oh no! Look at this guy. Look at this freeze frame here, man. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But maybe you live. Yep, good.
That's sort of avoidable as well, I think.
It was very avoidable. Yes, very avoidable. That's okay. Now here, I want to shoot punch. See this? Shoot punch. You punch here because you can hit her into a wall. So you shoot, tap your punch, hit her into the wall, shoot again.
Okay.
You missed the punch, but you also didn't shoot before you punched. You should have. Nice. Next target. Yeah, I think it's getting a little bit hectic here. I would heal up a little bit. Look for that Mercy. Close. Oh, you needed to go for that Mercy. She was low there. That's okay. That's just to live because you're probably you're gonna die. Okay, so again, I think the fact that you're practicing the combos is really, really important. You're doing a good job with it. Keep practicing. And what I would do is whenever you have like a fight like this where you're like, I don't really know what I could have done. I would look back at the replay code, slow it down, and be like, okay, which ability should I have used? Should I have gone in with that one? Could I have gone from a better angle? Was I using my shots properly? That's kind of like what you need to be asking yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because I do think that you're smart enough to be right 80% of the time within analyzing your own gameplay. And continually analyzing it and then practicing and continually analyzing practice, you're going to get a lot better. Make sense?
Good. Yep.
All right, mate. Good luck with your practice. I'll chat with you later. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, let's go next here. How long does it take to get from low GM to GM1? Big gap. Big gap. I would say low GM to GM1 is the equivalent of going from around low diamond to mid to high masters. It's a little bit more than just a rank. It's a pretty big gap. So it depends on the person. Sometimes players get on a lucky streak. Sometimes players meta falls in, right? Sometimes players get on a really hard grind. And they just feel it. So I would say getting from low GM to GM1 should take some time, but it depends on the person more than anything else. Depends on the amount of play time, the characters that you're playing, your mentality, all that kind of stuff. Poke, did I throw this fight? Okay. Well, it's Poke, so I'm sure that you did. Poke, you want to jump into a call? All right, yes. Poke wants to jump into a call. Poke wants to yell at me. I realized I trash talked you, but you just curb stomped me in Pogs not that long ago, so I should probably, watch my mouth,
That's
All
fair.
right.
That's fair.
All right. Let's see here. What do we got here? 18. Okay. I feel like we're like the old Jane or Emong content. Did I throw this fight? Who's the Smurf? All right. What do we got here? I don't really see the value in this a whole lot. This is something. So this is something that were you watching when we were analyzing Kevster earlier?
No.
Okay. So this is what I would like to call the I'm not going to dive. So I'm going to use my CDs to just kind of hold your attention for a few seconds, almost like a tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a legitimate thing to do, right? If you're not planning on diving, hold the angle, and just kind of because you need you to deflect here. It's a good distraction for some CDs. I mean, you could have even deflected there and gotten away with it, right? The reason, when you want to do that, though, is when their tank is committed or one of their DPS have committed. In other words, if you go for this here and this Zarya is not hugging the corner baiting charge, but is actually in. Let's say they've got a primal rage. Their Malgus just jumped in. Any sort of commit from their tank, you being able to live here and hold their attention for 1, 2, 3 seconds without losing resources is actually really, really, really valuable. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is now as you're holding their attention and baiting their resources, but their Zarya isn't really paying for it because she's not really committed. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
if you're going to go for the soft pressure backline, hold their attention with your cooldowns, whatever, wait for their tank to overextend a little bit and then go for it. So it would be a situation where maybe it would be now, right? Because that Zarya has crossed the line, right? She's actually crossed the line where she's actually getting poked out. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense.
But in that case, I can't go from this position, can I? Because they just poke me. And
Well,
hit the ring.
you funny poke. Well then in that case, are you even full HP? You see, you're not even full HP.
No.
But in that case, you could go from this position, but not this particular spot. So you'd want to be here or here and kind of playing inside the room. Because you're right. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
I
please.
actually was thinking, couldn't I hide on the Mega Room?
You could. Yes, you could. You could. Absolutely. And you could, like I said, either the Mega Room or just play inside here, playing around the mini. Because, the misunderstanding here is where you're holding and where your team is fighting are two different things. You can even see it. You can even kind of see it here. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
So even when you go for this kind of a play, your team's not really committed. And then even though you're still holding this angle here, it's still not really where your team is. Look at your Joker Queen actually gives up space to cart, which then completely opens yourself up to getting poked on. So I wouldn't say you threw this fight. I think your Queen could have held a little bit more space. Your Kiriko could have healed you a little bit better here. It's a little bit unlucky, a little bit unfortunate. But I think the main thing here is that there's a misunderstanding about where the fight is actually taking place. Where is the line? And not only does that cost you your cooldowns earlier for no benefit at all, but then that costs you your life about 10 seconds later. So either here, hold inside here, or do what you said there and just sit and hide in Mega. Wait. Punch out here.
I essentially did what I complained that other people do a lot, which is split I'm split between two ideas, and instead of deciding one of them, I'm kind
Sure.
of in between, right? Instead
Yeah.
of just waiting on the high grounds for them to walk in, get a free drop on the back line, I'm going in too early and now I got forced out. Yeah.
Pretty much. I will say it's a lot harder to kind of just know where you're playing with compositions like this. You know, this isn't like a sniper comp where your Sigma holds a corner, your Widowmaker holds a side lane, you just turn around like, all right, we're playing here. It's very dynamic, right? Like your Junker Queen might push up, your Junker Queen might back up, but you need to be paying attention to those things as much as you possibly can. Because if you get left over here while your Junker Queen is speed boosting out, then you're screwed. You're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Assuming that I don't do any of those plays because I'm scared of, let's say, the echo pushing me. Because
Yeah.
any poke I take, the echo flies at me. Very, very
Yep.
easy for me to die.
Yep.
Isn't it awkward for me to just stand on one of the corners? I guess if my whole team is playing the corner, maybe we're waiting for them, baiting them in, and then maybe Zarya wastes bubbles, we rush in and kill the Zarya.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
it's
like,
not
other than
terrible.
that, I feel like it's awkward for Genji. No?
Yeah, it's not. It is hard because let's say that you think that this is the angle to hold, but then your team pushes up like beyond this choke, and you're like, well, crap, now I have to wrap all the way around behind. In that, if you're really not sure where your team is holding, it's not the end of the world to play in the general vicinity of your Junker Queen, and kind of look for like a brawl with your team approach. It's not the end of the world. It's not optimal necessarily, but it's not the end of the world. That's my take on it anyway.
Alrighty. Well,
right,
thanks
mate.
for your 2 cents then.
Of course, mate. Cheers.
All right. Bye.
Oh, I cut him off. Sorry, folk. Cheers, man. Okay, let's keep going here. Motley, 1145, Masters Tank. I can never find a good time to move people out of the back into the audience. All right, love you so much. Yeah. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Okay. Motley, do you want to jump in, mate? Are you here? Do you want to jump in a call? We don't have to, but it's up to you. Yes, Molly raises. Okay, come on in, Molly. What's up, mate?
Yellow.
Masters Tank, Ramatra. Oh no, Malga. You scumbag. You are absolutely friendless. Nobody loves you.
I had to. I swear this Doomfist was smurfing.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I guess I'll tolerate it. All right, so what are we looking at here? Just this fight in general, anything specific?
I feel I was trying to
Thanks for the
sort
stuff,
of
Intus.
implement, like committing more.
Yeah.
Because I used to think like, oh, I'm tunneling too much on certain things, and then
Mhm.
like in another coaching call, I noticed that like, or the coaches like pointed out that like I'm not committing enough sometimes, and sometimes like too little.
Right. Finding that balance. Okay, so we're basically looking with Malga. When am I missing opportunities to commit, or when am I committing when I shouldn't?
Yeah, it's like mistiming, or just like, am I not
Sure.
getting, I guess, the correct value?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Poor guy. So this is like a great example of when should you commit.
Yeah, it's like I have cardiac, I have rush.
But your
I should
HP,
totally
your nade.
true.
See, it's you can even, you're looking at it very black and white, which is oftentimes true, but not always true. For example, right now, you're EMP'd, or your ult gets EMP'd, you're naded. You shouldn't even be peeking here. Because what's the point? You're just going to lose HP. So what should you be doing right now instead?
Probably focusing the Sombra that's trying to get her value
Just,
from her.
just
EP
shoot
right
the
now.
Sombra and hide. Just shoot the Sombra and hide. Shoot the Sombra and hide. Let the nade expire, and then do what you just said, which is, hey, we're up one. I have my cardiac overdrive. I have my rush. I go in. I beat the ever-living crap out of anything that I want. Right? The problem is that you're too impatient. You want to go now, but you shouldn't go now. And so what's going to happen is you're going to lose your armor. You're going to lose your HP, and your nade is now expired. You should be going now, but you can't.
But I can't. Yeah.
But you can't because you decided to go when you couldn't. It's you know what the equivalent is. It's equivalent of a Winston without bubble, peeking a Hanzo and right clicking, or peeking a Bastion and right clicking and losing like 500 HP, and then not being able to dive as soon as you get your bubble back. Like, congrats, you did 80, 100 poke damage, but now you can't actually dive when you want to. It's like you wanted to tickle that Mercy, you wanted to tickle that Ana, but now because you were too impatient, now you can't actually commit when you should. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So be a little.
because I also do that on Winston.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, it's the constant uptime. So then you don't actually get good uptime. You're gray. You need to be black and white, black and white, black and white, black and white. More decisively passive, more decisively aggressive, depending on the status of your CDs, your HP, and the enemy team. You're naded, you do nothing. You wait. When the nade is expired, you don't just sit here passively, you go in hard.
I actually thought because of like Mauga's passive where he builds over health, I thought it could actually like stop like anti-nade from being that effective, but like seeing my HP drop that fucking fast.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, even it's also like the range with which you're peaking here too, because like this Widowmaker could just take your entire HP off right now. In fact, actually, she's actually if this Widowmaker headshots you, you die.
Yeah.
So you don't peek a Widow, you dive a Widow, right? Right? You don't poke at a Widow. You either don't peek the Widow at all, or you just kick her in the teeth, right? And so even here, it's like this is too much poke damage, Mauga or not. Now it's good. No, so better than my mechanics. That's not a compliment. It was so embarrassing on stream 2 days ago. I was like, I don't play Overwatch enough for this abuse. I like this angle here. Love this angle, really. Beautiful, beautiful, really nice. I think you could have egoed this angle a little bit. So I'm thinking like maybe run to here and hold here. Because the Doom pushes you. So the main thing is you just don't want to get shot by other people. So if the Doom pushes you here, you cardiac overdrive and you laugh at his face, even though you're 100 HP, right? You just heal yourself back to full. So I think even just using your cardiac overdrive to reposition yourself slightly, just so that you're taking less spam, it kind of gives your like that brief running animation, like a couple of Ana shots, and you're basically full HP now, because you just don't take any damage while doing this. But I don't think that there's a whole lot to learn from this fight because Widow just killed everybody. The angle is good. The target priority was good. You went from the Doomfist and then pivoted to the Ashe and killed the Ashe, and then ran out when you were low. I think it was fine.
I think I had like 3 games like that last night. This being one of them. This is not fun.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. Welcome to Mauga. Unironically, felt at times that the hero was trash in a couple of my games. Clearly not trash, but in some circumstances, definitely feels trash.
Yeah.
And even this is just like, be careful. This is a damage boosted Ashe, Widowmaker, and Ana, right? Here's a little bit of that gray. Here's a little bit of that gray, right? Now, you don't have bad poke damage. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me, what I'm thinking here is like we don't have a one shot. So it's like I'm thinking that I have to kind of take attention away to kind of make these shots from the Widow and Ashe harder.
Sure.
So that my DPS can actually contest these two.
That's fine. That's fine. But do you need to be peeking all 3 in the middle of the open?
Oh God.
Right?
No.
Do this. Poke the Ana out first. Then poke the Widow out. Then poke the Ashe out. Set them on fire individually. Right? And even if you are going to peek them more like, oh, if the Widow hits a shot that I could duck behind. If I get naded and the Widow headshots me, maybe you die, right?
Yeah.
That happens, right? Like you snap your fingers and you're dead. Don't let that be a possibility. Are you even firing the right gun? Okay, she was on fire there. I was making sure you were firing the correct gun there. I saw right click and they weren't on fire yet. I was like, what? Okay, that's fine. No. Do not peel this guy back. Do not peel this off. If he is not directly accessible, even with this character, your job here is to get the cart and be an absolute ass right here. Do not let this. You have perfect cover, you have mega, and you still have your rush. So even if that Ana sleeps and nades you, you can just run away, right? And meanwhile, you're holding space. What you did see, she's actually... Yeah, you're peeling.
I feel like I just got desperate because like supports were like saying a lot how Doomfist was just doing everything he wanted.
Right, as we just watched the last fight where the Woodmaker killed 4 people, right? So it's like you gotta let him do his thing unless he's accessible. If he's accessible, you can obliterate him, right? But you can't go backwards, right? That's so dangerous. I mean, this is fine, right? But the initial going backwards was not so good.
Mm-hmm.
Even here, what should you do?
I don't know how deep Doomfist is in my backline because I don't.
It's not your
I'm
responsibility,
I'm
right?
trying to build a I'm trying to build a habit of like looking back to see like my team.
Right. You know your team is pushing or fighting the Doomfist at least.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Like I should probably just cut the angle for Widow. Yeah.
Are you scared to sleep dart nade?
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Anytime you can dive as squishy as Malga and you're not scared of sleep dart, nade, burst damage, whatever, you should try and take it.
Yeah.
You should try and take it. You know, because it's not just the sleep and nade here. It's also the fact that the Ashe can't see you, the Widow can't see you very easily. So it's like you would never go blam this way. You can definitely go this way, force off the angle, poke, 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 turn around the Doomfist, and then listen for sleep nade for opportunities to actually commit mid-fight.
Yeah. For example.
Because you're shooting the right.
I think that was ours sleep.
Yeah. You're shooting the right target here, but it's like you could be doing.
Not the right position.
But right, you could be so much more of a threat. And again, you'd force the Widow out, and then now you could have a better angle on this Ashe here again without picking sleep dart and nade. You see this?
Yeah.
So the Ashe that ends up getting the kill, you know, you could be doing essentially like what I would like to call like a mine sweeper, essentially where you're like sweeping out an off angle, controlling the off angle, and doing very similar to how Reinhardt would play. The difference between you and Reinhardt is that you have a little bit more of that mid-range poke, but you need cover a lot more because you don't have that consistent damage mitigation.
And my charger is also immune to CC.
Yeah, exactly. What I would say for you so far is like your cover usage needs work. And think about methodically like pushing up, controlling space, pushing up, controlling space, pushing up, controlling space, instead of kind of standing in this gray zone of just pokey the poke DPS, instead of taking better angles to do that exact same thing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? This hero is like actually kind of hard when you get to this level of nuance. The problem with this character is that level of nuance is not always necessary, right? But versus this kind of a composition, absolutely. It demands you to be able to do this kind of stuff. Otherwise, you're not going to win.
Yeah. It's kind of like on Hog where like usually it's like if you can flank somebody, you should flank somebody on Hog.
You know, you could either just obliterate the front line, but as soon as they go counters, that's when, you know, Roadhog has to like really show their skill. Okay. Any questions?
Not really. I'm pretty satisfied with this.
All right, mate. Well, appreciate your time.
right.
I'm going to
Thank
cut
you.
you off
See
mid-sentence.
you.
Ah, no, he said see you too fast. Rats. Almost got him. We'll get him next time. Okay, Tusk. Gold Hog. First round, couldn't even touch points, so I know what it could have done. All right. Tusk, do you want to jump in the call? More than welcome to if you'd like to. If not, I'll just review it. No problem. GIF fail. Did I see a GIF fail? Okay, Tusk wants to come in there. I saw that, Motley. Hot in 4K. What's up, mate? Couldn't even touch point. Is this the first point attack here?
Yeah, I always want to go that point.
Say that one more time. Your
Just-
mic's a little bit glitchy. What is that?
I always have problems with that point. I just
Yeah.
can't. If I step in, I'm going to explode.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very, very open point. Very difficult. Okay, let's take a look here. Nice. I did not know that could do that. I had no idea. Okay. Well, that's fun. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about Hog. So the difference between Hog and Malga, both have like phenomenal self-sustain. Both have phenomenal frontline presence, good mid-range poke. You know, you have not quite as good mid-range poke as him, but you can actually pull people in. Yeah. The big thing with Malga is that he's not quite as self-sufficient, right? He needs a little bit more support from his team because let's say he can't heal off of you. He takes a lot of damage. Mm-hmm. Your strength is you might get run over by Malga if he gets team support, right? But you are almost totally self-sufficient. So what I want you to be
Yeah.
looking for with Hog, especially in these chokes here, you're like, this is a nasty choke. I can't get out of this choke. Think 5-dimensional chess here. Stop playing this fight here. Because all you could do here is pull the Malga. Maybe you guys get a wall. Maybe you kill him. Maybe you don't, right?
Mhm.
Open up
I was
a
actually
flank.
thinking about that.
Open it up.
Yes,
Yes. Yes. Open it up. Take the angle here. Take the angle here. If the entire team chases you, heal and run away. Your team will get out of the choke. If not the entire team chases you, then at some point somebody's going to die to you. They're going to get eye to a hook. They're going to give you too much. They're going to look at you, and then your team is going to get a widow headshot from main. One of the biggest problems with mid to lower ranks on this choke is that because people don't utilize a different off angle. And so everybody, like, look at this: Junkrat, Malga, Soldier Spam, Pylon, all this crap going through this choke. Split their attention. Take an angle. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's something that's not just applicable on this map, but anytime there's a really ugly choke as Hog and you're struggling to get out of it, take an angle. Your character has really good self-sustain. You don't need help on that off angle. And your team might be like, oh, Hog, come tank for us. But your job as a tank is to scare people, to threaten them, so that they look at you and not your team. Right here, they can look at you and your team. You're not a distraction. You're not tanking right now. All you're doing now is absorbing damage, but that's not what a tank does.
Yeah, I should split their attention.
Exactly. Not only split their attention, but you're more likely to get a kill. You see, that hook was good, but it doesn't really do anything. You know, what if we got a hook on Junk or Soldier? More likely to get a kill or 4 cooldowns.
I should just pull him in. My man should wall him, but he literally didn't do anything. So
Yeah. I mean, it's hard, right? It's hard. But you're also not helping him too much either, right? Like you're hoping that you can hit the hook wall combo perfectly. If you don't, you might not be able to get out of this choke. That's why that angle is so important, because when you take that angle, there's so many different ways of breaking the choke. You could get a kill. You could hook. You could have 5 people chasing you, and you run away and you live. Your Widow could get a headshot. There's so many things here. That was good. But see, it's not good enough. If all you are is a threat to that Malga, the Malga will never die. That's why taking that angle is so important. It's because it splits their attention, like you said, but it also means that you might be able to hook a Soldier or an Idiari or a Junkrat. I mean, we're gonna zoom through this because this might be a lot of the same, right? You know, and that's okay. You know, if you don't know, you don't know. You know, because this is the thing, and I encourage you, if this ever happens to you again, like I said, if you ever feel very stuck, like we can't, don't be scared to try something. Don't be scared to try an off angle or a flank. If it doesn't work, that's okay. You learn something. But see, even here, okay, so that you're using Kitsune Rush, right? You're using the Kitsune Rush. I don't want you shooting Malga here. He's full HP.
Go for the squishies.
Go for the squishies. This guy does not freaking die unless you have an anti-nade or sleep dart or burst damage. He just heals off of you. So in the tank versus tank trade, unless you have like a whole hog or something like that, he's not going to die. But you can kill this guy really quick. You can kill this guy faster than he can kill your backline. That's how it's balanced, right? He's better at healing off of you, but you're better at killing his backline, so do it. The Junkrat's right there. Because there it is, like, right? You got another hook, another hook, another hook. But it's not going to matter. So it's both the angles and... see? See? You did it! You finally did it! You got out of the choke somehow. You guys used all the ultimates in the world. And the one time you actually go for it, guy just folds over. Nice hook, nice shot. Really, really good job. Really good job. Wait. See, okay, this is funny. You're saying to group up here, but that's the last thing you want them to do. You want these guys to set up a crossfire. Like, they're all looking this way, and then you're just like, blam! And then they all freak out and they look this way, and then they die to your Bastion over here, right? Now, you don't want to be... you want to fight at the same time as your team, but you don't need to fight at the same spot. right? So you're like, oh, my teammate's throwing, right? No, this is great. This is great. You want this. Now, do not hook the Malga. Look, you know, like this is, oh, please. Oh, no, and you're back on main again. I mean, they have a lot of ultimates, to be fair. This is a really hard fight to win. I will say, nice job going for the squishy there. Maybe. Ah, almost. I mean, I'm honestly, mate, that's mostly it here. Yeah. I give up. I go Malga. I give up. I go Malga. I don't blame him. This character is so stupid. But yeah, I think I strongly encourage you. It doesn't mean that you have to always flank as Hog. But if you ever feel stuck, you absolutely can flank as Hog a lot of the time. And do try to prioritize non-Malga whenever you can. Unless you have some sort of nade or sleep dart to help kill him. I think getting those kills in the Junkrats and things can be really helpful. Make sense?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Cheers, mate. Have a good rest of your evening. I'll chat with you later. See you, Tusk. Okay. Let's oh gosh. Is Lexa here? Lexa just drops a code and pieces out, I swear. That was gold. That was gold. All right. Let's flying update. Oh dear. What's happening? I know. Do I have to restart over? Hang on, chat. Hang on, boys and girls. We're gonna have to stop stream and have to restart here. It's bugging out on me. Surely this code wasn't throwing. Yeah, give me a second. I'll restart it. It's been a while since that's happened. F indeed, yes. You guys do anything for the holidays? You seeing any friends or family? I count myself pretty lucky around the holidays. I get really excited around Christmas time. Not to rub it in, but I've got a pretty sick family. 93Q, where's the code here? If this code doesn't work, Alexa, I swear. Oh, there we go, there we go. Going home to Italy, nice. Braxpro says, yeah. Sick. All right, I think we're good. So we've resumed the stream. Lexa says, I feel like my Sojourn is very bad in any composition besides Brawl versus Brawl. Sadly, Brawl versus Brawl is the only code I could get. I still think it's not the best. I don't have a timestamp. You can pick it at random. I don't know how to play Sojourn really. Okay, Lexa, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Building rail, building rail. Got a little bit of an angle there. Be careful with the cover usage. Good, so a little bit close here. I like the disruptor shot though, and I also like the angle we're taking here. This is the moment of truth. Use it! Use it! Use the rail! Ah, no! Nice! The slide out. Wow, that was insanity. Okay, that is a new one. Check this out, guys. Pin plus slide. Boing! That's unreal. All right, well, nice angle, nice disruptor shot, nice rail. Relax. Unfortunate. I understand what you're doing with that disruptor shot there. I was expecting them to kite that direction as well, so love to see it. So far, so good. And by so good, I mean decent. It's good enough. Nice. Slide in. Disruptor shot. You could even use it there on that corner. I'm headed with family to see museums and such. That actually sounds really fun. I am a huge museum enjoyer. Definitely one of the most favorite things I used to do as a kid. And every single time I see one as an adult, I'm always like, oh my gosh, it's so much fun. Disruptor shot is pretty good. Would have preferred to just wait for the wall to drop. That would have been okay too. This is low Grandmaster. Emphasis on the low. I'm joking. I'm not joking. It's Lexa. We have to be rude. The only thing I will say here, so this is a bit of a detail that we've seen a couple of times here, is when you're getting really, really focused with hitting your shots. This happened in the first fight as well. You have a tendency to press W. You see it here, right here? You should just freak. I mean, you just die because you're standing on the open. That's all there is to it. You could have the exact same sightlines holding the corner. Don't get sucked into the Brawl versus Brawl hive mind foolishness where because it's brawl versus brawl, everyone's just pressing W all the time. Hold the corner. Hold the angle. Hold the angle. Do not press W. This is a totally unnecessary death. Usually we've had a big gathering with gifts and such, but not everyone can make it, so we're going to have to go elsewhere, so might as well go to the museums. Yeah, good choice. What is happening here? Okay, I'm on the wrong POV. Favorite thing as a kid were planetarium visits. Yes, planetariums rock. I like the angle here. Keep that charge. You might need to use that disruptor shot for the Lucio. We need to keep this charge here. Thank you. That's fine. Unfortunate, but I like the attempt. Good. Love to see it. Almost as good as my Sojourn, but I'm a little better mechanically. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I'm gonna go through a couple of fights here just so we can zoom through because we're looking for more of a broad spectrum POV here. You know what? Maybe we'll do a 1.25. Just because Flexa isn't here. Relax, 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 relax. What are you aiming at? No, seriously, relax. So I don't mind the Sojourn flank, but you need to relax. Take a second. Do not fire at max rate of fire. Take a second if you need to. I also, with the hard flanks, I would prefer for you, whenever you go for a hard flank like this, to have Lucio speed. Because you're going to need some sort of support. So if your Lucio wants to play with Braxpo, thank you for the sub. If your Lucio wants to play with your team, then maybe it's better to not go for a flank. So yeah, he bails out. Okay, so maybe that was the play, but he bails out. But anyway, regardless, relax with your shots. Relax. You're not even aiming here. What are you aiming at? You're not even aiming. Your aim is better than this. This looks like my aim. The one time you actually aim, you actually hit the shot. And the headshot, too. Love to see it. You got the mechanics. Just relax. Thank you, Blaze Defy. I really appreciate the kind words, mate. Yeah, a bit of a stagger here. Okay. Yeah, twitchy with Sojourn, it happens. It's not a big deal. All right, back to 1.25. We're kicking on the Super Saiyan brain. Maybe, woo! Maybe we'll even go 1.5, just because we're feeling a little saucy with it. Good slide, hold the angle, shoot, 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 shoot. Nice, hold the angle, don't press W, don't press W. Nice, nice, nice. Hold the angle, hold the angle, hold the angle, hold the angle. Ah, dang it. You should have held the angle here. You might have been able to get a kill. I don't know why you dropped here. Hold the off angle. Hold the off angle. This fight is probably lost, but you could at least get another pick so that you guys go into this fight. You're dropping here unnecessarily. Hold the angle. Disaster. Okay, let's watch one more fight. This time, we're going to really juice it up. We're going to go 2 points. 2 speed. I love the angle here. Disruptor shot is fine as well. Good space. Careful, careful, careful. You have rail. Relax, relax, relax. Rushed. I mean, this is a terrible rail. This is a terrible rail. You're way better than this. Look at this.
Railgun still at full power.
Like, your reaction speed. Alexa, we're roasting you. You need to chill with your rails. I mean, it wouldn't be a Spylo Sojourn VOD review without saying, hey, you need to chill with your rails, right? Also, stop pressing W. Hold corners, hold cover. When you have a good angle, hold it. A couple of unnecessary deaths here. Disruptor shots have looked good, though. Good. Nice. I lied. We'll watch one more fight. We're going to go to 4 times speed. No, I'm just kidding. We can't go 4 times speed. Wouldn't it be great if we could go 4 times speed? I think it would help develop our brains so much faster, we coaches. Careful, careful, careful. Weird rail. Really weird rail. Oh my gosh, you got dunked on by Joe. Jamama. Jamama. All right, I lied. I lied again. We're going to watch one more fight. We're moving at such a brisk pace. Bro. Joe. Nice. Do you see the difference in that rail? That slight pause there, right? That was so good. I will say as well, That's a situation where you really shouldn't be pressing W though. You know, hold the angle here. I also think, given the fact that they had Shatter here and Beat, I would have probably preferred you to play the soft angle up here, Alexa. So I think, like, if we were to throw in a detail for you, I would say controlling, like, adjusting your positioning based off of the ults that they have, like playing a lot more passive, but just a little bit more distance. I think would have been better here. But yeah, slide to Mega as well. That would have been a good idea too. Okay, so relax with the rails. Consider your positioning depending on the old economy. Hold corners / cover. Stop pressing W. No plat magnet for those of you that remember some of my old VOD reviews. Alexa's raising her hand. I'll invite you to speak. What do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, I just played this scrim. I said it.
I'm aware. I'm aware. Your stupid code crashed my entire Overwatch. I think it was that bad. Seriously, I like cope loading thing as it was applying update and then just boom, and then smoke was everywhere and the fire department came. Chat will back me up. So screw you. But yeah, what do you have to say for yourself?
No, I think I totally agree. Like I've noticed chilling with the rail a lot. That I don't do that. It's the same with the cast where you did.
Yeah, exactly. But your disruptor shots were good.
Thank you.
And I also like the attempt at the flank ult. Obviously, your Lucio bailed on you, and you looked like you freaked out. But the attempt was good. The setup was good. The timing was good. So, just practice. Nothing crazy. Any questions?
Thank you. I guess I struggle a lot playing Sojourn into anything else, as I said. Which I didn't have an example of now.
Here's your checklist. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Checklist. Playing versus dive. Hold off angles. Bait, dive, and poke. Bait them to dive you. Slide out. Second thing. Versus spam. More pokey comps. Hold more conservative angles. Slide to aggressive angles when you have rail and murder their DPS.
Okay.
Make sense? I would sniff around on Spylo 2 for some of the GM plus Sojourn reviews and see if you can find some discussions on that, because I guarantee there's some discussion on that.
Yeah.
GM plus.
I see. Like we mostly play Rhine and ball comps, right? And so we play Rhine comps also on push and flashpoint, and there you run a lot into like Queen comps, Queen Lucio comps.
Yep.
I struggle a lot into that. I feel like I can never really get rail. And when I get it, like I get it so late that I can't really do much of it. So how do you play?
Yeah. You're going to be slower to rail, but your rails hurt a lot less because they don't have the same sustain, right? So even like forcing a deflect or forcing a Suzu or even forcing a shout with it is a lot of value, right? So yeah, that's the big one. Okay, GG's.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know this has nothing to do with Overwatch, but you make me wondering which DOW you use. We've used FL Studio for the past, but we're trying to move on to Ableton because FL Studio kind of sucks. Not gonna lie, but I don't do as much of the mixing work. Red Masters 1 Kiriko at 12 Kings Row. Was I playing too passive? Well, we'll find out. Red is raised. Come on in, Red. What's up, mate? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay,
My mic was muted, my bad.
No, you're good. 12 minutes, Kings Row. Were you playing too passive? That's a silly question. The answer is always yes. If you're not dying instantly, then you're playing too passive. Always keep gambling. Always keep gambling. Is it this fight or is it the fight after this?
I think it's like every fight, like the rest of the map.
Okay.
Because we get
Got
we get held.
Yeah. Okay. This is kind of an awkward point, but at least you have some high ground to play with. I have a hot take. You guys ready for a hot take? I think that babysitting Malga is a little bit overrated. I think that if you are able to, for example, look at their comp, right? Soldier, Hanzo, Ana. A lot of things that your Malga has to worry about. Here's what your priority is as Kiriko. Make sure that Hanzo is looking at you and not your Malga. Make sure that Ana has to nade herself and not your Malga. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something to consider. So you're heal botting here, but you have a
farm ult.
Right, but clicking things also farms ult as well, and allows you to create pressure at the same time. So I think here you TP, you wall over, you try to set up your angle, maybe even like obviously be aware of Sonic, but Something to consider.
Yeah.
Malga is very easy to fall into that trap of like, I have to heal, I have to heal, I have to heal. But the more that you heal and the less that you DPS, the more members of the enemy team will be able to free fire into your Malga. And the more members of the enemy team that free fire in your Malga, the more you're going to have to heal. And it becomes this negative feedback loop. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I have the same problem with Hog as well, where like, well, specifically Ana Kiriko Hog or like Ana Kiriko Malga, where I tunnel super hard on making sure the tank can do what they want, and it's like specifically with those two as well. I think because I think there's not as many, well, at least because not many people play Tracer or Genji, where I can like off angle on the flank.
Yeah.
So I think I can probably still do that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it becomes more of a solo angle at that point, right? If there isn't a +1, more solo angle. It's easy because there's such damage sponges, right? But it's something that you need to consider. And I think, whoops, as my cat walks across the keyboard. I think it's something that you should consider. Here's what I would say is the overall, if you want like a really quick checklist, try to save Suzu for your Malga. Because that's the nade, that's the, the hook, he's critical, whatever. But do try to proactively protect him from damage by taking the damage yourself. You're such a smaller target. You're so much harder to hit. Hanzo will hit every shot he aims at your Malga. But Hanzo will not hit every shot that he aims at you. Like even now, I would 100% TP to my Ashe. 100%. What, that she's safe. You know that there's only a couple of DPS and there's a 2v2 opportunity to take it. This is way too passive. And by passive, I don't mean like not making plays. I'm talking about specifically the angles and the offensive mindset that you're missing here. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Like even here, take a solo angle. Nice. One headshot, one kill. Love to see it. Good. Wall climb up here. Rotate around right. Look for opportunities. What do you got?
That's like another problem I think we had on this map, like specifically against this Roadhog, is that he just sat in that room forever. Like, look at this, he's just pushing my Ana back. So I don't know what, like, and then also
you can't do much. You can't do much. You can't do much. You can't do much. But at the same time, look at what this Malga is doing. This Malga had a real opportunity to just 2v2 your backline if you'd actually hit the Suzu. Right?
Yeah.
So the Roadhog's being an ass, yeah, but also like you can avoid him. You can wall climb around him. Your Ana can sleep dart him. Your Ana can kind of play silence. It's okay. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Now you could have also worked with your Malga to clear him out because a Malga plus whatever else will kill a Roadhog. But the main thing here is just you missed a Suzu. You missed a Suzu. And to be honest with you could have also continued to rush this. Yeah, there you go. Now, shoot, you son of a gun. Shoot. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. Ah. Because you got to look at this and be like, why did my Sojourn die? Where's the support from Mirani? You want to guess?
Back behind back super far away because they got zoned out.
By the Kiriko. Check it. See it? Gotta see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the butterfly effect. A lack of proactivity, a lack of offensive pressure, passiveness, if you want to use that word, this then will snowball things. And that's going to be it. Yeah, that's it right there. You're dead. Okay. Any questions?
Well, I just think another problem I had specifically in this game, like this is like throughout the entire map, is that I got dumpstered by their DPS like multiple times trying to go for these solo plays. So I think it was a confidence issue as well.
Probably
like,
right. Probably yeah.
I had this one really bad duel like near like when they cap first, where I tried to take a duel point blank with their Widowmaker, and I just get dumpstered, and that doesn't feel great. I think.
Of course.
So
of course.
I think it's mostly like a case of being like, even if I get dumpstered, I still need to go for it because it's my job.
Exactly. You have to look at it as, is this the correct thing to do? Oh no, I was punished for doing it, but it's because I didn't do it poorly. I did it poorly, or they did a better job than me. It doesn't mean that you stop doing it. If it's the right thing to do, you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and you keep doing it until you get it right. If it's a dumb play, then don't do it, obviously. But if you're getting punished for something because, oh, I didn't play it as well as I should have, that doesn't mean that you stop doing it, right? You just need to do it better. Exactly. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, mate. Well, I appreciate your time. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, let's keep going here. I find that I do well at the beginning of the game, but I slowly do worse the longer the game goes on. How can I avoid this? It might be that you're running into a little bit of fatigue before the game to where you only have enough energy to kind of give it your all for the first couple of fights. So I would check my sleep. I'd make sure that you're taking breaks between games. Maybe take a longer extended break after you've played a few games. It just could be a fatigue thing. Maybe even between the attack and defense or whatever, getting up from your keyboard, walking around for a few seconds, grabbing some water, stretching your legs could be a good thing to kind of refresh your mindset, but it might just be more of a mental fatigue kind of thing. Okay, last code for today is going to be the Brax Bro. And then Brax, you want to jump in? And then we're going to get back into the POVs, flash shot POVs. All right, so let's do this.
Hello.
What's up, mate? Long time no chat. How you been?
Yep, I've been fine. I think it was a Pensa VOD review after our last one on a different Coliseum match. And in addition to what you were saying about the whole missing opportunities, good ideas, bad execution type deal, he said something that I wasn't doing enough was using my shield to do things like peek around corners without actually exposing myself.
Right.
Like ironically, as much as I talk about all the crazy offensive mechanics, I was missing a bunch of the defensive mechanics that really helped. And so here you see me try to play, like I tried really hard to abuse that, and also tried to do my best to +1 my Sombra, because Hanzo doesn't need me to +1, and yeah.
Okay. Is there a particular timestamp you want to start with?
Rhine +1 is questionable. Let's see. I think the first fight was pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I don't know that there was much room for improvement on that particular fight. I think this is actually second fight, because
Or third fight.
It's
But yeah. Okay, go on.
we actually got a super aggressive first play, and
This work for you then?
yeah.
Yep.
All right. Waiting for my Sombra here.
Yeah. You got half your team in spawn as well, so you got to be careful.
Yep.
Huh.
That was me being kind of cheeky.
Yeah, I noticing that. Well, also your team's in spawn, mate.
Yeah.
So that was. We'll actually go to the fight where you actually have a fight potentially.
Yeah.
Surely.
That wave was just me being cheeky. I should have gone for a whip shot there and probably backed out.
I mean, to be honest with you, it feels like the last two fights have just been staggers, right? Let's actually get to an actual fight here.
We got split up a bit early on, and then
I'm noticing that. Yeah.
Staggering happened.
Yeah.
Here I go for a flank, miss the whip.
It's okay, but at least it's well timed. At least it's well timed, right? Like you guys are actually as a unit. Like, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, we're like the first time for like 2 minutes.
And the Sombra's also right behind me here.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
This is the start of me playing like right with my Sombra.
Good.
Here you'll see the Sombra splits off to the left and pings the Tracer as she duels, and I split off
Love
to
it.
help.
Nice. Well done.
We kill the Tracer together.
Flank Brigitte. Love to see it.
Yep.
You know, I actually don't mind it as long as you know, like you have your bash to get out. You know, it's not. There are worse things you could be doing, for sure.
But we killed the Tracer together, and I have rally here, so I'm perfectly fine staying in. Counter bash saved me.
Yep.
I rally to just
I like it. I like it.
Random Reinhardt
Yeah,
appearance, you know. Gotta love that one. He just comes
Bam!
in from nowhere and squishes him.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Gotta love it. Yeah. I think there are a couple of plays like that, but I've actually grown fond of like playing alongside a Sombra.
Interesting. It's fine as long as like I said, you have to play it really well because like good tracers might be able to hunt you down because you're basically by yourself, right? So you got to be really smart.
Well, so the thought with Brig Sombra, at least with me pairing up with Sombra, or at least my thought behind it is that it allows me to walk into utterly stupid positions, and people don't see the Sombra buzzing around.
Yeah.
So they'll think there's a
Yeah,
solo
strolling.
Brig in our back line, collapse on her. And so when they collapse on her, the Sombra appears and we get 2 or 3.
Right,
Because
exactly.
it's a 2v1.
Right,
that
exactly.
They don't know is a 2v1.
Right. And also, if you're really good with your bash and your shield usage and things like that, you could disengage a lot. Basically, just play bait for quite a while.
Exactly. And even, if you have rally, you can just straight up be suicidal, go straight into the middle of their team, from the back, and that causes so much chaos that the Sombra is like, ooh, easy pickings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm a real big fan of that combo just because it is very much one of those like mind game strategic play styles that I think you probably have picked up on me being a big fan of.
Yeah, I mean, it's attractive. It's fun to do. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what you got here. Just don't bash. Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
Scared me for a second
I
there.
lose this 1v1, unfortunately.
Well, was it a 1v1 really? I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. Had a little bit of help there.
So I shouldn't have bashed out and stayed out. I should have bashed out and fell back into the mini room, and I would.
Right. I think the main thing is sort of the direction that you bashed was more towards the enemy team rather than away from the enemies, right? So this is where the enemies are. If you're able to bash out this way, yeah, the tracer's here.
Well,
or even here, I think you have a little bit better disengage.
I mean, so the thing is, if you look, that mini is still there. So, this is actually fine because the Brig knocks me into the mini. It's literally just that second bash back out that I think is the problem.
Sure. I think the fight was lost, to be fair, either way.
Yeah.
It wasn't the end of the world.
The fight was probably lost either way, but I could have probably gotten at least another pick, maybe some extra ult charge.
All right, now you're cooking a little bit. This is crazy. I think here, I know you're worried about the touch, but I think you could have touched a little bit later and maybe even just let your Ryan because you got to be super careful about it. Certainly don't bash in, right? If you need to drop to stall, and then your Ryan's here, bash out again and live because, oh my days, you're so fragile right here.
Yeah.
Like, case in point, right? Like, anything goes wrong, you die instantly.
I definitely should have... I should have used Whip to land that. And then, of course, Flying Mercy goes.
Right. So,
because
like...
I at least died behind a wall.
Exactly. So, like, here, it's like, Whip... bash out to cover. I mean, you could go bash this way, could bash this way, could bash this way. Just make the Arista chase you a little bit, but you have to live here. You have to live. This is way too greedy. And the other thing too is because you had to touch, your Sombra also doesn't get like any help on this high ground. Like you could jump in here now and just go crazy mode, right? But you're too busy being dead.
I mean,
nice.
I saw a Sombra set up. I was kind of hoping that if I dropped and forced the point hard enough that
I mean that was just basically somebody had to touch because you guys didn't want to give up lead, but if it's gonna be you got to save that defensive coolness and get out immediately.
Yep.
Because like my chat's saying like Risk takes no damage from you at all, so it's like at that point it's not just a risk to you, it's also you're not really a risk to her at all.
Yeah, that bash is like 0 damage. It's an inspire proc for me and that's it. And at that range,
wait,
inspires are so free.
You could also touch from bridge. I keep forgetting this. You could touch from bridge as well. You can. Yeah, you can. You can contest from this bridge.
I thought. Because I know that on New Queen Street, you used to be able to contest like straight up through a May wall.
Yeah.
On that high ground.
Mini. Yeah.
In the mini room.
Yeah.
And if I recall, they stealth nerfed it, so if you put up the
They
Maywell,
might
you
have.
don't have enough range to contest.
They might have, but
And
you
so
could definitely contest from here. I know. You could definitely contest from here.
So I didn't think that, yeah, I could do that.
That's fine.
Like, I knew it was a thing at one point, but I didn't think it was a thing post
Yeah.
Maywall.
Careful, save that
fix.
bash.
Yep.
Bash. It's just a little slow. You notice that? Like, it's just a little bit too much damage unnecessarily.
Yeah, here I was trying to get a little greedy on, and that cost us a rally.
I mean, I think the rally was probably going to come out either way, but my goodness, you could have lived so much more and done so much more offensively with this rally, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the real thing here is like, I'm not even sure that you're going to win this fight. If you do, it's going to be way closer than it has any right to be.
Yeah.
And I think it's
we
just
win this. We win
okay.
this.
You do win this. All right, let's watch
we
one
do
more.
have the Moira and Zarya. I think the Zarya actually swapped. Like, they didn't call it out, but I think they actually swapped just because I was being a freaking dumbass.
Well, it's Zarya versus Orisa. That's one of the few tank counters that is like really, really hard to deal with. I think Orisa is like just melts to Zarya.
Here you see me using my shield to peek around the corners.
Yeah, that was good. You hit the bash. She's running. She's gonna die.
Yep.
Oh!
I get slept, and then I actually killed you on a
Oh, no way! And the bubble. Ah! Tank! Alright, shield.
Yep.
Alright, you gotta be careful with the bashes into the tank.
Yeah.
Man. This is killing you. Because you get the pocket and you're fixing
too greedy. I got way too greedy with the second bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just doesn't do enough damage to justify it. You know, it's like you just hit the whip there and it does literally already does more damage than the bash. She doesn't really go anywhere, but then you could choose if I want to bash.
I mean,
like,
she isn't gonna go anywhere to begin with.
Right.
She's immobile.
Exactly. I really think at this point it's like your bash needs to be the cherry on top. Like you bash to finish kills, you bash to chase kills, but it's like you're opening with these bashes and it's like it's screwing you over, It's screwing you over. Because I understand, like, oh, I'm bubbled, I had full HP, I should go, but like, my goodness gracious, like this fight is actually.
You guys was also, I think, pulse bombed there.
Oh my gosh! Wait, really? Like, I gotta see.
I think there was a pulse bomb in that.
There was definitely a pulse bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, she just barely missed. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. All right, mate. So just basically the key thing is just like carry that bash, especially on the tanks. Like play your angles, play that like whole flank style, controlling space. Avoid getting stuck in the middle things because I can count. How many times have been anti-nated and killed by the enemy tank, right? It's been too many times, I think.
Yeah.
So, all right, mate. Any questions?
No, just
all
need
right.
to get a little more conservative with my bash.
I would agree with that.
After being I started out being too conservative.
Yep.
And missing plays.
Yep.
Right. And then now I've gotten too aggressive because, well, last meta, you all know what I was doing last meta? Bashing in on everything and just killing it because of combo. And now that's gone.
Yeah. You got to be a little bit smarter with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Good to chat with you again. Hope you're doing well. Cheers.
Yep.
You too. All right, y'all. We're going to wrap it up. GG's, loves and kisses. We have another call. Yo, I think. Yeah, we have another call. So there's a premium call tomorrow with John, but he sucks. So I don't recommend showing up for that. But yeah, anyway, Merry Christmas, y'all. Happy holidays. Thank you for being here. And that's gonna be it, y'all. GG's. Okay, you're welcome, Alexa. Let's get back into our review. You guys want to pick the next character? We did Kevster already. What POV to review? Do you guys want to do Seeker? Set up a Rupal or Hawk? I'm going to set up a poll here. All right, poll's live. You guys choose. Seeker, Rupal, or Hawk for our next section to review. You guys choose. Let me get some more water, actually, while you guys are voting. Okay, what PVOV? All right, Rupal it is. Now we're gonna do all of them, but you know, we'll get the prio. Now I'm excited for this one because this one was a pretty juicy one. This is only one map. It's New Queen Street. It's on Kiriko, but my guy kind of pops off just a little bit. Word on the street is that Rupal heard that I said that Ultraviolet was the best Western flex support. I would like to add an asterisk to that statement. Ultraviolet, I think, has been the best Western flex support for the longest time, but right now, you know, Rupal especially has been looking really good. And anybody who thinks Rupal is a BAP OTP is coming for a rude awakening. I think Rupal was A tier on Ana this past Overwatch League season. Probably the best. He was playing, I think, the best on Ana out of all the Western flex supports. I think his Zenyatta is really good. I think his Kiriko is great. I think his BAP is great. So I think it's phenomenal. You're welcome, Alexa. I already said that. Never mind. Should I off-angle this Kiriko if I have a main support in my team? If you can, yeah, to some extent. Because that's a great question, because here we go. The reason why I chose this code is Rupal is playing Kiriko. And if you guys haven't noticed, Rupal is playing Kiriko with a main support. So we talk about a character, screw the main support. He's playing Kiriko with a Lucio. Not a lot of healing, right? Not a lot of healing, right? So you got to heal bot your now listen, guys. Do you guys remember last grand finals before last, when it was Kiriko, Winston, Lucio, right? The last time that we had a Kiriko Lucio meta, Kiriko did the fielder nonsense and heal bot a tank 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 and heal bot a tank, right? And that was in many ways a pretty effective way to play Kiriko, especially with how much healing that Winston demands. However, when you're playing a Junker Queen who doesn't demand as much healing, and with many of the changes that Kiriko has received since then, Kiriko is not only able to, but required to take more off angles and to take a lot more proactivity. So I want you guys to firmly grasp your glutes, because it's about to get really exciting, and you're about to see a really fun balance of healing support, damage support, and a lot of crazy mechanical stuff in between. So the way this composition works is very similar to what the EU teams were playing. You guys remember we just watched the Kevster VOD, where it was the Genji Sojourn, kind of like the quasi brawl dive composition. The only difference here is that there's a Tracer instead of a Genji. I think the map is a lot broader, so Tracer does a little bit better than Genji here. This is the third place, I think, match versus Wisp, I believe. This is a pretty darn solid NA team with some up-and-comers. They did really, really well. Yeah, this should be exciting. Yeah, let's take a look here. Rupal, Overwatch League Grand Champion. Here we go. Wait a second, chat. Wait a gosh darn second. Wait a gosh darn second. Yeah, this is the map they almost lost. No spoilers here. Why is my Kiriko with my Tracer? And wait a second. They're looking for angles in the back line. They need to get that pressure. Okay, we start to take some damage. I go to heal my tank. Still damaging. Huge headshot there. That's going to force a Baptiste shift. So one cooldown already forced. A huge shot on Chopper. Perfectly timed Suzu right at the apex of the burst. Damage. Oh! Oh! I just love it, guys. It's just delightful. Come on, guys. I know this character has its frustrating aspects, but tell me that's not fun. Tell me that's not sick. Isn't that just amazing? I watched this first fight. I haven't watched a lot of this map, but that first fight, I was like, all right, I'm sold. We got to watch this. Love it. Great, perfect cooldown management. Great positioning on the angle early. What's up, Apollo5? Thanks for the sub, mate. Gang. Early pressure here, looking for opportunities to shoot. Seeker gets sniped. Now, Ramatra's a cool one because you know, in Queen metas and Winston metas, you know, you could do some damage with Kiriko on the enemy tank, but Ramattra is just, he's not a particularly useful tank to headshot. So you're going to really see Rupal have to be very, very attentive to who he's shooting. Look at that. Going for a backline assassination with his Tracer. Again, this is all being communicated. Sugar Free goes, I'm going for backline, right? And Rupal takes a peek, takes a couple of headshots. And you're noticing crucially here that like Rupal knows that there's not really a fight going on. That he's just getting a little bit of early poke. Do you guys remember the awkward? Did you guys see the awkward video? It was like the 4 steps to like playing Kiriko or whatever. And it was like take an angle, shoot backline, Suzu, TP out, and so on, right? I always this is the disclaimer. What you need to be doing with Kiriko here, especially since the Suzu nerf, the small Suzu nerf, is you really don't want to use a Suzu on an off angle. Unless you have to. You will have to sometimes. You will have to 25, 30, 40, 50% of the time. But you really, really don't want to use your Suzu on the off angle. You want to hold the angle and TP out when you get low and don't Suzu. The reason why you Suzu, then TP out, there's 2 reasons why you do that. One, you messed up. You made a mistake where you're like, oh, shoot, I'm going to die. I'm not going to be able to get my TP in time. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. The second thing you should do is when you are winning a 1v1 and you ask yourself, if I Suzu, I might be able to kill this guy. Because the Suzu buys you time, right? It heals you. It's the invulnerability for a second. So maybe if I Suzu, I can actually get the kill here. And then that's where you take a gamble. That's also okay. What I don't like saying is people that take an angle, they Suzu, they don't really need to use Suzu, or they could have gotten out earlier and there was really no chance of winning the 1v1 and they use Suzu. Anyway, it's too valuable of a cooldown to waste in that circumstance. So it's better generally to, if you can, to only Suzu if you think you're going to win the 1v1. Otherwise, teleport out, rinse and repeat, do it again. Don't get in their face and use Suzu to secure the kill. You shouldn't need the Suzu to secure the kill. You shouldn't need, and the thing with Kiriko as well, and this is where I disagreed with Awkward, is Kiriko is not a brawl character. You can get close to certain characters. Like if I'm getting up and close to a Widowmaker, that's a different story. Zenyatta, different story. But generally, you don't really, when you're taking these, going for these aggressive flanks, it's not good to be up in their face. So if you're up in their face and that's forcing your Suzu, you're too close. Right? Kiriko has phenomenal, no fall off, easy spam, great hitbox, abuse that medium range, you know? I'll point it out more as we look through. Holding the off angle. Notice that he's not only helping his queen, he's finding opportunities to shoot backline, and he has an angle to heal his Tracer. Great positioning here. And Hawk is really good at using this cover, right? So he's not demanding a lot of healing here. Has to heal. He might just go for the Kitsune rush here. Yeah. Careful, careful, careful. Pushes up in the high ground with Sojourn. Has to Suzu because he's made a mistake. He's 1 HP. You even catches the Suzu on the roof there, so he's able to immediately use it. More weaving shots. Queen to use his ult to get out. That's a huge ult from Hawk. It's great. Oh, that's so good. Hey guys, good to see everybody. A little bit of early pressure here. Gonna teleport and probably set up an off angle around here. They're calling right now, like, hey, let's beat push and then let's Sojourn ult and then let's do all this kind of shenanigans. So look at the angle he's holding here. Notice that he can reach, and this is really where you feel the buff. This is where you feel the buff. You guys, do you remember the heal speed buff they gave for projectiles? This is really where you feel it, where it's actually very viable to actually heal Hawk from this range. Oh, they actually use Vortex on this guy. Yeah, great off-angle control. Unfortunately, Vega hits the shot. Teleport out. You notice there, he doesn't sit there for too long. There's no point holding this angle anymore. Because he's not really going to... They're backing up. They're giving up space. There's nobody really directly contesting him. There's not really any 1v1 to take right now. So he's just going to teleport out. And so now he still has his Suzu just in case he needs it. Well, they're actually going to commit here. There's a Suzu. That saves Seeker. Now, I think they're actually still going to lose this fight because that was 3 ultimates committed. Or 2 ultimates committed. But that's it exactly right there. If he'd used his Suzu holding an angle unnecessarily, then he wouldn't have been able to keep it elsewhere. Okay. It's not bad to use Suzu on an angle. I want to be very clear. You just need to have a good reason for it. That you're taking a 1v1, you need it, anything like that. Case in point. Huge Suzu. Suzu to beat, so no Ajax. At this level, a lot of teams will utilize that Sojourn ult to try and one-shot the Lucio. Tracer down. A little bit passive here because there isn't really a good angle that he can take, right? He could wrap around left, but he'd probably get cleared very quickly. His Tracer's dead, so they need to be very careful about taking too many risks right now. Tracer will be back soon. Suzu at the last possible second gets a Kitsune rush off and TP's a little bit late. This is just a greed thing. It's very similar to Genji Tracer, where the longer you wait until you teleport out, the more attention that you waste. Right? I could live for just a little bit longer and then teleport out. I also think he loses his Sojourn. He thinks his Sojourn's up top, but his Sojourn is actually dropped, so he's a little bit late in the teleporter there. Unfortunate. Mechanical error. Even at this level. Full damage. No point doing anything else. Clears the Sojourn out. Back to damage. Teleports to the Tracer. Now, this is risky. The reason he does this... So how many times have you guys hesitated using a teleport because you don't know if you're going to die if you take the teleport, right? Like, you should take an angle and then teleport out. That's mostly what you want to do. But why does Rupal take the teleporter here? What does he know? What does he see? Do you see it? Maino Ice Block is being called by Sugarfree, first off. He knows that Sojourn just is on the right side. He just shot out Sojourn. He also sees Ramatra on point. So he has enough information, either directly with what he can see or what he knows from his teammates calling, that the guy is by himself. So if he teleports here, yes, the entire enemy team might be able to run him down and chase him down, but he'll be able to live long enough with Suzu kiting out to be able to teleport back out again. So it's not bad to engage with teleport. You just need to know who you're teleporting on. If you're teleporting on a 1 person, it's okay. 2 people, sometimes even that's okay. It's when you teleport in the middle of the enemy team, or you teleport here and you're like, oh my gosh, Sojourn's here, Ramatra's here, I'm dead. That's when it's bad. That's when it's bad. So here he even teleports and immediately backs out, right? He knows that Ramatra's going to try and push him, but he's fine. I like this angle here. Fishing for some shots. There's the flank, and notice that he's taking the flank when Hawk is pushing here. We've got a nice off-angle pusher. Squid is in a serious trouble right now. And there it is. Now, why does Rupal use Suzu? I'm actually kind of curious here. Does he see Sojourn with Rail? No, yeah, here's what he sees. He sees 1, 2, and then Rocket looking at him. That's a lot of burst damage, right? That's a lot of burst damage. There is actually Liar as well. So basically the entire enemy team immediately turns at him. At this level, the time to kill is that. 1 icicle, 1 clip from that BAP, and you're dead instantly. So he's going to Suzu here. When he probably, if he was a little bit faster, could have teleported out. Maybe it would have been okay to just teleport out here. The good news, though, is that he's pulling an absolutely ungodly amount of attention right now. And this should be a fight win. Yeah, I mean, he totally sets that play out from his Stronger Queen. So, was the Suzu there necessary? Maybe, maybe not. But the play itself was phenomenal. A little bit of early poke. He does not want to use a cooldown. He's just poking a little bit. Goes in with his Tracer. Again, look at the timing here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 flank. It's okay to not have healing as a tank if your support is pushing in very aggressively in the backline at the same time. Because if they could pull damage this way, Hawk doesn't need much healing. You see that? 1, 2, 3. So who's shooting Hawk? Ram and Sojourn. That's it. That's healable. He has to Suzu the burst. He gets out. The problem is where he gets out to isn't thought as much in advance. This teleport should have been onto the Sojourn. The problem is he's under so much pressure that he teleports, or he actually does teleport the Sojourn, but he doesn't teleport an angle, he teleports directly in front of the enemy Ramatra. It's well played by the enemy team. It's well played by the enemy team. Cheers, mate. I appreciate it, Mo. You would like to ask? Go for it. But you see how many resources Rupal pulled there. When the amount of pressure that you do by pulling resources to yourself is more than the damage that they would do to your tank, it's worth it to take an angle. In other words, when Kiriko's on an off angle, she pulls more damage to her than the damage that would be done to her tank if she could heal. Why they play double flex support on his end with Dive and King's Row? Who? This team? I think first point is pretty good for Dive. Second point, not quite as good. I think in third point, actually, it's pretty decent as well with the amount of high grounds. I think King's Row is kind of overrated as a brawl map nowadays. I'm not going to lie. At least in 5v5. Let's talk about this here. So he TPs to an angle. He knows where people are. He knows he can safely TP because he knows there's nobody over here. Now he has the off angle. Huge shot. He's going to play around that Mega. The beat as well is perfect. And this is just full DPS mode. That Suzu, to be honest with you guys, is just to prevent an unlucky death. When the fight is basically won, you know you're going to have Suzu by the time the fight's over. So the only thing that could happen is like maybe Bap hits a clip and Mei hits an icicle. So just Suzu just to be safe. Ryan sucks in King's Row, changed my mind. I wouldn't say he sucks in King's Row, but yeah, he's very overrated in King's Row. No, in defense and Allen Scrim, I saw Houston Outlaws playing it. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's not always super meta, but like it's okay. It's a lot of high ground, right? A lot of high ground to play around. A lot of sightlines. Kitsune with Brawl. That's a great Mei wall from Rocket there. Again, he has a DPS angle. He might be looking to TP on the flank there. I'm curious. There's the ice block. Oh no, Sugar Free dies. Ooh, they get it before the ice block. Beat is used. He's low, he has to Suzu. He's waiting to teleport out the last possible second. So you'll see this sometimes. I want you guys to watch this. So check this out. Why does Rupal not teleport out now? Actually, you know what? Never mind. It doesn't matter because he's going to die to the tank anyway. But you'll see this sometimes where they'll actually delay the teleport until the last possible seconds to waste as much time as they possibly can. But yeah, Ramatra. He knows the Ramatra's there. He knows the Ramatra's there, so if he teleports, he dies either way. Really does not want to use teleport over there. He wants to hold this angle. And that's where that heal change is really helpful. Oh, that's way too far for Ramatra to go. That's a huge throw from Ramatra over there. Misses the Suzu, though. That's unfortunate. But yeah. Surely this is lost, guys. We watched a Kevster loss in King's Row. We're about to watch a Rupal loss in New Queen Street. Discipline with that Suzu. Doesn't need it. Now he needs it. This is actually a throw from Rupal. This is one of the few times where Rupal is mispositioned. So right here, Rupal really needs to be taking this high ground here. He needs to be wrapping around over shield and shooting from this angle, especially into the blizzard here. This is one of the few times, I don't know if it's like the panic. You know, everybody makes mistakes, right? But this is a poor position. He ends up shooting shield. He ends up stacking on top of his queen and has to teleport out instead of being able to hold this off angle here and actually be able to punish the blizzard here. And then also have a safe teleport. Not a good position from Rupal. And that's going to get him killed, actually. He would have had a safe teleport if he'd been on that angle. Alright, guys. Surely they lose. Surely Rupal doesn't clutch it out for these guys. Suzu on the high ground as he's falling. Crazy. He's so good with those. He catches him on the geometry, you know? Stacking with the team is a mistake. I notice a lot of low rank Kiriko's make. Yeah, that's why we've been talking so much about... Oh my gosh. That's why we talk about it so much in this review, because it's such an important part of Kiriko, is that positioning. Do you think he could have used Suzu for that mail? Yes. I think he unnecessarily used it when the Ram pushed him, but it's really tricky with the Suzu at this level, because the burst damage is so quickly applied that it can be really tricky. He's stacking on main here because of Kitsune Rush. The Mei wall isn't there in time, and they light that Mei up. He's got to be really careful. Over pushes just a little bit there. Too much attention being put onto Ramatra, honestly, from Rupal. So again, you can see the match nerves coming out right here. This Kitsune rush is perfect. But this angle where he's walking here is not so perfect. Really, Rupal should be holding this corner right here and shooting up on this high ground. I don't like to see him in this position here. Too close. It also exposes himself to the enemy Sojourn. This is better. Good shot there. Nice. Huge. Surely, guys. Holding the angle. But look at the discipline with that Suzu. He sees that the Lucius totally in cover. Don't need to Suzu it. Then aggression on the angle. Kiriko's low. Kiriko turns to give attention to Rupal. Dies his Seeker with a rail. Huge. Back to DPS pressure. No Suzu needed. We have beat. They're focusing the Lucio. They know Liar has beat. Do not let him beat. Beautiful. Huge headshots. TP and Suzu because he sees Sojourn has rail and doesn't want to risk losing somebody. Because in an overtime situation, you do not want to lose somebody. Right? Because it means they get bad respawns. Yeah, it's this great combination where it's like Rupal pulls attention by poking people down and the Seeker finishes them. Right? That crossfire is beautiful to behold. Now, this is really awkward. There isn't really a good angle from this position. You can wall climb up on the right side. That's exactly what we're going to see him to do. But it's tricky, right? Lucio pushes him out. He can go right back again. He's got to heal a little bit. Got to heal a little bit. He's trying to farm up that ultimate. Ooh, scary, scary, scary. They're able to disengage the ultimate. He might need to Suzu Rupal. He does Suzu Rupal. I say Hawk, excuse me. Healing, healing. He's trying to farm that ultimate. There's the ultimate. They will get another recontest, though. This is going to be tricky. Oh, that sucks. That sucks for Wisp there. Offensive pressure. Offensive pressure. No real angle to hold here. It's going to be a lot about just pressuring cart, shooting cart. Doomfist is also a target that you can actually do a lot of damage to. Even the body shots, like, add up. Huge. Immediately forces that recall. Now, again, that's just, again, using it to deny anticipated burst. That Sojourn has rail, they pop Kitsune, you die instantly if you don't Suzu that. That's more of a high-level thing. And in most ranks, even in Grandmaster, you're not going to need to Suzu that quickly. Huge shot there. Oh, immediately goes back to offensive pressure. They don't even care about feeding punch. Huge Suzu in the critical targets there, and they pull it out. Insane. Insane. Like, actually insane. And you notice, guys, that like the balance between the healing and offensive pressure. And to clarify, this is with a Lucio. This isn't on a Kiriko where, you know, Rupal can live. He's still finding ways to get offensive pressure, to take angles, to put DPS pressure in the back line. Really, really nicely done. Any questions about this in particular, guys? About Rupal in particular? I feel valid. Is that applicable with other things other than JQ? Yes. Yeah, definitely. I think Sigma is somebody that doesn't require so much babysitting. I think Roadhog, Zarya, lots of things, especially if you have another healer that can put out a lot of HP. Yeah. Whenever you can, you need to be looking for angles. Even with even with tanks that demand a lot of healing, finding windows to take short angles is important. Depends on what your other support is. Yes. Ball, yes. Yes. Any tips for using Kiriko ultimate? I think it's one of those ultimates like Valkyrie you just can't overthink. If you see an opportunity to use it mid-fight, early fight, late fight, use it. It's one of the ultimates that's very generalist. It provides a lot of value in a lot of different ways. The worst thing you can do with Kiriko ultimate is overthink it. Just use it. Use it to win a 2v2. Use it to win a fight on main. Use it to win an off angle. Sometimes even use it to win a 1v1. Just use it. What's the optimal spot for Kiriko in a forward push defense? Generally on the off angle. When in doubt, generally on the off angle. If you need to feel validated, Lexa, what did you say? Would I say Summer's a relatively hard DPS to play? Yes. Yes. Okay. Chat, we voted Hawk as the second one to review, right? Hawk was the next one, correct? You're very welcome, Lexa. I can't remember what the poll results were. Was it Hawk? Should be? Okay. You guys ready for some Ramatra and JQ juice? Hawk time. Verified player Overwatch League. Isn't that just gorgeous? Isn't that just the cutest thing you've ever seen? It's not. It's not the cutest thing I've ever seen. It's embarrassing. Imagine having to pump yourself up. Super cringe. All right. Jungle Queen time. Now, we already talked about this compositional matchup in detail. So if you want some more juice on the composition itself, then I highly recommend that you give that a check out on I will have it posted on YouTube later, but it's also on the Spilo 2 channel. We did a full review of it. Oh, Domsky plays. Oh my goodness gracious. You're fumbling the bag, mate. You're fumbling the bag, mate. But for those who don't know, Hawk has been in the Overwatch League for quite some time, initially starting off with the Atlanta Reign, and has been with the Atlanta Reign for quite some time. Generally regarded by the pundits that matter, me, I think the best Western tank since Super, and the best Western tank since Super has retired. A long-standing off-tank player that has found the capability to flex onto a lot of the more traditional main tank characters and also play them relatively well. He had a tough season with Atlanta Reign recently, basically being benched by a Winston OTP, Ball OTP. But I do think that Hawk is a phenomenal tank player, a great communicator, a really smart guy. And I think he's a really, really, really good tank player overall. I think definitely the best tank in North America / Europe at all of the tanks overall. I think that the reason why I like him better than Kaluj is I think that he has a little bit more flexibility with Kaluj, not just in terms of the character hero picks, but I think the level of game sense and communication, leadership that he provides in game is something that is really valuable for the teams that he's on. I think that Hawk is really, really good at shot calling. You talk about like a lot of what Hadi provides value as a tank, right? You know, Hadi, not the most flexible tank ever, but very good at the push-pull, very good at shot calling, great leadership, great communication. And I think Hawk is somebody that provides that level of value as well. So in my opinion, Hawk, definitely the best Western tank. Definitely the best overall Western tank. Get ready, chat. Get ready. Get ready. Best EU tank? I think Hadi. Gotta love it. Look at that. This composition, you're really going to be looking to kind of go for backline. Hawk needs to be really careful of the Ramatra May. Now, I already reviewed this particular map day before yesterday, and I think a lot of Hawk's struggles were more to do with Vega's positioning. So if Hawk looks like he's struggling here, it's going to be, I promise you, it's more Vega than anybody else. Not throwing any shade here, but yeah. Notice that like crucially here. So I want you guys to look at this. He's fishing for backline. He's fishing for squishies. Like when you're playing Junker Queen here, you need to be thinking about like, how can I actually access that backline? Like what, using your positioning and your gun, and crucially your Gracie to set up push engages. Not even just necessarily to get kills, but just to force cooldowns. So you look at this here. He hits this Gracie here. If there's just a little bit more follow-up there from his DPS, he'll probably force his Reaper Wraith out. And using Gracie to force a defensive cooldown is so good. It's so good. It's just a cooldown, you throw it, you force a cooldown. It's amazing. So he's going to get hard focused by Maywall, by Reaper, and you might have had this happen in your Jungle Queen game. So his job is just to immediately shout out, disengage, run away, live. Good news, though, is that that's their power punch. That's basically their spike in value. So then as he uses his cooldowns back, he's going to be able to generate back some of that HP. And he's not in a really rush to force the brawl here, right? He's got a pretty decent gun. If he sees an opportunity, he'll go for it. There's the chop. That's going to get ice blocked, but he also hits the Reaper. Trading Carnage for ice block and hitting a target is good cooldown value. The unfortunate thing, like I said here, is there's just not enough pressure from his Lucio. So I really, like as I said, as I've already reviewed this match before, I feel that Hawk played this matchup well. I think Vega did not play it as well. That being said, this compositional matchup is tough because once they go Reaper, May, Moira, it is really easy for them to be able to focus you down on Maywall. So he's going to swap. I think Vestola is very good, but I think Vestola is too much of a two-trick. or he's more of an off-tank trick. Early shield. Now I want you guys to check this out. This guy doesn't just play Junker Queen well and Diva well and Zarya well, and this guy plays everything well. Check this out. So he's gonna drop the angle. By the way, sorry for the screen tearing. That's VLC. I don't know why it does that. Check this out. So he sees Reaper May pushing in. He drops shield and he drops a Vortex right on top of that May. They're so thirsty for that Ramattra kill. They're so thirsty for that tank kill. But look at this tank HP. Look at the shield HP. It's not going anywhere. Vortex, then pressure on Sam. Sam is now really low. So that's a ton of resources that are going to be dumped in. And Sam actually dies. So he's still kind of playing the same way, where he's looking to push. He's not rushing his Nemesis form immediately, but he's kind of utilizing his resources to survive pressure and then punch back afterwards. So right there, his Vortex is down, his shield is down. Here comes the Nemesis form immediately afterwards. Perfect cooldown value right there. Now they use an ultimate in response, so what does he have to do? He has to do the Ramattra thing. I mean, come on, guys. That's disgusting. Perfectly timed. So he goes to the backline. They pop back with Coalescence. He holds, and he holds, and he holds. Immediately turns his head around so he doesn't get headshot, drops shield on the floor, then shield dances with his Vortex to avoid the damage from the backline, and lives. Perfect. Partly Ramattra moment, partly just Hawk moment. If he makes even a single error, he dies there. While that Sam didn't ice block there, I don't think he was expecting the burst damage. He really doesn't want to have to use Ice Block and a Ramattra Vortex. Yeah, Hawk definitely forgot to die there. And again, you're noticing how look, guys. Hawk has a 1000 HP shield and all this armor, and look at how disciplined this guy plays around cover. Look how disciplined this guy plays around cover, right? He refuses to take unnecessary damage. And what that means is that so many of his healers' resources can go into doing aggressive offensive things. Because even though he could demand a lot of healing resource, he doesn't. Doesn't mean that he plays passive. He plays very aggressive when it's necessary. But he doesn't just stand in the open and take unnecessary damage. So the Ramattra pushes him. He does not want to lose a lot of HP to Ramattra's gun. So he's going to use his shield. And because of that nasty old shield, the enemy Ramattra is going to push his Nemesis form. He pushes Nemesis form in response. And you see this here, chat. You know where this backline's going, right? They're going to go back into cover, so watch. There's the Vortex, right on that rotation. So as they're walking, everybody takes, look at how much damage they took in that rotation right there because of that Vortex. So when they're pushing him, he Vortexes them. When they want to walk to him, he Vortexes them so they can't walk to him. When they walk away, he Vortexes them so they can't walk away. Yeah, Seeker just trolls. Seeker just trolls. Seeker just gets icicled in the head. Even here, I have no idea what the shield from Kaluj was at all. I was very unimpressed with Kaluj's shields this match. But look at this. Still not shielding. There's not enough burst damage coming in yet. Here comes the shield. Bam. And not only is the shield blocking damage now, but now he's actually utilizing that shield to go for backline. Notice that he's not even going for the Ramattra now. They're trying to buy as much time as they possibly can so you can get back. But he's actually going to shield, and I guarantee you're going to see a Vortex right here. Now, chat, you could see it, right? If you shield this so that you could do damage for free, and you Vortex this right here, what are you going to see here? What are you going to see here? You know what you're going to see, right? It can be an amp, orb, fade, ice block, something. Something's going to happen. Most likely. And there it is, right? There's the fade. There's the amp. And now he doesn't even worry about the Mei anymore. He's already forced this chaos. I mean, look at the Moira. Moira's over here. Lucio Mei is over here. Big nasty split from blue, right? And so what does he do? He's like, okay, well then fine. I'm going to go back. Now I'm going to focus on Kaluch. So he's forced this ugly split. Then he focused on tank because he knows he can't chase this split out. And now he's just using his ult to just live. Now he's just using his Nemesis form to live. Notice that he's always making sure that when he's blocking towards the source of the highest damage as well. Very easy here to trade blocks and punches with the Ramattra. But that Reaper is the real concern. That Reaper is the real, not only is that the guy that can actually die, but you can actually die to him, right? So he's making sure he's not even blocking Ramatra as much. He's more worried about that Reaper. There's the beat, so he's going to push back in. Again, notice the shield, not shielding immediately, waiting for him to utilize shield, then utilizing the shield for free damage. And then always hugging cover, always hugging cover. So unfortunately, Team Blue has just a lot of ultimates, right? But really, really well played. This is like some of the best Ramatra game. That I really do think, I don't know how rusty he is at the moment, but I felt from watching some of Atlanta's games earlier this season, when they occasionally played Ramatra, I felt like Hawk was probably the best Western Ramatra as well. It's a downside to play a bit safer than he build up ult slower than Kludge. Yes, so he's being super disciplined, but the reason that he's doing that is because if you look at his composition, he doesn't have a lot of healing resource available. He has a Kiriko Lucio, which means that Kiriko doesn't put out as much consistent or burst healing. Let's just say burst healing as Moira. But Kiriko can take a lot of off angles and do a lot of offensive pressure. So he wants to let his supports focus on helping his DPS take off angles and put out DPS pressure and try to not take so much resource. Have you ever played Reinhardt with the Brigitte Zen? Right? It's kind of like what you're doing there, where you're like, you don't want to sit there and absorb damage. You want to make plays when necessary and try to not take as much damage. How did I get this POV? Seeker sent me the codes. So big shout out to Seeker. Nice guy, terrible player. Check this out. This is so big brain. So big brain. What is, okay, I want you guys, I want to ask you guys, what do you think is happening here? Seeker is crazy. What do you think is happening here? What is Hawk doing? Why does he commit shield here? What's going on? Because this is a brilliant play. Brilliant play. And this is where it's not just, oh, Hawk is making good decisions. I guarantee this is Hawk communication too. I guarantee this is Hawk communication as well. Bait, yes. He knows they have Coalescence, Beat, Blizzard. We've only got Ramachal, and we don't even have Kitsune Rush yet. Dude, if this guy gets walled and Blizzarded, I mean, even Suzu might not save him. He might just die. So what he does is he's kind of walking forward here, like, hey, look at me, I'm pushing. And he goes, you know what might make them push? Me wasting my shield. So he goes up here and he's like, I'm gonna use my shield, and look at what he does immediately as he uses his shield. He doesn't even really use it for damage. He uses a little bit for damage and then backs up. I don't want to go wall. But guess what? They fall for it. And then now all he has to do is live. And because they've totally disengaged us. Now, we looked at this from the overhead from the match, the YouTube stream, and all of Team Red just totally disengages Coalescence, and this Coalescence actually, not only does it do nothing, they actually rotate to point for free. Look at this, just hold block, and they actually take point. And look at the HPs, almost totally full, and they just use Coal. I mean, brilliant. And again, I'm telling you, Hawk gets credit for this. I promise you, if you was anyone streaming with comms? Was anyone streaming with comms from Team Red? Does anyone know? Was Rupal or Seeker streaming with comms? I guarantee that this was called by Hawk. You should go check. Careful. He's kind of in the open, so he uses shield. More pressure. Height, wait, nope, no rush. Then use the ultimate. There's the Blizzard, but everyone's got cooldowns to live in. And see, Hawk is honestly fine because he knows that, hey, I was able to kite out the Blizzard. I'm good. He gets a little bit low, he blocks. And by a little bit low, I'm not talking 150, 200 HP. As soon as he loses his armor, he's a little bit more conservative, right? Because he knows that armor he's gonna lose HP really, really fast if he loses his armor. It's just perfect. It's really, really good push and pull Overwatch. And if for those of you that didn't catch the full match, we're gonna be jumping around a little bit here. But outside of the Junker Queen shenanigans, which they pulled on some maps that they shouldn't, Red was just better at this. The push, the pull, the ult cycles. Timeless won the game because of these kind of plays, this kind of macro knowledge. Whether it was the ult cycles, they were better than Primus Tornado in that regard. They don't want to walk out because, again, Mei, Symmetra, Moira, they're going to run you over, right? So it's just going to be patient. They're going to wait for point to unlock and take some space from here. And this was a really interesting round. This one was very close. I think actually Primus Tornado should have won this one, and I was surprised when they did. Do you notice what he's Chat, look very carefully. Is this flash ops? Yes. What is Hawk doing right here? What is Hawk doing here? What is he doing? Well, they're not. Well, of course they're baiting. The whole team is baiting. But what is he doing with his crosshair? What is he doing with his crosshair? You see this? Do you see the posturing from Team Blue? Do you see they start to walk forward? You know what he was about to do? I guarantee you he was ready to vortex. He was ready to vortex. They were ready to vortex. He was waiting for them to turn the corner, instantly vortex. Because the timing of vortex is so important. Because if this team had gone 3-2-1 push to the choke, which I think would have been dumb, but they looked like they were going to. If they amp speed, they could zoom right through your vortex and it does nothing. The timing is so important that you hit the vortex right as they cross the choke. Yeah, you guys are all right. They're building window, baiting TP, waiting for the point to unlock. But in terms of Hawk specifically, the reason he's looking at the floor is he's waiting. Bam! They come through, he's ready to vortex. Hydron was screaming for them to push. Yeah, because Hydron's an idiot. Was he really screaming for them to push? That is the most NA thing I've ever heard in my life. That would have been very unwise to push through a choke like that. But he was ready for it. Not again. Now, this is cute. Check this out. Who can shoot Kaluge right now? Let's actually go back a few seconds. I want you to pay attention. Can we TP in? Why would you TP? Guy. Who can shoot Kaluge right now? Gary Oldman. Right. And who can shoot Hawk right now? Who can shoot Hawk right now? Right. You guys see what I'm saying? Now, this isn't exactly the most big brain thing ever. This is pretty standard. You know, when you go to point first, Kaluge, there's nothing really Kaluge can do about it. It's not a misplay by Kaluge. It's just, you know, good corner discipline by Hawk. But again, that's something that Hawk has been so good at so far. You gotta love it. And remember this, guys. Remember this, guys. Shooting the tank for free, not peeking the backline. There's shield. Shield is used early. Guys, they have shield. Let's push with our shield. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's a vortex as well. Wait. Go. There's a shield. Takes a lot of space. No damage. Uses the vortex in the backline. He actually gets screwed over by his own May wall. That's a little bit unfortunate. Nemesis for him. Punch them out. And they're gonna get point. They might get point flip off of that. Oh, they don't. Great pushback. Oh, that's right. Because this was really good from both teams. Check out the vortex as well. Catches the Symmetra. It's not just about the enemy Ramattra, guys. Look at this. He's shooting the Mei and Sim. Ice block forced. He's got a block. Again, he's blocking before he gets to 1 HP. He wants to try and keep that armor up. Even disengages here. Rupal? I think Rupal might have just gotten split here. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, it felt like ridiculous that Rupal actually let my boy die here. He just missed shots and reloaded the last. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Poor Hawk. Okay, so, this was a really messy fight. Vortex is to encourage him to go to one side. He's ready for either side. Shield once they commit. Again, he's using cover. He just needs to stall point. There's the beat. He goes in. That Vortex was actually not that good. He actually missed it. Even the goats make mistakes. Now, watch this, guys. Watch this. He almost blocks beat with his shield. And I'm talking about a quarter of a second earlier. And maybe just a little bit deeper. He almost blocks sound barrier onto Kaluge. And this is on purpose. I mean, come on. You got to give points for the attempt because that is crazy. Just living. Stalling point. He's going to use his ultimate refresh. And notice that he uses the ultimate at the last possible second. The longer he's able to stay in Nemesis form, the more he can stall. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stall. Armor refresh. Back in Nemesis form. He's going to go in and maybe get a kill. He gets booped out. He needs to keep it active. Notice that he uses the Vortex to continue to pursue. And it's perfectly timed. Just enough to catch Hydron. Block, live, live. I mean, come on, guys. He's been in Nemesis form since like Moses crossed the Red Sea. That's actually insanity. It's not just the living, it's the punishment as well. It's huge. That's insane. Had no business winning that fight. Ooh. Oh, I remember this fight. This is some Hydrant shenanigans. You ready for the fattest vortex you've ever seen in your life? Oh. Oh. Instant lamp. Vega misplays here. I remember Vega misplays here. They needed to drop. Vega misplays. There's the shield. They're stalling point. Vortex here is good. It catches. It completely stops their push. And notice that he's ignoring the Ramatra. When he can reach the Symmetra or Mei, he's ignoring the Ramatra. A lot of Ramatra play is Ram shooting Ram. But whenever they get the opportunity to go past Ram, they're going to do it. So as you see that, immediately pivots. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, the 180. Back to cover. Vortex. A lot of pressure on the enemy Ramatra. Lucio available. Bam. 2 punches to Lucio, instantly dead. That's a crazy shot. That's harder than it looks as well. Would you just TP for yourself and send the entire team against a Vortex in? I just don't think TPing directly at the enemy team unless you have like a ton of brawl outs is ever smart. Ooh, tracking. Gonna meet, and their job is they want to force that ice block immediately. They force the ice block immediately, now Mei is vulnerable. And that's important because Mei has ultimate. So we can actually punish this Mei now. Nemesis, run. Look at that. Lives. Who's he gonna go for next? Ram's low, suffering. Go for the Ram. Bam. Back to point. Vortex kind of misses there, but it doesn't really matter. And that's it. Really, really beautiful. Thoughts about Blizzard by Lenny? Was it needed? It was all right. Okay. Any questions so far, y'all? I hope you're enjoying this because this is a absolute blast. The Queen stuff, obviously, we didn't get as much to look at, but I thought was really, really fun. Now, the good news is that I went back in time. And we also got some codes from the Dorado match as well. So, yeah. Any questions about Hawk, Ram, or Queen? And I wanted to do this one because we're going to watch some Hawk Diva and some Hawk Sigma. Do Ram and Zen kiss? Not often. Not often, no. It's no, not often. Do you have any thoughts on what they should do to Malga? I don't want to talk about Malga at the moment, to be honest. That's like that's a big can of worms. It's a good question, though. Should Sig go top right, rotate, or stay cart here? I think it's one of those things where like you would want to. Well, I guess. Well, I don't. He's not going to stay Sigma. He's not going to stay Sigma. They might have stayed Sigma if they had been on not Echo, maybe, because Echo is kind of an annoying. She can go right around Sigma. He might have stayed, but then yeah, you'd push cart till about here with Sigma and shield, and then probably rotate top right. Yeah. Do you think Doom or Winston would be better into the Ram brawl? I think both could be okay. Is it good to Vortex specifically against Flyers? No. Ironically, Vortexing Flyers is really, really not recommended, which is kind of disappointing, but that's the nature of the reach. Okay, let's take a look here. So he's going to swap Diva here. And like we said, Hawk is a jack of all trades. I don't know that he's the best at any one character. Maybe Ramatra. Actually, you know what? That's a lie. Doomfist, for sure. I think Hawk might be the best Doomfist in the world. He's definitely the best Western Doomfist. But let's talk about this matchup really quick here. So Hawk's job, the reason they go Diva here is like, oh, you can Matrix Echo and you can Matrix shots and you can dive backline. But then if you're diving backline, why would you not go a character like Winston or something like that? So what Diva does is one of the unique things on Escort is that cart and high ground are sometimes very far apart. So if you want to fight for high ground, that's great. But you can also just live and push cart. And Diva is really good at just living and matrixing and living and matrixing and living and matrixing. And then when things get hot, flying away. So what Diva does is she can either dive, she can peel, she can mark. In other words, she can kind of like go and pressure an off angle and threaten them to save her team. Or she could just sit in cart and push cart. And then at some point later on dive. But yeah. Gush Wei might find it for the Doom swap. Yes, I think Gush Wei is also. I think it's really tough. I think it's really, really, really tough. Gush Wei has a phenomenal. Gush Wei might be better Doom than Hawk, but it was crazy to me that like the Atlanta versus London match where Atlanta looked so tragic, Hawk was like easily still kicking tail on Doomfist. But yeah, okay, let's take a look here. Dante was also very good in Doomfist. Yes. So the thing with Hawk is he needs to take as little damage as possible, find opportunities to dive, and push cart. Bronze gameplay indeed. There's a good nade onto Kaluj. And you're wondering like, yo, all these headshots, that's a huge eat on nade. Did you guys catch that? This is just Team Blue needs to be, or Team Red, excuse me, needs to be a lot smarter about this because Hawk can't leave cart to dive just immediately because that would mean that he's going to, basically, if they don't get pressure off of that dive, he could get slapped, he could get naded, and he could get killed. So he needs to worry about pushing cart. That's his priority right now. So it's really, these guys need to be playing a lot more patiently. Check out this nade eat right here. Flicks it around, bam, right there. On the exit. And that comes from a lot of experience, right? Knowing when those honors are going to be looking for that nade. He's thinking about it. He's trying to avoid, and again, you notice that like he's trying to not peek everybody. He's trying to peek like one person at a time. If he peeks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, he might die. So he's trying to limit the number of people that can shoot him. Goes back to cart. He's taking some damage. He needs to hide. This is too much damage right here. This is too much damage. He needs to matrix and get to cover. There it is. Can Rupal see him? Yes. Oh, whoa. Oh, I remember this. He almost catches him off guard. So this is a notoriously, I mean, you guys, even in ranked, this is a miserable point to break. So sometimes you will see players go for crazy plays just to see if they can make something happen. Because even if you die, if you get a kill, you have closer respawns. So check this little play out. I think that they called a nade here and they missed the nade, but I'm not sure. Regardless here, he's out here. Watch this. He boosters around and totally catches OG with his pants on. And he almost kills OG. Huge nade from Ultraviolet and a body block from Kaluj. But they got so close to getting that kill. Why would Ana nade on the exit? If the diva is already relatively low, if you nade her and get her to like 250 HP, there is a world where Hydra and Sam, whatever, can actually push up and catch the D-Mech. Yeah. If he grabs that nade there, I think they actually win that fight. The problem with eating nade is you're looking at the target that you're shooting, but then in the corner of your eye, you also have to either anticipate or watch the Ana out of the corner of your eye. Like D.Va is one of those weird characters where you're looking at one target and sometimes you're actually shooting another. Like I'm not even looking at the target that I'm shooting sometimes. This is just Hydra popping off and Hawk gets demeched. Yeah, Hydra is disgusting. It's so hard because you look at this and you're like, why didn't he not fly to contest the Genji? Because flying and contesting the Genji would mean the Widow and the Ana and D.Va can shoot him. So again, he's trying to like selectively choose who can and who cannot shoot him. It's very difficult. He gets close enough. He gets a pincer. He has his bomb. He forces him to rotate out. Really nice little play there. Sugar Free also on the flank at the same time. There's the Ana. The rally feels too good. Not a bad play. Nano Blade was used. Rally was used. It's a fine fight. It's weird to look at that and be like, that's fine because you just forced 3 ultimates, but 3 ultimates for 1 is great. But this is also, again, I want to be very clear, this is more of a map problem than anything else. And the problem with this is also difficult on second point and third point as well. It's not a good map. Rally push. He's trying to wrap around and catch. There's nothing to catch. They force the rotation. They get the high ground. Now, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This takes gonads. All right, I'm just gonna say it. This takes some serious guts. I'm not gonna lie, because you just used rally and they kited out your rally. People just don't do this in the Overwatch League very much, or in contenders. They don't just throw bombs because people's cover usage is too good and people's positioning is too good. It just doesn't work. They kited out the rally. He sees Ultraviolet and says, you know what? This guy's kind of exposed. And he just throws it. Usually they use bomb for remech. You know, you go in for an aggressive play, you remech with your bomb and so on. But he sees ultraviolet and he's like, oh, this is going to work. And it does. And I cannot tell you guys how important that fight, that is a game-winning bomb. Game-winning bomb. If they do not hit that bomb, they do not win this series. Ultraviolet was stuck right here. He kited the rally, and he's stuck right here. And because they're still pushing from here, there's not really anywhere he can go. It's actually just ridiculously big brain. Even if he'd wrapped around this way, he would have died to Rupal in the rallying brig. There was nowhere to go. So Hydran kills Rupal, but this fight only remains even close to being winnable because of that bomb right there. Patience, push cart, push cart, push cart. He knows he's down his on. He's got to be super careful. Whatever D.Va takes more damage loses this because they're only brig healing right now. Widow in the high ground, got to avoid the Widow. He thought about diving, chose against it. Shooting Genji because it's only Genji now. Goes for brig. Where's Widow? Where's Widow? Where's Widow? Where's Widow? There's the dive. D.Va's low. Can we get her? 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 Full on a pocket now, which opens up the brigade to kill. There's the D-Mech. He's going to get to cover. He's safe. He's got to get that Widow. Widow's exposed. Widow drops. He turns back on the D.Va. Now he needs to make sure that Ana and Widow don't clutch it. So he's going to immediately turn back around. Stay on the Ana. Sit on her face. Huge. It's weird. It's some of the most boring tank play that you'll see. But it's almost like ADHD boring tank play. Where it's like you're constantly like A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Back, 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 back. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you know what, guys? Like, you guys are just the worst. Again, here, D.Va can do a lot with cart. D.Va. Now, he needs to be careful here. Now, okay, you guys want to see something sexy? Okay, no. If you guys want to see something sexy, check this out. Mirror infrasights. Mirror infrasights. He knows where Widow is. And he knows that his Widow controls this sight line right here. So Kaluj is out of position because he knows that these guys will not peek his Widow. So Kaluj is not going to get it healed. So Hawk stands out in the open because he knows the Widow won't be shooting. And so he can ego Kaluj. You see it? And he almost gets a D-Mech. You see that? I know it's such a weird, tiny little detail there, but why is Hawk so egoed on the D.Va? Because he knows the D.Va is by herself because of his Widow's infrasights. Why did Kaluj drop? I think Kaluj is just trying to stall cart. Kaluj, this isn't really a mistake from Kaluj because he's stalling cart, but it's a risk. He has to be very careful, right? Now he has bomb here. What's he going to do with it? Is he going to go for a play up on high ground? Again, look at both D.Vas trying to LOS the enemy backline. I mean, this is kind of funny, right? But they're trying to not peek the enemy backline. Hawk, however, is staged for backline. And not only Hawk, but I think Sugar Free should be up here as well. Yep, see it? And he has bomb for this. So he's going to try to force either that nano defensively, the rally defensively. Bang. D.Va goes high ground. Nade is used defensively. So you're like, well, what was the point of that? Well, it isolated Kaluj. Force nade. He goes for it again. Now there's no nade. And now, because the backline was a little bit distracted from the last dive, he gets the boop. Plus the Kitsune rush. Huge. Now, this made me mad. Seeker actually trolls this fight. That Nano Blade should have killed 0 people. Literally 0 people. That being said, cart's still moving. Vega's smoking the dank kush and popping off. Fight's still winnable. Can he win? He can. He cannot let that Widow clutch this. He cannot let Hydran clutch this. They've won this fight. The only way they lose is if Hydran hits a shot. Do not let him hit a shot. Do not let him hit a shot. Okay, he's out. Widow's up top. Now, this is what's going to happen. Okay, so there's the rally push. We already talked about like the macro of disengage, so I won't. Just disengage, run away. So, I don't know what that was. I think that was recording something in the background. Huge dive. Brig overextends. Like you can see this, like the level of the margin of error is with this comp is like 0. Brig wastes cooldowns, she dies. All right. Now, I called this when we reviewed it live. I hadn't seen this match. I was like, you know, D.Va, you could go Sigma here because the sightlines are more wide open. So having a character that is a little bit more wide open spam centric is better. So he's going to go Sigma here. And I think Sigma's a good swap. The reason why Sigma's good here is, again, is just because wider, more open sightlines. There's more opportunity to get spam. You don't take as much damage. There's not as many high grounds. It's really just the one high ground. D.Va's not a bad choice on first point, but Hawk is a good Sigma, and Hawk thinks it can work, and I think it can work too. The problem with Sombra is that at this level of play, the support off of Widow diving is so much faster. So they'll pack you instantly as soon as you go for the play. So what Sigma needs to do is they need to push and punish cart. Spam high ground, punish cart, push the cart. When they get to cart to about here, Sigma can walk out because he has his shift and his shield and just completely clear the high ground. Almost like a Reinhardt, right? Like a spammier Reinhardt. And when you take like an after school nap and you actually sleep like 3 hours, oh yeah, I know how that happens. Hello kids. No, I know what you mean, mate. And you're noticing he's not even rocking the D.Va. Here's why. This is the reality of the situation. He could rock Kaluj and get him out a little bit faster. Kaluj is a good D.Va player. Kaluj is a great tank player. Kaluj is not going to die to a rock. Kaluj is going to get rocked. He's going to take a little bit extra damage. He's going to fly out. He's going to Matrix. However, let's say you roll the dice. Let's say you roll the dice. And you hit this rock right here. Somebody might die. Somebody might die. There is a chance that somebody might die here. So even if you don't hit it, it's sometimes worth a shot. What do you think about Hanzo here? The sightlines are just so long. The sightlines are just so long. Hanzo is also not great with the ult economy either, so. So at this point in time, this is where I really want Team Red to go high. You've kited it out. Okay, we need to live this. Maybe we overpush a little bit here. Yeah, I think a little bit of an overpush. Overpush from Team Red. Too much 3-2-1 ego right there. Now, yeah, this is really where Team Red needed to go high ground. I think there's a big missed opportunity. As much as we've been singing Hawk's praises, the macro there was missing. You needed to go high ground once they pushed the cart to the corner. Yeah. Big missed opportunity. The funny thing is there's still time for them to go top here. You have a Tracer to touch cart. You can have Vega pocket cart from low ground. He's at least shooting high ground. That's good. Forcing those packs. Trying to avoid taking too much damage. Trying to avoid wasting too much shield. Gets the balance onto the Ana. That's good. He's holding rock here. He sees D.Va without armor. Now you guys are going to notice that. He only rocks D.Va when he sees that she's kind of lowish. Because then you're going to be able to chip her out of her armor and maybe even force a bomb, rally, nano, or a nade. But bam. D.Va's low. There's a follow-up. There's also, I want you to be very careful. Listen to the timing of this rock as well. Listen. You hear that? What just happened? He actually times the rock when the BAP window. Because what's Kaluj going to do with BAP window, right? Matrix, go to cover. If you rock the D.Va and BAP window, she might die. You guys get what I'm saying? Is OG in low ground swinging because he's not worried about UV right now? Yeah, there's no threat to UV almost whatsoever right now. The only flank to UV is like super long and it's something that's almost impossible for the Tracer to get there or up through here, which is not likely either. But yeah, it's combo. He saves the rock for BAP window. So then Kaluj gets low. OG panic rallies. He's just trying to live here. Now you could definitely use your rock and whatever you want. Counter flux the blade. Oh my goodness gracious. Woo! That's, you know how hard that is. Beautiful. Late death from Ultraviolet, and that should be it. Doesn't quite time the rock right, but it doesn't matter. He dies anyway. That's it. Huge. This guy's insane, guys. This guy is insane. A+ tier performances in every character except for Ramatra and Doomfist, and then this guy just whips out a casual S tier performance. Beautiful. All right, this is gonna be it, y'all. Let's take a look here. So again, mark cart, deny their off angles, hold space. Don't take too much damage. Don't take too much damage. Don't get naded. Don't take too much damage. Hello, Cloud. Winston swap. We talked already about this 2 days ago, so I'm not going to talk as much about it. Although this opens up a lot more opportunity for Kaluj. Now, how many of you guys would have seen Winston jumping top left and been like, and boosted after him and just try to light him up? Go ahead, admit it. You would have done it, right? Why didn't he do it? It's not a bad matchup, right? It's a great matchup for D.Va. Marking Winston is great, but why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do it? All you need to know is on your screen. Control cart, backline. What about backline? What would have happened? Here's what would have happened. Remember when we were super obsessive about like Hawk chooses who can shoot him and who can't shoot him? Here's a question. Who can shoot Winston right now? Who can shoot Winston right now? See, see, you're not even, no, it's not. It's not 4 people. Where Kaluj jumped, I promise you, maybe Seeker has a small angle on him. Where Kaluj jumped with the setup Red has right now, there's not many people that can shoot him immediately. Maybe Tracer can do a little bit of tickle, but she's too far away. Brig and Kiriko and high ground, don't really have a good angle. They're right behind Hawk, right? So there's not a lot of people that can actually shoot Kaluj right now. So if Hawk goes to go shoot Kaluj, Hawk is great versus Kaluj. Let's say a D.Va counts as 3 people versus a Winston because she just does so much damage. So it's a 3 versus 1. No, it's not. It's Hydran and Sam and Ultraviolet and OG, whatever, versus the quote unquote 3 people that D.Va provides. So if D.Va flies top, yes, she will do a lot of damage to Winston, but she will get toasted by the Ana, by the Genji, and the Widow. It becomes a 4v1, right? Because the reality is these guys can't shoot him. Now, I promise you, if these guys had been holding this top left, like let's say that there was a Ana Brig up top left and not behind him, then Kaluj would have been fighting, then D.Va probably would have peeled back because you would have been fighting with your team. But if he turns around, the entirety of blue team can shoot Hawk, and only Hawk can shoot the enemy team. It's not bad to chase a Winston. It's just bad to chase a Winston where you're the only one that can engage. So he waits, and you notice when he engages on the Winston, watch. He waits. He doesn't do it immediately. He waits, he sees a jump. They call, can we push Winston? Can we push Winston? And as he boosters up, do you see it? You see it? He gives his team time to start, and they've already, I guarantee they're communicating this to where they're actually going to push the Winston out. So now he can, because he's got Kiriko help, and he's got Winston help. He's got Brigitte help. His Widow has an angle, right? Everybody, he's given his team time to where now it's actually not just D.Va engaging on Kaluj. And even then, once he forces bubble, he goes back to cart. This is high-level stuff, guys. Again, there's Winston, waiting for his team to be engaged first. He needs his team to help him, either directly or indirectly. He can handle the Winston by himself if his team is shooting something else. Yeah, he has a lot of cover there, too. Why are we playing Kiriko Brig? Yeah, I talked about that 2 days ago. Not a fan. Now, this is an interesting question, guys. So here, again, you can understand the peel back here, right? Because, hey, my entire team can help me, right? But you can also see how much space the backline gets out of that. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Great kill there. Great kill. No deflect, stays on it. He knows that Widow's going to get armor pack, so he doesn't hard commit. He just needs to live now. He gives up even more space. Huge pulse bomb. He needs to live. He needs to live. He needs to live. He does. Huge pulse. Yeah, that was a very, very, very big pulse. Again, being very cautious about who can shoot him. There's not a lot of poke damage here, but if he takes a Widow headshot, he's down in the dumps. And if he doesn't have to use his boosters to peel a Winston, he's not going to, right? Why would you use your boosters here? He needs to anchor cart. He needs to anchor cart. Look at that matrix. Look at that matrix. He doesn't even have to use his boosters. Just in case he needs it, he has it. Anchor's point. He's trying to make sure that that Ana can't live for free. You see that? He's so scared that if I peel too hard on that Winston Genji, what will that Ana Brig do? What will that Ana Brig do? For the most part, if it is even with the teams, doesn't D.Va trade with Winston much better? So worth giving up the space? It depends. If the advantage that you give the enemy backline by turning away from them and letting them take all the space is so high that it overcompensates for the fact that you can burn Winston, yes, but what will the backline do while I'm burning Winston? Because you saw them. Remember that fight when they just walked right out at the choke, right? Where's the Widow? Where's the Widow? We can't take a Widow headshot. There's the Widow, okay. Look at the cover. Look at how selective he is with when he peeks or who he peeks. He doesn't really want to mark the Widow too much, or Winston too much, because he wants to be able to contest that Ana Brig. He also wants to be able to contest card. Look at the cover usage here. Like, that has been the theme of Hawk, is the amount of cover usage here. Turning on Winston, utilizing cover, and you notice here that, look at this. He flies back, but when he flies back, look at where he finishes. He doesn't stand in the open. He flies out to cover. The Widow cannot shoot him from here. You see this? So even when he peels, he's thinking cover. I think Genji does struggle versus this comp a little bit. I think Winston's the worst pick. But yeah. I think the Kiriko Brig makes Winston totally unnecessary. Because there's not really a clear backline to dive. When he drops the DM, not really. You just have to trust that your team is not going to peek Widow unnecessarily. It might be called, but not likely. That's such a big play right there. Big surprise. Forces a recall for free. Marks Genji. Or Marks Tracer, excuse me. And there's no Widow anymore, so he can be a lot sloppier with this position. Cannot leave cart. So this is where, like, okay, so this is, think about this. Could he chase Winston here? Yes, absolutely. But, first off, it's not just cart, right? He has time to give up cart. But Winston is so far away that by the time he got to Winston, how much space would these guys get out of it? At this point in time, he thinks that it's more worth to control backline because I'm already here than it is to fly all the way over there and mark Winston. And it's the right call. And notice he's not even really getting a kill. He's just forcing resources. Remember, it doesn't matter if you're a tank, it doesn't matter if you're a DPS, it doesn't matter if you're a support. Your job in Overwatch 2 is to force resources and live. Don't think that you're entitled that, oh, I'm a tank DPS support. It doesn't matter what role or what hero you're playing. You need help. It is a team game, which means you need to force as many resources as you can without dying, and that's exactly what Hawk is doing here. Turns to the Winston. Winston's one. Forces Primal. Immediately goes back to the backline. Constantly managing his Matrix and his HP. Tracer no re. Winston no Primal. Genji gets caught in the crossfire, and that's it. Beautiful. Beautiful. What take would be better than Winston? I think they should have gone Diva Mir. I think they should have gone Diva Mir. I think Kaluj, I don't think that Winston is bad, but I do think that the Winston doesn't make as much sense when they're playing Kiriko Brig. They asked Kaluj to play Winston, but they didn't know that they were on Kiriko Brig. And then as soon as they're on Kiriko Brig, it doesn't make any sense. If you go Diva, they actually cannot stop you from pushing card. There's like just no damage. Kiriko like really struggles to actually do anything meaningful, and your Diva can do whatever she wants. Yeah. Okay. Any questions, guys? This is Hawk. That was Hawk. I think this was a good opportunity to kind of show a little bit of everything that he does. The Jungler Queen, the Ramatra, the Sigma, the Diva. And that's just, half zero pull, right? That bomb remake was risky. Yeah, true. I don't think he wanted to land on the roofs. That was definitely not where he wanted to land. We watched Seeker already? Nope. That's next. We got Seeker still, and then we still got Seeker. So couldn't Kaluj play Doom? Doom is kind of bad on a Brig. Doom is kind of bad on a Brig. Very difficult. Very high risk, high reward. Tracer as well can do a really good job pressuring down Doomfist. So it can be very hard. We have watched Rupal, we have watched Kevster, and we have watched Hawk. And we've got Seeker left up. On Sojourn. And I asked him what map we should review, and he said Shambali versus Wisp. So we were going to review the map. So if he sucks on Shambali, it's not my fault. I didn't even really watch it. So Seeker picked this match that we should review. So it's Seeker's fault. Actually, everything is Seeker's fault. I recently woke up today and my knee was hurting me. Seeker's fault. You dropped your wallet in the water. Seeker's fault. Your mom won't have anything to do with you. Your girlfriend left you. Seeker's fault. We're gonna watch Hydran? No. I had to pick and choose. I wanted to give not the new kids in the block, but some of the people that have been kind of up and coming. Like obviously Kevster's Kevster, right? But like I feel like Hawk is something that people have been talking a lot about. Seeker, Rupal. Let's give these guys their moments, because we've already done Hydran. We've reviewed Hydran before, Ultraviolet, all these guys. Let's do some of the other ones. Winter event, exactly. Seeker's fault. Yeah, I don't really want to watch with comms. Although that would be fun. I would prefer to just kind of like give a little bit of space for some more analysis, because it's really hard when they're communicating to not focus on the team play aspect, which I don't want to do as much. This is just like the German folktales at this point. Mog is a bad hero, Seeker's fault. Exactly. Wife left me, husband left me, hair's falling out. Seeker's fault. Really, really, really insensitive of Seeker. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different in terms of the POVs that we've analyzed, because it is going to be I do not want to do the media player. Ugh. VLC, or we riot. It is going to be a Ramatra mirror, which we've not looked at. We looked at in the team play on Tuesday, but we've not actually seen in an individual POV. So we'll talk a little bit about like what Sojourn's responsibility in this composition is. Dude, I did it again. I literally closed it, started talking, pull up the same VOD and the same replay viewer. Come on, man. Freaking Seeker, dude. I was trying to click VLC and it made me open media player. I freaking hate that guy. I just knew it. I knew it. There we go. Did I do it? Or did Seeker hit me again? No, Seeker, we're good. I managed to break the Seeker curse. Yeah, you guys have heard of Thanks Obama? It's Thanks Seeker. Great job. Great job, Seeker. Screw off, man. Freaking Seeker, man. Hate that guy. I mean, who picks the name Seeker? Like, what? That's like the most childish name I've ever heard in my life. Sugar Free is pretty bad, but Seeker I think is a new low. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Seeker. So Seeker has been involved in the scene. Actually, you know what? Let's actually pull up Mr. Seeker's Wikipedia. Seeker, Overwatch. Seeker. So, ignoring this, what is this? This is just abominable. What is that? Do I look like that, chat? Do I have any cringe pictures that are that bad? Please. That's not even cringe. That's like there's like 7 different levels past cringe after that. Wait, why is it not working? Why am I not zooming out? Hello? Dude, it just crashed. Dude, this picture was actually so bad, it just crashed my computer.
You know what this is?
Or not crashed my computer.
This is a trash.
Motor, thank you for the raid. Every single one, yeah, screw off. Thank you for the raid, Motor. We're taking a look at some. So anyway, it literally crashed my window. Dark mode, boy, that's a shout. Noble, Revival, Boston Uprising. You guys might remember the end of the 2022 season. He got picked up from Boston Uprising with the Western Revival. Played really, really well. Then obviously Los Angeles Valiant, which was kind of a hit or miss team, but obviously Seeker played really, really, really well that season. I honestly think Valiant did, all things considered, pretty well. Seeker was definitely the shining star of that team. And now he's streaming. Now he's on Timeless, and he just freaking won the Flash Ops. So phenomenal hit scan player. There's really not a whole lot to it. Arissa's battery state's the weakest of the meta. I think Arissa's a little bit of both. Okay, so role in the composition here. So it's actually pretty simple. A lot of Sojourn's role and Brawl is pretty simple for the most part. You're going to try and hold an angle. If you can hold an angle without getting poked out, you're going to hold an angle and do so. If you can hold an angle without getting poked out, then you're going to hold a more conservative angle with your team and find a rail on an angle mid-fight. Because one of the things with Sojourn is she doesn't really do a lot of good range damage until she has a rail. So if you take an early angle and then you're getting doinked by the enemy Sojourn or the enemy Mei or the enemy Bap, you might have to wait until you have rail to take an off angle. But in Brawl, you're generally, because there's not as much like poke damage like Hanzo and such, you can generally take angles a little bit earlier and build your rail up a little bit faster while also threatening backline. You want to use your Disruptor Shot to zone sightlines, basically anywhere where there's like an angle where the Baptiste is sitting. If there's a choke where there may, like Disruptor Shot can be really good at forcing Ice Block and Brawl trades if you get that off angle. And then more often than not, you're just going to use your Disruptor Shot or your slide in one of two ways. If you get pushed by the enemy Ramatra, you have the ability to slide away, obviously. But also, as your team pushes in, you can utilize your slide to deepen your angle. Sojourn is pretty basic in Brawl Mirrors. There isn't as much nuance as there are in other things. The main reason why you see so much Sojourn right now is not just because Sojourn is strong, but also because too many of the other hit scan characters get chased down and punched in the face by Ramatra, right? Whereas Sojourn is really impossible to lock down by the Ramatra. Okay, let's take a look here. So trying to hold that conservative off angle. That Disruptor Shot is kind of weird. I'm not going to lie with you guys. This would be a much better angle for Disruptor Shot. And you guys know me. I'm going to whine about Disruptor Shot literally nonstop. So love this angle. Love this shot. Love to see it. What separates the best Sojourns is the ability to transition from projectile aim to hit scan quickly and smoothly. So basically transitioning into your rail perfectly. So you're going to see it right here. He's leading. This is a pretty close range tracking here, but he's leading a shot slightly, and then right there, he immediately makes it. It's so fast you don't even notice it. He lines up the shot instantly. So something you're gonna have to keep an eye on. Lead your shots, hit scan. Lead your shots, hit scan.
I'd stay down.
Aggressively holding an angle. You'll also see this with Sojourn if you can get a little bit of Bap or Lucio pocket. That Disruptor Shot's also a little bit early, but they're trying to hold the space, I guess. They'll basically do that to try and build up a little bit of rail charge before the fight starts. This is a nasty choke. Slides off on the angle. Goes for backline. Uses that Disruptor Shot to try and hold the angle, but it also gets Disruptor Shot. Slides off on the angle, and this is something that we say is really, really unique to Sojourn. You would never see any other hit scan be able to do this. Never. So he's going to build charge here, slide to the angle, slide up, do a decent amount of damage here, and then go for the rail on Lucio. There's the kill. I mean, that's just brilliant, right? Beating up on his old teammate. And this is what makes Sojourn exceptional. It's not just the ability to reposition to avoid damage. It's the reposition to set up aggressive angles, right? Soldier is similar. Sojourn's just faster. Cooldown reliant, but faster. Ooh, that's a damage boosted Disruptor Shot. Yeah, Sojourn's just hard to counter. Sojourn is almost an uncounterable character, which is not a bad thing necessarily. What was his go cue to slide aggressively like that? Great question. You guys tell me. What was the go cue? What have we seen? Disruptor shot. We've seen Sojourn Bap reposition. We've seen Mei wall. And we see how naked that this side is. We also see that our team is pushing at the same time. So you have a little bit of rail charge. You have seen the enemy backline pivot to this angle. And you see your team pushing. Take an angle. It was well timed. It was well placed. And he had a little bit of rail going into it. Yeah, it was a team call plus partial charge. Exactly. Notice how passive his positioning is here, right? Nothing, just kind of standing with tank, standing with team. Almost gets Liar there. Great cover usage, obviously. Disruptor shots for space. This is so important. I had a review on Spilo 2 with a top 500 Sojourn player not too long ago. And all we did, we talked about disruptor shot. And all we did is we asked, is that space that you're clearing right there important? Right? This disruptor shot might do like 30 damage, might not do that much damage. But if it makes it uncomfortable, painful, or even just removes the Sojourn from peeking out this angle, it's really, really valuable. And you notice that the slide is almost like, it's more like a dive tool, right, than a defensive tool. When they're not playing characters that are going to 3-2-1 dive you over and over and over again, there's a couple of odd rails I'll point out, but like it sets up, like Chopper has no idea that this is not even fair, right? Chopper doesn't even know that he's there. A couple of odd rails. I want to talk about this, like right here. 17 HP, kind of an odd rail there. I've noticed that a couple of times from Seeker where he tends to spam his rails a couple of times with too low charge where it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So that's one of my critiques, but yeah. Again, managing his range really, really well. It's such a far distance. Again, does that space matter? Yes. Oh, he gets sucked out of his... Does he get booped out of it? What happens here? Does he slide into a rock? Yeah, he messes it up. He slides off the stairs. But a huge beat from Vega, actually. That's actually such a nice beat. Okay, let's keep going. Now, how is he going to set up his ultimate? Looks like he's doing something a little cheeky here, but he gets scouted. Yeah, he's definitely looking for a cheeky play here. I think he gets scouted. Yeah, he gets scouted. But he does build a little charge, so that's useful. So he's entering this fight at a slight rail advantage. Now he's going to go for his ultimate. They mirror. Now, it's risky there because he doesn't have a lot of support. But it scares him enough to where they use not only the Sojourn ult, but the beat in response. So now red team's going to kite. That's a predictive disruptor shot. Again, I'm asking you guys, does this angle matter right now? Does this space that this is discouraging matter? And the answer is yes, absolutely. There's nobody there just yet, but it probably does. Like there's a very high chance that Chopper, and this is going to be terrifying. Chopper with rail there, he's going to get a kill. So Chopper actually sees a disruptor shot, turns around, and goes back to his team. So even though it didn't get a single tick of damage, the disruptor shot was good. Tough angle. There's not really an angle here for him. This is a tough choke to break. Disruptor shot to discourage them from pushing. Maybe I can catch them as they're pushing. Oh no, he's losing a lot of rail. Yeah, if Chopper had rail there, he gets one, yeah. A little bit cheeky there. Again, predictive disruptor shot. That one I don't like as much because looking at where the fight has shifted to, it looks like we're going to be fighting here. I'm not as scared of that angle, so I don't love that disruptor shot as much. I understand it. I don't like it, though. The other fight, it looked like they were disengaging to where that angle was scary. He goes for the low rail shot there because it is going to be BAP window boosted. There's, again, the disruptor shot in the off angle. It's BAP windowed as well. Nice. Really nice blizzard there. Bam. Slides on the angle. You guys notice it? It's so risky to slide on the angle, even versus these brawl compositions. So you have to time it perfectly. Every single time that he goes for it, it's in response to Hawk or somewhere from his brawl, or some team from his brawl, pushing as a result, right? He doesn't ever slide in by himself. He slides in by himself on the angle sometimes, but his team is pushing elsewhere at the same time, so they can't all put resources on him. I remember when Disruptor Shot slowed enemies. I've talked about this before, but I remember when Disruptor Shot did 300 damage, not 200 damage, back in Alpha. For the first 2 weeks to shoot, or first week, I think. I think they nerfed it pretty quickly. Not even joking, it did 350% more DPS than it does right now. Predictive Disruptor Shot. I didn't even know you could hold here, but I guess Chopper did, so there you go. Okay, here we go. A little bit of an early Disruptor Shot. I'm not as much of a fan. I don't mind the idea of the placement, right? Using it on that Mei is really useful, but it's more useful when your team is actually pushing at the same time, more likely to force CDs, more likely to actually cause actual pressure. It's too long of a cooldown to be used like this. So while I've liked a lot of Seeker's Disruptor Shots, I found a lot of them lackluster in terms of their timing. Off angle 3, 2, 1 push. Beat gauge, or beat response, blizzard response. Just chunking Ramattra because they've used double brawl ult, right? And he chips Liar. He knows he can't push with that there because they've beat engaged. He's holding a slide, holding a slide. He's not sliding in because he knows that Ram will catch him. Now he can slide in because he's able to go past the Ramattra. Building that rail, holding the angle. Disruptor Shot on that angle. Very annoying for that Sojourn to deal with. Slides for the shot, doesn't quite hit the shot. Definitely a higher risk play, but I'm going to assume that it happened because they were down one, so he felt like he needed to go for a high risk play. And this fight is still winnable. Okay, maybe not. Again, it's the timing of these Disruptor Shots which kind of make me twiddle my fingers a little bit. It's just one of those things where like this fight's about to start. I want the Disruptor Shot placed right now. This is when. So whenever, like, Disruptor Shot is to use it to control space is really good. The question is not just when to, or where to use it, excuse me, I gave it away, but when to use it, right? Like if you're looking to take any sort of proactive angle like this here, you need to have this Disruptor Shot to make this play more worthwhile. And I don't like that we've pre-placed it. This Disruptor Shot would have been so much more valuable. We're going to re-push that angle. Now we have Disruptor Shot though, so that's like, you see how much more effective that was? Immediately forces Sojourn slide out. Always contesting these angles with cover. Still has his slide, so he's okay. Body shot, one shot. Shifts the angle, bam, bam. Rail into Disruptor Shot. Huge. I think that's going to be a cap. Yeah, that's going to be a cap. Nice. Any questions so far, guys? So I think, like, obviously the key thing here is the cover usage is really exceptional. The rail accuracy, the positioning is really good. Sliding onto those aggressive angles mid-fight as a result of the team pushing. The Disruptor Shots have been really good, but I'm not always loved the timing of when they're actually being used. And then the big key thing with the ultimates as well is you've actually noticed he's not had a lot of, like, really big pop-off ultimates. It's because he's actually playing around the enemy's response. When they have beat and Blizzard and other, they're basically, he's pressing Q and they're responding with like 2 ultimates. So guess what? He's baiting it and then living. He's taking a 2-for-1 trade every single time and still has a chance of getting a pick. So any questions so far? Because if not, we are going to keep. Why do pro Sojourners use slides so aggressively? No real area they're going towards. It's because they trust their support more to keep them. Well, the thing is that they are going to a real area. What they're doing is they're opening up a different sight line. The enemy team, for example, look at the enemy team's positioning right now. You see the backline's positioning? Everybody's positioning to avoid this angle right here. If you build rail while your team Hawk pushes here, and you're able to utilize slide to go up over this roof, you have opened up and denied their cover by adjusting your sight line. So a lot of what the slide is used for is not necessarily to shift from off angle to off angle. It's to open up a different sight line so that you can actually shoot backline. What is Sojourn's most important ability? I mean, besides Railgun, probably her slide. But yeah, so it's all about, it's like it's similar to how a Widow uses her grapple when she doesn't necessarily need to use it to get out of jail free, just to open up a different angle. That's how Sojourns use slide. And at this, when there's not a Tracer, when there's not a Winston that's going to be diving you, you can use your slide a lot more proactively to just open up sightlines because you're less likely to be dove, quote unquote dove, for not having slide. Sliding in angles instead of keeping it seems like playing on a knife stage a lot of times. High risk, high reward. Well, it depends on how and where you slide to. You'll notice a lot of times that Seeker will slide to a different location with cover. He also times it perfectly well, and he also makes sure that he has his rail when he goes for it, that there's an actual reward to the risk. You can also look at in a lot of situations like this where he'll utilize his slide in distances like this because what is the enemy team going to do when he wastes his slide here, right? The Ramacha can't reach him. The Lucio can't reach him. It's hard for them to punish him for not having his defensive cooldown. It's like a Widowmaker. A Widowmaker is going to grapple shot off of cooldown until you swap Wrecking Ball. A Widowmaker is going to grapple shot off of cooldown as long as you're far enough away to where she doesn't need it to reposition. It's the same thing. Bombs go boom. Hey. In fact, if you're not using your Sojourn slide to reposition for off angles or to take free sightlines, when you're not being dove, you're throwing. You have to. If you've ever played Sojourn into snipers, you have to use your slide as like a grapple tool because otherwise you're saving it for a dive that's never going to come. You tend to keep it to get out, right? Versus many compositions that's appropriate. Versus other composition, but it's a dynamic ability. That's why Sojourn is so flexible. That's why Sojourn is such a strong. We were just talking about like why is Sojourn being picked. It's because she can do both. She can survive dives and rushes and things like that very easily with her slide, but she can also use her slide as an aggressive tool as well. And that's why she remains meta, right? She's both a brawl dive. She's a hybrid. It's not actually that risky, correct? Depending on the situation, depending on the composition, depending on where you're sliding, when you're sliding, yes. Again, think about like Widow grapple. If you're playing Circuit Royale and you're not spamming your grapple off of cooldown in a Widow duel because they don't have dive, then you're throwing. You need to be using that grapple to shift your sightlines. So if you look at this here and there's no real dive threat here, right? We want to be seeing, using this to open up different sightlines. Yeah, sure. Has the rail. He takes it. He even uses the rail to rush it here. I mean, look at how risky this is, right? Like he tried to use the slide to get here faster when he had rail, when the brawl was happening. You notice that? When he had rail, when the brawl was happening, use the slide aggressively, comboed it with his disruptor shot, which is brilliant. You know this is going to force lamp. But also, how is he going to get punished for this? He's right near to cover. These guys aren't like 3, 2, 1 speed on top of you characters. Maybe the Sojourn slides after him with rail. That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen. You know? And there it is. There's Lamp. And he just walks away. See, that's it. Like this is the worst thing that could have happened. And he would have been fine if his team had been dead. How do you balance the aggressiveness of offense versus plenty bomb rush by 5? As Sojourn, it's basically that's why you have to time it well, right? You have to make sure that your tank is taking that aggro first before you go for these angles. Because yeah, if you're the first person sliding in, then you will sometimes get bomb rushed. But right there, like the enemy Ramacha couldn't stop what he was doing to turn around and chase the Sojourn a mile away. Love the angle. Again, the disruptor shot. I want to point out again the disruptor shot. I don't mind the angle there. It's a good disruptor shot, but it's just like you don't really need it. And you would love the value spike of comboing your cooldowns now is so much better, right? I guess he actually ends up getting it in time, so maybe it's okay. Oh my goodness gracious. Like, look at that transition from just like spamming down a choke, projectile, whatever, you know, whether it's projectile or hits game, doesn't matter. Just spamming down a choke. Bam. Oh my days. Good disruptor shot and intention. It gets blocked by Maywall, though. Marking that Sojourn, sliding in. Wow. Doesn't want to let that Sojourn do what he does to him. They end up marking each other on those off angles. He's cooking. Again, this disruptor shot is so early, it's honestly not too bad because this time he'll probably get it back in time. But yeah. Oh, they're gonna rotate on him. But he slides away. That's a good disruptor shot. And again, notice this. Notice that this is ego, guys. Let's not pretend this is an ego, right? Not ego like bad ego, but it's like confidence, right? He uses his disruptor shot on the choke when the enemy team pushes. Good disruptor shot. Slides in. He has a little bit of rail. It's scary. But then he drops to cover. Will he build up rail? Yeah, oh no, I think it's a fat finger, chat. I actually think this is a fat finger. I really think this is a fat finger. Oh no, I guess he was going for Rocket there. Kind of odd. Rocket was full HP. I would have expected him to go for this with rail. I think this is a misplay from him. So he goes for Rocket, but Rocket's a Mei. Rocket has too much. Rocket is a Mei and Rocket has full HP. I would have much rather preferred to save that rail and go for this play right here. And I also would have preferred to save the disruptor shot too. You notice he uses the disruptor shot and slides away. I think this fight's lost. You just need trades. So he goes for the disruptor shot here, which again is fine. But man, you could totally kill Chopper here. Again, do you notice it? He almost kites it. It's the same thing. These guys, they beat Sojourn ult mirror. I think he's a little early on the flank. I would have preferred a little bit more patience. So here's what I would have liked from Seeker. 3, don't shoot. Don't even shoot. So he shoots here. He should not shoot here. He should not shoot here. He's totally by himself. His Bapalus here on the angle. He needs to hide. Wait. Ult now. And the element of surprise, he might actually Ajax Liar here. This is poorly timed. Mei dies through window. He had window. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. You're right. I'm a total idiot. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, my bad. I was so confused. The one-shot body shot. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, this is way too early. This is way too early. This type of play is like super greedy, solo flank, like this deep with ult, but we've seen some success with it, but he has to be later here. He has to be later. Yeah, this isn't bronze. I'm leaving it just for giggles, but yeah. Yeah, that was not well played by Seeker. Freaking Seeker, guys. Yeah, it sucks, man. It's the absolute worst. I knew it. Slides away. This fight's probably lost. Oh, he almost gets it. Now just dying card. Go for the kill. Oh! We'd love to see it. Okay. Break. He can't stay here. That's in the middle of the BAP window. So he actually slides in with his team. Very aggressive play. But you see, even when it was kind of felt like an int, he's not even the first person to die. You know? Right there, why did he slide in? When? Here? This fight? Or the fight before? When did he slide in? I don't know where he slides in here. He slides out. After Mei kill? I mean, the fight's lost. He's just dying on cart. Yeah, his entire team's dead. Yeah, he's just dying on cart. Yeah. But he's just dying on cart there. It's important to die on cart. This one, he's just sliding through because he gets caught in the open with they're calling for it a very aggressive, and so he's like, oh shoot, break Mei wall. There's the BAP window. I can't stay here. He slides through and creates an offing on the other side. This is really risky. But if any resource that they put on him, they're not putting on somebody else. And he's far enough away to where he should be okay. Yeah. These disruptor shots are getting baited just a tiny bit early. I would have just loved a little bit more patience. I like this angle here. Remember that Chopper was holding this angle previously. Again, it's like a lot of these cooldowns. I'm just telling you, like we need. Like this is when you need your disruptor shot, right? You need your disruptor shot right now. This is a great play from Chopper there. Look at that, huge pincer play from Blue, and then they mirror the beat later. Mirror ult. They just have more ultimates, but that was a good try from Blue. Yes, I've always had the bronze icon when reviewing pro players. If pro players want to upgrade to silver, they have to earn it. When they get to my level of play, I'll consider upgrading them to silver. Actually, if they upgrade to my level of play, maybe we consider even gold or plat. That is pretty. When do I want to play Soldier over Sojourn or Hanzo? I like Soldier when there is a big broad flanks, like a new Queen Street. Soldier's pretty good in new Queen Street, right? They're looking to push, aren't they? I can smell it. Scary. A little bit of an awkward push here. Slides. Notice when he's sliding on the angle, right? Repositions quickly. He has charge. The fight is starting. He's even a little bit late. But because he's late, the enemy team is not expecting him. His team loses because I think the fight plan there was really bad. I don't know what the plan was there. They just pushed in like idiots. But yeah, we used to play a lot of Hanzo in Overwatch 1, but can I hit? Yeah, he's tough. Again, these early disruptor shots. It's never the placement with like even that controlling that angle is pretty good. But they're not even really utilizing that angle right now. I mean, maybe it's okay to help this team to rotate. It might be that he's also using it to deny that Sojourn from building rail early in the fight. That's the only other thing that I can think of. That is a possibility. Suffering. That's an unfortunate miss. That's okay. The angle's good. That's a good disruptor shot. In terms of timing here, forces the Sojourn out. Ram out. It's a good little bit of a trade there, back and forth. Holding again the long angle. There's not a lot of good off angles here that aren't too isolated here. Misses the rail, slides out. Ram's wasted his time. Still going for that Lucio. He's trying to find that Lucio. They need to get one kill here. They don't. Oosh. Wait. No, they don't get a kill. Ouch. How often do you like using Sojourn? Just almost never do I think a 15-second cooldown is good to delay a push. Live. They have beat. You don't. There's your beat. You slide in. They don't lamp. He needs to live. He does live. Good shot on the liar there. Huge. I think that's it, chat. I think that's it. So again, the angles, the use of the slide and the mechanics, unbelievable, really. And that's it. This is the I think this is the last match. I think this is the last map, excuse me, before the grand finals. This is a map 5 banger, and then they win this one and they go win a map 7 banger. So yeah. So a lot to talk about here. Really, the positioning was the key thing. Like the willingness to hold angles whenever he possibly can, but more importantly, to reposition to angles when he had rail, when his team is pushing. There wasn't a direct dive threat, so he was very flexible with it. Obviously, the mechanics are crazy. The ults were really good, especially when he knew that they were going to like stack multiple ultimates to counter his. They definitely had a strategy around that. Key critique there would be the disruptor shots. You know, I think there's definitely probably some strategy here when it comes to denying the enemy Sojourn from building rail before the fight starts. But I do think that that's something that you have to find a balance between that and also like there are really good chokes to use that disruptor shot on when the fight starts, and using them too early before that opportunity presents itself feels kind of bad. You know, using that cooldown off of cooldown, I don't think is the best way to utilize it. But okay. Any questions, guys, specifically about Seeker Sojourn? Wow, that's crazy, guys. That was, how many maps was that? We did 4 Kevster maps, 2 Hawk maps, 6, 7, 8. We did 8 maps in total plus an Elo Mastery thing. That's a lot. That was fun, though. That was fun. When are some good times to ult? Don't overthink it. If the fight starts, it's a great ultimate to open with. It's a great ultimate to finish with. Just if you have a sight line and you have a decent position, it's a good time to ult. Thought maybe he was using it too early when he has a second one mid-fight. I think the reason why I'm a little bit concerned about using it mid-fight is that you want to have it available early in brawl trades. And then also, if you see those off angles where you can take those duels, like you guys saw it with the Sojourn, right? Having that is it's a really great brawl tool, 1v1 tool as well. So I understand what you're saying. Like, oh, if you use it, you'll get one per fight. So why not have it mid fight as opposed to early fight? But I think if you see those opportunities early fight to take those aggressive angles, to take those aggressive 1v1s, or to win those brawl trades, the sooner you use it, the better, I think. And you could also argue if you use it at the start of the fight, you might even have it at the end of the fight too. You think Sojourn ult is worth it to pop to shoot Junk Tire? Yes. I don't think it's bad. I think using it to pop Junk Tire is fine because not only will it stop the Junk Tire, but then you can get value continued after it. Just to make sure you hit the shot. Kevster stuff was awesome. Kevster stuff was really, really good. How do you practice this in ranked? If you do not have to use your slide to keep yourself alive versus a dive composition, practice utilizing it to change your angle and sightline moving from cover to cover. What's the number one rule in Sojourn? I think would be for most players probably taking taking a second, or not a full second, but taking a quick pause before you shoot your rails. Most Sojourns I work with, Lexa will back me up, rush the rails. They just go, you just like mash it, relax. Land your rails by taking a second, and even if you miss it, you need to practice making that transition from AFK projectile spam into hitting your rails. When is it better to play Sojourn over Hanzo? Sojourn's generally a lot better on shorter sightline maps, especially versus divier or brawl comps. Hanzo is a much better sniper and on longer sightlines, and he does well when he's not being dove. If you're being dove a lot, Sojourn's going to be better. Also, how do I avoid losing my railgun charge without feeding? Make sure you have a good angle. It's all about your positioning. If your position means that you build rail and then you die, then your positioning is bad. When should I be trying to headshot people on Sojourn? Somebody doesn't seem worth it to go for the headshot. Most of the time, really, unless they're low. I think if you're missing your headshots, then at least you're missing headshots. If you only go for body shots, then you're gatekeeping your mechanics from improving. Because the importance of headshots is not that it does more damage. The importance of headshots is it's more burst damage. And as you get better in Overwatch 2, people don't die to 2 shots or 3 shots. They die to 1 shots. So if you go only for body shots, even if you hit every single one, you give them the opportunity to react and get to cover. How do I find my own mistakes? Practice reviewing your own gameplay. Once or twice a week, 15, 20 minutes, look at a map. Of course, no worries. Do you have any IGL videos on your YouTube struggling to improve on that? Yeah, I have a couple. Actually, I don't know if I have a couple. I would recommend looking here. Let me pull up what I would recommend here. I would recommend communication on my main channel. This one is good. This one is also good. This one could be useful just for fun. And then if you want to go to Spylo 2, you can go through. Now, this might take some time, but you can go through here and go to the team coaching section. And a lot of these talk about communication. So you can go through some of these and look through some of these where they talk about some of the team coaching aspects where a lot of it is communication. What are the Kevster codes? It doesn't matter because they're wiped anyway. They're wiped anyway. I always duo queue with my friend. What's the best duo partners with Sojourn? Whoever your friend plays. Don't overthink it. Whatever your friend plays is fine. What tier would you consider Sojourn compared to other meta deepest and high rank currently? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the current meta is right now. I think she's probably pretty good versus Malga, so you could probably argue that she's S tier or A tier right now. But is there any good value to reviewing my wins? Yes, if they're close games. I don't think win or loss matters as long as it's a close game. Close games are the best games to review. Win or loss, it doesn't matter, but it has to be, I think, a close game because a stomp, you're just popping off. There's not being you're not really being pushed. And if you're getting stomped, then you might be making mistakes. Maybe your teammates are bad or everyone's kind of mentally boomed. But if you're reviewing close games, win or loss, there's a lot to learn from that. There's a lot to learn from that. I've always personally enjoyed the more competitive games to review. Will be running any Christmas sales for coaching? No, not at the moment, sadly. I don't have the quantity available to offer sales. If I did, I'd be booked out till a long time. I'm also taking a week and a half off from coaching because of Christmas. This is actually going to, guys, this is kind of sad because this is the last time I'm going to be streaming until January, like January 2nd or 3rd. So I have some YouTube content backed up, so you stay tuned to the YouTube. But yeah, this is it. You know, this is freaking GG's, y'all. Can I get better at rotating faster? Practice. Try and practice tracking your teammates and the enemy teammates' positioning. You will no longer coach for the rest of the year. That's right. I'm giving up on coaching, guys. No more coaching the rest of the year. That's it. Do you have any other coaches in your system, or just you? Just me. There is a VOD review community that I started a little while ago, and I've heard some really great things about some of the guys that do it for free, actually. So under this channel here, you can actually check out VOD review committee, and people are submitting codes all the time and getting coached. So you can try there. Your mileage may vary. I can't personally vouch for every review in here. I do know that there are a lot of other coaches out there doing good coaches too. I know Commander X. I know Christopher is doing some coaching as well. Cager. Those are all good coaches that off the top of my head. John. A lot of those guys are good. Well, Merry Christmas then. We'll miss you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. How is the tank video coming? Oh, I finished it actually. That will be live in about a week or so, within the next week and a half. The tank rework video was an hour and 5 minutes of recording. An hour and 5 minutes. Actually, I'll show it to you guys right now. I'll give you guys a sneak peek since you guys are here. You guys want the juice? Make sure there's no super leaks here. See, look at all these little sneaky. Look at this. Practice approach, pass 3, NA Flash Ops finals, tank rework. Check out this thumbnail, y'all. Isn't that a juicer? I love Baggins. He does such a good job with some of the thumbnails we do here. Some of the thumbnails, you can tell which thumbnails are mine and which are not mine. The really crappy ones like this. Why is the wrist flying? I'm under the super cool, the WAP one or War one. This one is obviously mine. But here, check it out. Hour and 6 minutes. Wait for it, chat. Okay, we fixed it, guys. This is the third. Here it is. I got the notes and everything in hour and 6 minutes. Bro, my mouth hurts so bad right now. But it hurts so bad after doing the tank rework one too, because I did like a bunch of coaching. And then I did it right into the tank rework. And I was literally just jawing off for an hour and 10 minutes straight. Because I actually did a take and I messed up like the first minute or so. So I normally only have to do one take in all of my videos. Only one take. Yeah. Cheers, full power, Broly. I had a dream I was playing football with you last night, Zartan. Dude, sick. That's awesome, mate. You'll be the GOAT, don't disappear. You'll be back, right? Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back, and we'll be back in January. Yeah. Haircut was fire. Yeah, it's a little goofy at the moment. It's a little poofy. I realized that they left Chia. She didn't cut enough off of the back, and so it's a little too long. It's a little too shaggy in the back, which I don't love. Do I respond to Discord DMs? Yes, I would. Let's put it this way. If you have a bunch of questions, I would prefer for you guys to drop them and ask Spilo. Kumax, thanks for the sub. Because while I don't answer these right away, I can go more in detail in answering them. And I do get to them, right? DMs, I don't mind responding to DMs, but I do get a lot of them. For example, I took a week off last week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, because I was visiting family. And I came back to 90 DMs, guys. And I did not mind responding to them. I just don't want to have to, I don't mind like going bam, 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 bam. But sometimes people will message me like these walls of text. And if it's not Overwatch related, if it's like, IRL, or they're struggling with something and they need some advice, I'm totally fine. But if I get a wall of text that's like, hey, how do I play D.Va? I'm like, I don't want to read a wall of text in my DMs. I will read a wall of text and ask Spilo, but not a wall of text in my DMs. So if there's any short questions, you can message me. I might not get right back to you, but I will write you back. So if I get a wall of text in my DMs, I want to make sure it's something personal that is something really important. And I will respond, but I want to be able to respond right away. But yeah, Ask Spilo is going to be your best, most consistent bet, but I don't mind if it's something short if you message me. It doesn't matter to me. At some point in the future, there's a chance that I might have to turn off my DMs. But I really, really don't want to do that. I really like the fact that I'm accessible, especially when people need something or I've had people going through some IRL stuff and they need some advice and some encouragement. And the fact that my DMs can stay open to total strangers for that kind of stuff is I want it to always be that way. I want it to keep that way for as long as I possibly can. So I want it to be that way. But yeah. I like your hair. My hair is very similar. Cheers, mate. Yeah. It's a bit of a mess. I had a dream about you too. You coached me. Well, that's boring. I took a break of season. We're watching, came back rusty. Use your videos and tutorials. Get back the swing of things. That's awesome, mate. Nice tree. Thank you. Yeah, Temporal. Man, I miss Temporal. I wonder what he's up to. I need to message him. Temporal was an old buddy. I don't know if you guys know this, but Temporal was my mentor back when I first got into coaching a long time ago. And then I pushed for a lot of head coaching positions in a lot of contenders teams. And Temporal was my assistant coach for a lot of the teams that I coached in contenders a long time ago. He should have been in Overwatch League back in 2018. He really should have been. He's a really smart guy. I know he's kind of like doing his own thing nowadays, but I really enjoyed working with Temporal. Me dropping my whole life story in Spiral Demons, a stat of 10 deaths per 10 is a good stat. Oh, dude, see, those are the ones that really get my goat, you know? My favorite part, true story. So I should, you know what I should do is I should make a note of trying to remember some of the funny DMs I've gotten. One of the DMs I got was, hey, I'm streaming, hurry over. I'm like, what? It must have been some like, here's the thing that I realized. I just realized when we were doing some Discord moderation a few weeks ago, is I was like, bro, who are these people? And I'm like, bro, you can't do this. You can't be posting this stuff, like saying this stuff, you know? And I realized that the person I was talking was like 15 years old. And I'm like, somehow, and like over the internet, like over like text and the internet, especially with like the teenagers nowadays, like, I mean, maybe it's been like this for like a while now, but like there's a lot of like people are very sophisticated when they communicate over the internet now, you know? But I realized that I'm literally talking with like 14 and 15-year-olds. And I'm like, oh, that explains it. And sometimes I get like the weirdest DMs ever. And it turns out that the person I'm talking with is like 12 years old. And I'm like, it's just so foreign to me that like you're on like social media, like 11 years old, 12 years old, and you're talking with people. And I'm like, oh, that explains the weird message. You're literally like a child. Oh, man. When I say 1600 DP on 1.7 game day is too low of a sensitivity, what do you play? Is it hit scan, you said? I would say that's a little low for hit scan, but that's probably okay for hit scan. Temporal stays decently active with a little variety. He's one of the best talents our game has ever had. I agree. I think he's super underrated. Super underrated. I don't think he does much Overwatch stuff anymore. But back when he was very active, I think some of his stuff is really good. Sorry video about the magic clip. I think the frustration comes from the fact that it doesn't require a lot of skill to TP or self-Suzu. As a Lucy player, in order to escape, I have to be mechanically in the screaming morning because yeah, that's a good point, Hitachi. That's a good point. I mean, if you even look at something like, I was bringing up that Sombra analogy, right? Like Sombra Translocator is actually relatively skillful to use right now. You have to be pretty precise with your placement. Sometimes you have to flick it away from your target, right? I agree. I think you're 100% on the nose with it. The problem with Kiriko is it's tricky is because she's already not like dominating right now. So it's like, what would you buff about Kiriko? Because if you remove some aspects of Suzu, if you buffed her, made her hitbox a little bit bigger, if you made Teleporter more skillful, you know, what would you give her in return? You know, and I think that's always, I agree that those things ought to happen, but I would have to think more about like, what would you do to change? So I didn't realize this is such a big message, Shark. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. I hope you guys don't take this as like, don't message me big messages. I don't care. Just don't send me like 7,000 words just to ask me, you know, why you're stuck in silver if you're playing like one game a day. I have that sometimes with people I'm coached where like, you know, it's like they overthink like every single detail and they just don't play the game, or they're just mad tilters. So I'm like, you know, you can think about every single detail, but if you don't play the game or you're like a mad tilter, it's not gonna matter. Love the content. Keep me entertained, learning at work. Cheers, mate. Yeah, glad to hear it, Java Monkey. I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. What do you mean that they're saying weird stuff like too personal? Just no, not too personal stuff. Just being like I said, like I get it. Like I told you, like I get the message. Hey, come into my stream. I need you to coach me. I'm like, what? I'm working. What are you talking about? Like, you know, or it's just like, you know, it's stuff like that. It's like, you know, it's just like a total like tone deaf in terms of like social cues. You know, it's like, and then it turns out, you know, a lot of them are like literal children. Reese, thanks for the sub. I appreciate the sub, mate. True story though, about a child. Okay. So I coached a 13-year-old console player. I've coached him 2 or 3 times. And my mate goes to bed at 8 p.m. so that he can get up at 5 or 6 and plays a couple of ranked games and then gets it ready for school, comes home, does homework. Dude, the guy is on his grind set. And I actually had to talk to him and be like, hey man, like, you know, it's okay if you don't have a perfectly set structure schedule, you know, make sure you spend time with your family and your friends and you're picking up new hobbies, because the guy literally had a set schedule and he went from silver to masters on Tracer on console. And he was the most deadpan, serious person I think I've ever coached. Very serious, very like, I gotta make sure to do this. And he's like taking notes and everything. He's like 13 years old. I was like, what the heck, man? This guy's wild. I'm always concerned about that because I'm always like, I'm impressed, but I'm also like, hey, it's okay to be a kid too, What is my favorite sprint event? I don't know. 100-meter. Opinions on the last Cloudy guide. Yeah, I may or may not have watched that actually. I watched it at 2x speed while I was taking some notes on some stuff. I've got a little bit of the ADHD brain, everything has to be fast. My time is money, I thought it was good. I had no real complaints. No real complaints. I mean, maybe there's some nuance there about like understanding when it's okay to trade tanks and stuff like that. But like, I think it's like, I would never have any, I don't really have any nitpicks, but it was good. You have one random tip for Tracer. Timing is everything, mate. Like checking your team's position before you engage is like the most important thing you could do. Is Tracer workable? I would say it's probably too low for her. Yeah. Probably too low for her. Because that's approximately my sensitivity. You could do it, but like I whenever I play Tracer, I feel like I like freaking break my, I run on a mouse space. I have to like pick up my mouse all the time. So yeah. Low workable sensitivity for Tracer. I would say if you're dipping below 3.5K EDPI, you need to be careful. Somewhere around that vicinity. But I think a lot of it's personal. I would say like stick with your sensitivity and try it out. If it ends up being a problem, then yeah, sure. But don't just take my word for it. Go try it out for a couple weeks and see if you can adjust properly, Because you might be able to. Have you used some of those glass mouse pads? I've heard of them, but I've never used them, though. I was looking for batteries in my Game Boy or climbing trees. Yeah. I think that there's a lot to be said for variety of play. I think that like I would never want a kid to OTP a game for a long period of time. I think that's bad in sports. I think it's bad in esports too. Kids need to be jack of all trades. I think if you're not a jack of all trade kid, you're screwing yourself over. I don't really know a lot about glass mouse pads, honestly. Have you watched the 5 rules to fix Overwatch 2? No. Did it get thrown in Hammer Time? Oh yeah, it did get thrown in Hammer Time. Maybe we'll look at it in the future. I'm not. I don't really have the time to go through it right now, but I'll bookmark it. Maybe we'll look at it after the new year. I'm a Jake of all trades. Do you have any athlete mentalities you like, such as Mamba? Man, that's a good question. No, not off the top of my head. I think there's a lot of athlete mentalities that can help, but the problem is that you have these like outliers, like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, who had almost like an abusive level mentality. Like they're so like unhealthily. And people look at that and they romanticize it, which is not only not exactly something you want to romanticize, but also most people just don't have that level of dedication. And that's not a bad thing. Like that's like almost mentally ill level. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm a Michael Jordan. No, you're not. You're not Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan that guy was crazy, man. Like he had a level of dedication and intensity that most of us don't have. And that's good. Right. So for me I'm more interested in people that are great at what they do, but aren't obsessed, because I don't think you have to be obsessed to be great. It's very sexy to compare yourself to Michael Jordan, but it's like, bro, you don't want to be Michael Jordan. Basketball was everything to him for like a long period of his life. You know what I'm saying? And he was also obsessed about winning, very intense, very toxic, very tough, and he was a great winner as a result. And there's a lot of great things that you can learn. There's aspects of Michael Jordan I think you should aspire to be. I think the confidence that I will make this shot, even if you're not going to, right? Like having the willingness to be like, have confidence in your process, have confidence in yourself. Just love the game as much as that. I think that if you're ever going to be great at anything, those are things. But I also think there's aspects that, you're not going to be able to do, How about coaches in those sports? I think I have more in common with coaches, I think. Because I've also spent more time studying the coaches. I think people like Phil Jackson are people that I like. John Wooden, Paul Brown, John Wooden, Phil Jackson are all phenomenal coaches that were very successful. Some of the best coaches, really, of all time in any sport, anywhere. And they were all very balanced, pretty balanced human beings that understood, that worked with a lot of different players, that worked with some great players, worked with some not so great players. I think there's a lot to learn from those coaches. What is confidence? I think so. It might have been a while though. I don't know if you have to be obsessed to be the best, but I definitely think it helps. You got early top 500. Nice, mate. Congrats. Yeah, PK, I see that you've DM'd me, but I have a ton of DMs. I haven't had a chance to check it, mate. I apologize. Yeah, that's a good idea, Aiden. Maybe we will. It's honestly such a trap too, because it's like there's a lot of people I know that are like so obsessed about like winning and getting good and being the best. They like kind of screw themselves over because they like, not that they work too hard, but that it's like leads to like mental instability, and they stop and also burnout because they stop like doing it because they just enjoy doing it. You know, I think the most important thing to mastery is fun. To be honest, like if you're not, you need time, but if you don't enjoy it, then you're not going to have fun doing it. And so if you're not going to have fun doing it, you're either going to avoid it or you're going to make yourself do it, which can only last for so long. You know, it's not even a question of like mental toughness. That's one of the most overused, abused terms ever. Put it this way. Why aren't you, this is the analogy I always use. You guys in chat, are you guys bodybuilders? Are you guys like 9% body fat? Are you all Grandmaster in Overwatch? And if the answer is no, why not? I'm not asking if you exercise. I'm not asking if you're Diamond in Overwatch. I'm asking, why are you not Grandmaster? Why are you not 9% body fat? Is it a lack of dedication, or is it just not important to you? I'm in shape. All right. I compete. I do a lot of athletics. I travel around the Eastern Seaboard. I have a couple of rings behind me back there. I won some Super Bowl championships. My team that I played actually played in Dallas Cowboys Stadium and won a championship there. I do a lot of sprint work. I've hit Grandmaster. I've done all those things. But why don't I play Grandmaster anymore? Because I don't really care that much about playing Overwatch. What's more important to me is being really good at like the videos and the coaching. That's what's more important to me right now. Right. I'm also, I lift weights and I sprint, but I'm not near as jacked as some of my friends who actually got into lifting, because it's not really my goal, right? I want to be in shape. I want to be strong. I want to be fast, but I don't really care about being 8% body fat. I don't know what percent body fat I'm actually at. It might be at like 10, 11, something like that. That's just not important to me right now. And, there's been times in my life where my priorities have shifted. I think that's just the nature of growth, is that humans, our priorities are always like shifting, right now, content's more important than me than competitive coaching. Overwatch League was the most important thing to me for a while. Before that, it was my mixed martial arts career, teaching and coaching that. So for you, it's here's what I put it this way. I think everybody needs to have, there is a certain, like maybe this is a little bit of not egotistical, but a little bit of making some assumptions here. But I have the conviction that there are some things that need to be soft priorities for everybody. I think you need to be in shape, eating healthy. Does that mean that you can't eat sugar? No. Does it mean that you need to be lifting weights every day? No. Does it mean to be running an hour every day? No. But I think everybody every day should be active. 10, 15 minutes, move. And what that is up to you. Take a walk, lift weights, run a bike, do a yoga class. I think it's just normal human health. It's for your best to be healthy and to eat as close to real foods as you possibly can. But that looks different for every person, but depending on your level of importance. And I think every person should be involved socially with friends and family to some extent. And then I also think that everybody should apply themselves to at least something, whether that's taking care of other people, whether that's your job, whether that's a skill or a hobby. I think not being obsessed, but applying yourself to it, being good at something. It builds confidence, is being good at something, right? I apply myself to a lot of things. I like being good at a lot of things. I like learning about a lot of things, But I also think that there's like a certain line where like you don't need to be the best. It's not Michael Jordan isn't a better like you random person in chat right now. You are not a better person than Michael Jordan. You are not inferior to Michael Jordan. You might be and probably are a better person than Michael Jordan. Nobody knows who you are. I say that obviously that's not really the case, but there might not be. I feel a lot fewer people know who you are, but you are probably a superior person than Michael Jordan. Through the people that you've impacted positively, the friends you've made, the things that you've accomplished, even the small things, right? It doesn't. There's not a sense of a hierarchy, right? Again, we tend to like put these people on a pedestal, How do you prevent burnout from the gym? I've continuously went to the gym for a few years, but I find myself feeling burnout, not wanting to go because you're doing too much. You're doing too much. The biggest mistake people make when they try to get into shape is they do too much. You don't diet. You should never diet. I do not recommend dieting for anybody. You don't go to the gym and you work out for an hour. You go to the gym and you bring a book or you bring something that you've been wanting to watch and you walk in the treadmill for 20 minutes and you do a couple of curls and you go home. And you do it 2 or 3 times a week. And on the days you don't go to the gym, you take a 10-minute walk around your neighborhood. That's it. And then you stick with that. That's what you need to do. That you're burning out because you're biting off more than you can chew, and you're making it a negative experience. I know how that feels. When I first started working out, I gritted my teeth because I got made fun of by my friends, meaning well, but I wanted to play high school football. I played football in middle school. I was a really skinny kid. I did really well in middle school football. I was actually in the all-star team. But I had been a few years and I wanted to play high school football. We go to a high school football game. I'm like, I'm going to play with them next year. My friends are like kind of laughing, like, oh, we don't want you to play. You're too skinny. So I'm like, it's like the motivational, dramatic music playing in the background. So I got up at 6 a.m. every morning for like 7 to 8 months. And I gritted my teeth and I did it. And it got easier as I built the habit, but it never really got to a point where I enjoyed it. And it was like this for years, for a lot of times. Like I struggled. Like it was hard for me. And the most fun I've had working out was like the last 2 years when I made it easier for me to work out because my stuff is in the garage. I saved up for years to buy stuff because I didn't want to go to the gym. I freaking hated going to the gym. Nobody likes going to the gym unless you're crazy. Nobody wants to get in their clothes, get in the car, and go to the gym. So what I did, I made it easy. I made it easy to go to the gym because I have to open a door. And I made it easy to sprint because I just go outside. We literally, when we were shopping for houses in this area, which by the way, the market was amazing. It was literally half the price of the property where we were living. Anyway, we were looking for yards where I could sprint in. It has to be easy. And I cut down on my volume, cut any wasted time, anything that I didn't like, and I trained for what I wanted to do. So I'm doing a lot of football stuff, right? So I trained more around things that would help me to perform well in football because that was more motivating for me to do, and less just general stuff. And then with things that I wanted to do, but I didn't enjoy doing. Like I got a bit of an ego, right? I like taking care of myself. I like having biggish muscles, right? So do you know when I do arms? I freaking bring the 50-pound dumbbells. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I can curl 50s easily, right? I'm a big boy. And I do 50-pound bicep curls, sets of 7 to 8 reps, 4 or 5 times, while we're playing a board game. I'm sitting there playing a board game doing bicep curls. Why? Because it's easy. It's easy. I don't want to sit there and get on my. I'm gonna have fun. So I'm hanging out with Pepper, and we're just doing some bicep curls or some shoulder press, or maybe I'll do like I don't do a lot of abs because I think abs are kind of overrated. If you want abs, you should lose weight, you should lose fat, and generally on most moves, if they're total body, sprinting, push-ups, chest, anything is going to. So, but I'll occasionally do some supplementary core work. I do it while I'm watching something or when I'm playing a board game. Again, you have to if you want to have it to stick, you got to make it easy. You got to make it easy. And I'm not saying that where you're at here is where you're going to stay. You might start with a daily walk and that gets, and you start to enjoy it. And maybe you add a little bit more and you add a little bit more and you add a little bit more and you add a little bit more. And all of a sudden you're doing a lot of things and it doesn't feel so bad. It's all right. I'm not saying that working out's always going to be like easy, right? It's going to take a level of dedication and commitment for sure. But you need to bring the bar down to where it's not such a big ask. You need to be honest with yourself. I have this happen to me all the time. People come to my coaching sessions and they're like, what are your goals? I want to hit Grandmaster. All right. Well, how much are you playing per day? Well, right now, for the last couple of weeks, I've been really burned out. I've only been playing 2 or 3 times a week, but I'm right now I'm going to stick with 5 hours a day. And I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, like, please, you know exactly how long that's going to last. You're talking about the person that's struggling with commitment and motivation, and then jumping to like the biggest loser type of commitment and grinding 5 hours a day. And it's like the biggest loser dieting mindset where it's like all or nothing. And it's such a toxic mindset, You have to be so much more like, it's so like you need it. Like, and I'm not like, if you guys have read Atomic Habits, it has like a similar concept, but it's like the whole mindset is just like, you need to build like habits. You need to make it like, yeah, you have to start slow. And I think also like, here's the other thing too, is like when people talk about starting slow, people underrate slow because it's not just that you have to start slow so that you can get big. Sometimes slow is good enough. Sometimes playing, if you play, I promise you, I have sometimes think about this sometimes. I actually think playing an hour a day of Overwatch, if you played it with full intensity, I actually think that some people could hit Grandmaster with an hour of Overwatch a day. So you start with an hour of Overwatch so that you could build an hour and a half, you could build 2 hours. I actually think it's possible with an hour of Overwatch a day to hit Grandmaster. I think it's possible. I don't know if everybody could do it. I think you'd have to have like a pretty good mindset and pretty good patience and pretty good energy for it, but it's possible. So sometimes starting slow, you could finish slow. You could just stay slow the rest of it. You could do a 15-minute walk and every day and a 20 minutes of lifting weights once a week for the rest of your life, and that's pretty good. You could start slow and stay there for the rest of your life, and that's probably pretty good. You might not even need to start slow to get big. You might just freaking stay slow, and that's better than where you're at right now. I like that you're not admonishing the viewer for lacking discipline, but for choosing to try to add a toxic habit and expecting it to work. Exactly. Stop looking at things like a mental toughness standpoint. That is true to an extent. I got in trouble on Twitter. I got in trouble on Twitter for saying something about like, some of you guys overthink things. I said something about like, some of you guys are just lazy. And people are like, there's no such thing as lazy, And I understand where they're coming from. And I actually need to do more research on that. I think there's a little bit of laziness sometimes. I do think so. But I don't think it's all you need to do. There's no such thing as laziness. And there's no such thing and mental toughness. And you just need to grind through it, grit your teeth. I think those are both false. I think they're both false. I think you ask yourself, why are you not taking care of your health? The answer is you're a little lazy, but also the answer is also that you're asking way too much. When we think about fixing your health, that's a very overwhelming thing. Or why are you not Grandmaster in Overwatch or any other topic, right? I'm just using health because it's a good example. And it's a little bit of laziness and it's a lot of asking too much. The problem is everybody focuses on the laziness and nobody wants to focus on making it too hard. It's easy to just mindlessly apply yourself to something. It's hard to think and be like, you know what? What's something consistent that I could do to build up to that, How good are you at knowing a lot of high-level players? How good are you at knowing ults of high-level players? Not that good. Right. Laziness can be sometimes confused with the lack of motivation behind the thing that you want to do. Exactly. Which is why I asked earlier, how come you guys aren't like 5% body fat bodybuilders or Grandmaster in Overwatch? Because some of you guys just don't care about that. And that's not a bad thing. Like I said, everybody needs to be relatively in shape, active, eating healthy, and being social, applying yourself to something. Doesn't mean to be great at it, but applying yourself to something. I think that's just a rule for humanity overall. If you're not taking care of yourself, talking with human beings, and applying yourself to something, you need to get your butt in gear. But if you say that, yes, I'm pretty good with my diet and I am active, then don't worry. And the problem is that people that aren't doing those things, they look at that like, oh, I need to get into shape, as in like I need to look like The Rock Johnson, and that's just it's like, oh, no wonder it's overwhelming, you know? Yeah, I'm honestly not sure, Abyss. For me, the reason I don't apply myself enough is because I don't believe in myself enough. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. And that's the trap. So I don't believe in myself because I don't apply myself. But that's a circle. So you know how you have to break the cycle. And you know how you break the cycle? It's not overshooting. Because if you're like, oh, I'm not good at anything I do, so I don't believe myself. You're right. You suck. You've done nothing worth mentioning. You're worthless. Total waste of time, right? And so you're like, well, I need to do something, right? And then you go and you try and do something like, I'm going to go to Grandmaster this season, or I'm going to lose 50 pounds. I'm going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's like, oh, it's ridiculously hard. And then you fail, shocker, right? And you're like, see, I suck, right? Well, duh. Of course you suck. Because you look at what you're aiming for. You know? Look at what you're aiming for. You don't have the skill to do that. Most people don't have the skill to do that. So stop aiming. People are like, shoot for the stars. If you miss, you'll hit the clouds. Bull crap, man. Aiming for the stars and only the stars and you're gonna fall to your death. You're gonna feel terrible. You know? Build confidence slowly. This is something that I learned even in martial arts. Like, it's amazing how many unconfident kids start as like these white belts, you know, and these 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, and they're quiet, they don't want to talk, and they're scared, you know, and they're looking for their mom in the lobby, you know. And over time, they get more confident what they're doing, and they get the first stripe in the belt. And, you know, the whole belt system is really almost more for like visual steps, you know. And every time they get that belt, you know, the confidence, and they don't just get confidence because, hey, I'm a higher belt, although kids are kind of crazy about that. But they know that I am better today than I was when I started. And it's through incremental improvements. If you put a white belt in there and try to train black belt stuff, they freaking be crying, they go home and they feel that they suck. You know? You got to start with incremental periods. What do you do when you're in a period which has a huge impact on your life? How do you keep moving through it? Like a really huge impact on your future. You're talking about like a key moment where like, hey, if I get my GPA up, I get a scholarship, or I don't. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Bro, I know how you feel, because I had these moments when I was trying to get for Overwatch League, because let's be honest, guys, Overwatch League coach positions were few and far between. They didn't trial from them very often, and it felt like a lot of teams didn't know what they're talking about. So every time I went for an Overwatch League trial, I was like, this is it. Like, this is my chance, like right here. And so there's like this immense pressure. But let me share with you a little story. So when I had the whole like Paris Eternal trial, I've talked about that many times ago, which flopped. I felt like it wasn't even my fault, so it was frustrating, you know. I retired. I was done. I missed the opportunity. There's no sugarcoating it. You missed it. You messed it up. I mean, even if it's not even your fault, like I felt like it wasn't even my fault. You missed it. It didn't happen anymore. But as badly as I felt in that moment, what happened afterwards was I made some of the most progress of my understanding of Overwatch knowledge during that period of time of failure. It then progressed afterwards to doing something that I had no idea. So let's put it this way. If you're missing like this one big opportunity to do this, let's not lie. That's a big opportunity. You need to hope that you're going to get it. But if you don't get it, don't pretend that this is the only thing that you are. That this is literally going to define your entire life right here. I think that's, especially when you're young, it's really easy to fall into that trap, because a lot of young people are OTPs, where it's like, I need to get to this college. I need to join this team. But the reality of the situation is that experience is going to permanently pivot you to something else, which might be even better, and you don't even know it yet. It might be worse, but it's still an opportunity. So do the best in that situation, even though it feels like a one all done all, because I promise you it's not. It might be a one all done all in this small headspace, but it doesn't mean a one all done all for you as a person, because you as a person are so much more complicated than that. You may not know it yet, but you are. Even with the whole London Spitfire thing, oh no, I wasn't able to be in LA. They had to drop roster. They had to downsize. They picked up Con. It was like a low point for me, right? But I didn't know it at the time, but that opportunity allowed me to get a running start for Overwatch 2, which is where I am today. If that had not happened, I might not be here today. And I wouldn't trade my position for anywhere else. Not saying that bad things aren't going to happen. They're going to happen. But some things will be like a one-time be-all in that headspace, but it doesn't mean it's a one-time be-all for you as a person or for your future overall. Last scripts, we had the Spiral plus Spiral brother video, them staring as he's checking, go 2 hours, I'm worthless trash to sleep to. I don't need to tell you that you're worthless trash. You already know. So how do you deal with the expectations of the people around you? You see, that's the hard part. That's the worst part about it. I'm not going to share. I'm not going to share what it's about, but that really hits close to home right now, actually, because there's something recently that happened in my life and in somebody else I know, where there was a lot of expectations being placed, and if I let it affect me, and it made me feel guilty, because I felt like it wasn't just my decision about something. I felt like I was letting down people that I cared, and it felt like this immense pressure. And then I had to realize that, assuming that you're not doing something stupid and not being lazy and irresponsible, and you know yourself. You need to know yourself. Know thyself. You need to know your intentions and your motivations and the way that you're applying yourself. I had to realize that nobody has more investment in my life than I do. Nobody has more investment in my life than I do. Nobody fully understands. That doesn't mean that good advice isn't there, and that doesn't mean that you shouldn't, whether it's your parents, your friends, your family, but at a certain point in time, nobody has the same level of investment in your choices and your future as you do. And people will be disappointed in you. And the worst is when people are disappointed with you that are close to you. That sucks. I don't think there's a worse feeling in the world, because it feels like there's always a safe space, right? Like, these guys are idiots, they're criticizing me, but at least I have, and there is not a worse feeling in the world than criticism and pressure from people that you trust and you care. And that's where you have to try to communicate. I mean, guys, there's how many movies have been made about this? You know what I'm saying? Oh, the pressure, come on. It's like a Disney movie, you just want to disappear. Exactly. There's so much pressure. You have to understand that they'll get over it. That they will get over it. And if they are the type of people that are worth your time, that are worth your support, and that really care about you, they will get over it and they'll support you nonetheless. And remember that let me put it this way. It would be far worse for you to be pressured by the people that you care about into making a decision that you don't want to make than it would be for you to disappoint them because you did what you wanted to do. Because you have to live with those consequences. They don't have to live with the consequences. You have to live with those consequences. Your challenge is to live with the consequences of whatever decision that you make, and also to make sure that you are making a decision that makes the most sense. There are some people that I know that are making really stupid decisions in their lives right now. And I wish I could shake them and be like, what are you doing? But ultimately, they're the ones that have to live with it. So if you know yourself and you know your motivations and you know this is the best decision for me, or I'm going to do the best that I can, and other people have to live, you're the one that has to live the consequences, not them. It's very difficult not to live vicariously through other people. So you need to sympathize with their plight, but you have to think as clearly as you possibly can. And I know that's very difficult to do. I know exactly how you feel. And I know everybody, and not just me, I know everybody in chat knows exactly how you feel. Maybe not to the same intensity, right? We all have different experiences, but we know what it's like. I sympathize with you, mate. But this too shall pass, you know? This too shall pass. And if they're the type of people that are worth your time, then they'll support you. No worries. And I'm sorry that there isn't always a solution. I think one of the things that I've learned the older I've got is that so many solutions to like these problems are building the mental toughness. Okay, I hate using that term, but the patience to just sometimes let things go. Because sometimes, like, you know, you're a high schooler and you're in college and you're like, you want the solution to everything. And sometimes there just isn't a solution. Sometimes it's just your ability to live or push through a difficult time. That's the difference. This sounds super corny and super nerdy, but whatever this kind of stuff happens, you know what I think about? I think about freaking hobbits from Lord of the Rings. How they go through all that like psychological trauma and frustration and terrible things, and they just bounce right back and they're like, you know, what's for dinner? You know, like I think that's something in many ways that we can like aspire to be. All right, cheers, PK. I think that's something that's like something that we should aspire to be like a little bit, you know? Be able to like let stuff just roll off your shoulders. And that takes practice, you know, that takes a lot of practice. And I'm not as good as it as I'd like to, but I'm better than I was before. Follow names, thanks for the sub. Coach Spilo, now therapist. I mean, I think a lot of this stuff just, you know, you have a lot of life experiences with failure and trying to accomplish things, and you work with a lot of, the other thing too is like when you're coaching is like, you not only have your own aspirations and goals, you're also running alongside other people. You know, it's like a highway, you know, people get on, you coach with them and they get off, and you know, you don't talk. And so you kind of like, you get the experience of like people chasing things. That's like my job. It's people pursuing things, whether it's an Overwatch League or outside of Overwatch League. It's people pursuing goals. It's like, how do you talk? How do you deal with that? You know? I'm 29. If you haven't watched Lord of the Rings, I recommend it. It's good. It's very enjoyable. The books are obviously great. I've read them many times. The books, the movies are pretty solid representation. I am old, yeah, of the books, while having some differences as well. The movies are a great example of, obviously the books as well, but the movies are a great example of when you love something, it turns out great. And you could even see it with the making of many of those movies that, you know, Peter Jackson and really the whole cast and crew like was so obsessed with it. You know, they really enjoyed, like not just obsessed, right? But they really enjoyed their work. They enjoyed doing it. It was hard work. It took a lot of commitment, a lot of mental toughness, but they loved Lord of the Rings. If they hated Lord of the Rings, even if they'd had the mental toughness to push through it, it would have been a garbage trilogy. It'll be 28 next year. Yo, geezer, dude. Geezer. Good looking for 29. Thank you. I try to get my sleep. Get my sleep and moisturize, ladies and gentlemen. Moisturize and sleep. Really like Lord of the Rings due to growing around that time. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Man, we went off on a rabbit trail, didn't we? It was not on purpose. I got quite a bit of gray hair and they made me look old. Yeah. I don't know. I think gray hair looks cool. My mom went gray really early. And now she's like white hair, you know? Like, and she's not even old. She's like, how old is she? 52? It's crazy. I still think of her like she's in her 30s, you know? And it looks really cool. It's beautiful. So I think Guy, you could rock the salt and pepper. Looks really tight. Bat, thanks for the sub. That is weird genetics, yeah. Currently a high school senior this summer, I got depressed because some of my close friends got an MT. I meditated and applied, but somehow I feel like I failed. Oh yeah, it is hard to not compare yourself to other people. Especially when it's somebody close to you, mate. Oh man. Because you're like, you know, they're your peers, you know, they're your peers. You have a lot in common with them. And all of a sudden they're like, bam, they succeeded in some aspects. You know, I mean, look at what I'm doing, guys. I'm wearing freaking, look at this. I'm wearing Christmas pajamas and a sweatshirt from 2012 with a torn thing, coaching a dead game, bruh. Making a lot less money than 99% of my peers and my friends. You know, I'm a failure, right, guys? I'm coaching video games, you know? But I don't care. I don't care. A lot of my friends, like, here's the thing. A lot of you know this. A lot of you guys know this. I have a bachelor's in finance, and I had an internship set up with Edward Jones Finances almost 10 years ago. And I started in martial arts, and I chose not to. Now, I'm a hard worker. I grew up. My dad was a teacher. I was a straight A student. You know, hard work was always like really prioritized in my life, whether it was sports or whatever. But my dad was also very supportive and encouraged me to do, you know, what I enjoy. And I would not trade my position for the world at all. I chose to finish my bachelor's degree. Thankfully, I wasn't in debt. Very cheap college. It was not a very prestigious college. And I went into mixed martial arts because I love working with kids. And I love teaching mixed martial arts, not just because I loved martial arts, but because I felt like I could help kids. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now, because there's not a better feeling in the world like feeling that you actually have an impact and that you like your job. I consider myself lucky. I see some of my friends are making a lot more money than me, and they're a lot more successful than me. They have bigger houses than I have. But you know what? I'm making a living. I'm making a living. You know, I have a house. I'm not in debt. I'm able to put a little bit of money away into a Roth IRA for retirement. I have Christmas presents under the tree. I have friends. I have family. I love my job. I sometimes love my job so much that I have trouble not thinking about my job, which is a problem. And most importantly, I actually feel like I get to help people. And I'm telling you guys, if you don't feel like you're having a positive impact with your job, I don't give a rip if you're a janitor, if you're a CEO or whatever. If you don't feel like you're having a positive impact on somebody, I think you're missing out. You know, I really think that's why I feel like I feel a lot of satisfaction with my job. And there's studies on that too, I swear, where it's like, you know, people's job satisfaction is not correlated with like the money they make necessarily, although that is a correlated to a certain extent. But a lot of it's like feeling like they're actually doing something, that they have a purpose, you know? And when you have a purpose of like why I'm here or like what am I supposed to be doing, that is a great feeling. Martial arts specifically. So I wasn't much of a martial arts kid. I never did martial arts. I thought martial arts was stupid because I kind of grew up when karate was still a thing. And no offense to the karate practitioners, but it was like the 80s, like music, and it's better than nothing. But I knew kids that I could beat up, even though they knew all these like fancy karate kicks, you know. But I kind of got exposed to like the mixed the Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, wrestling, boxing community. And the great thing about martial arts is that people I made a video about my father. Yeah. The great thing about martial arts is because people associate martial arts with discipline. So when people sign their kid up for soccer, you freaking kick the ball, you blow the whistle, and then, you know. But when people sign their kid up for martial arts, they're a lot more open to like, hey, my kid needs help with confidence, or he's getting bullied in school, or he's not disciplined, he doesn't listen to me. So you had like a lot more opportunity to like not just teach the art, which was fun, you know, the Muay Thai and BJJ is really fun, but like you got to like work with them, their personal like lives. And hello, kitty, she's walking on my lap. And so because of that, you got to have a lot more impact beyond just the sport. In fact, the organization I worked for was Beyond the Belt Martial Arts. In New Hampshire, I was the head instructor. I don't even know if there's still the website. Beyond the Belt Martial Arts. We closed down during COVID. Martial arts. Where is it? On the Facebook page. btbmartialarts.com. Maybe that will work. Martial arts. But yeah, it's just like the opportunity to like actually, maybe the website's down. It's been forever. Yeah, I think the website's gone. Yeah, the website's gone. But yeah, anyway. Thank you, Nyan Pasu. I appreciate it, mate. I said soccer is European. I feel wrong. Yes, it's football. Yeah, I never understood the whole thing of like calling football. It's football soccer, y'all. Like football soccer. It's freaking football. Like, I feel like the bag is calling me. Well, see, that's the thing is it's like, I'm not also not going to all here to be like, you know, chasing the bag is bad because you know what? You can do a lot of freaking amazing things with the bag. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of my friends that make a lot more money than me. They donate a ton of charity. They are able to basically, like, you know what they do is they work, they go home, and because they make so much money, they do whatever the frick they want with their families. They do all these expensive vacations, and they go to freaking Disney, and they buy all these expensive gifts, and they give, like I said, they give a lot to charity. Dude, bro, you could do a lot with the bag, bro. The bag, it's not, chase the bag, bro. Chase the bag. Make more money so you can give it away and spend it and doing other things. You know what I'm saying? If I was making the bag, you know what I'd be doing with the bag? Right? Hey. I know a lot of people that, you know, they don't love their job, but they just do it. And, you know, they go home and they apply themselves when their job's done. I'm fortunate enough to where I like my job, but honestly, there's downsides to that too, because it means that I don't have as much time because I'm self-employed and I apply myself a lot. You know, like I don't have as much time as I'd like to do other things, where some people they do the 9 to 5, they go home and they do whatever the frick they want, you know, and they help people that way, or they hang out with their family, or they spend time with friends, you know. Sometimes teaching is more rewarding than doing what you're teaching. I agree. Football, soccer, canceling my sub as we speak. Oh no, the NA hive mind. What we doing right now? We're just chilling. Height surgery? Okay, listen, buddy. Listen, we've had such a nice conversation. And height surgery? Oh my gosh. You wouldn't say that to me at LAN. You wouldn't say that to me at LAN. I'd be like, yeah. You want to say that to me at LAN, bud? Huh? I'd be legit towering over you, bro. You wouldn't be able to sniff my kneecaps, much less anything else. 6'5". You have a lot of yeah. I am average height. Look, I'm average height. Average. Like, you know, just because you're not 6 foot doesn't mean you're not average height. No, I'm not 5'7". I'm taller than that. Mid-20s is such a weird existential time in life. Yeah. I think there's existential dread from like 17 until like 30, I swear, for the average person. Because I remember being in like a late teenager and being like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. 5'9". And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing for work. Like, I don't even know what I changed my degree. I don't even know what I'm doing for a college degree. Like, crap, dude. Like, what am I doing in my life? I didn't know. And I wake up today and I'm like, I still don't know what the heck I'm doing. What if Overwatch just goes boom, you know? Like, what am I going to do, you know? So, you know, I'm always thinking about those things because I like having a bit of a plan. But, you know, there's been moments like that in my life before. I'm 6 foot, but I'm small in spirit. Yeah. 5'7.25". Listen, but who's counting, you know? That 1/4 inch matters a lot. What is that, you know? That's a lot right there. You do a lot with that much. Don't clip that out of context, guys. It's already happened twice today. Please don't. Had spine surgery at the age of 17 and knee surgery when I was 19 and grew too quickly and did sports unhealthy amount. Ouch, that sucks. I was taller than you at the age of 10. Okay, bro. I knew you guys were gonna clip. I don't know why. See, the thing is here's the thing. If I don't draw attention to it, it doesn't matter. You guys are going to see it anyway. If I do draw attention to it, at least I can laugh, ha, 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 and then it happens anyway, you know? Because it's going to happen anyway. I said something earlier. I didn't even notice that I said it. And people were like, oh, look what he said. Ah! So it's like, I just give up, you know? You guys are too fast on it. You're like rats, you know? It's like a Pavlovian dogs, you know? It's like, I say something, ring, ring, ring. You're like, I don't even know how you notice these things. You're supposed to be listening to what I'm saying, not like, wait, never mind. That doesn't make any sense. How tall is Hammond? Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Like, Hammond's probably like yay high, right? Like 2 feet, 1.5 feet, maybe not below. What are our plans for the holiday break? Family. My brother's father-in-law actually just passed away from ALS. So we're going to spend a lot of time with them, hopefully. Grimbjorn, no fussing. I'm just going to spend some time with family. I feel like I'm like making up from like the last 4 years with my family. I mean, honestly, even longer than that. I don't know if you guys know that, but I lived in New Hampshire for like 7, 8 years. And so I moved back down closer to my family. And so I feel like not only that, but also with how busy it was with Overwatch thing. And I told you guys I have a so many parties and so many birthdays and so many like get-togethers and like there. I saw my even when we moved down back south, I saw my family like once a month for a while. Like it was pretty bad. So I feel like I'm making up for lost time. And also, I freaking love Christmas. I'm a total Christmas addict. I was fortunate enough to have like a a lot of nostalgia for my childhood. So like basically Christmas is the recreate childhood. I'm not even joking. You guys are gonna make fun of me. So I'm having Christmas with my wife, you know, Christmas morning and everything. And we've been doing this for the last couple of years, but we're doing it again this year. All of my siblings, several of which are married, we're all going to my parents' house the day of Christmas, the night after we spend time with our significant others. We're gonna spend the night at my parents' house, Christmas night, and the next morning, Boxing Day, we're gonna get up and open gifts, and like Santa Claus is visited. And my parents, when we were kids, they would used to put the presents on the couch, you know, and they'd put blankets over it because it was like, and they'd put the stocking next to it. And we didn't get a ton because we weren't super wealthy as kids, especially when we were younger. But dude, it was so exciting. So we literally have been recreating that. We'd go like I'm freaking almost 30 years old. And I'm like, oh, let's go. You know, I'm getting up with my brothers and sisters who are like 27 and 25 and 22. And we're gonna go downstairs and like it's so much fun. It's so much fun. I'm not 30, I'm almost 30. Santa getting anything special this year? I don't know, bro. There's a bunch of presents under the tree. Dude, I got Pepper some sick stuff. I'm not gonna lie. She's here, so I can't leak it, but I got her some sick stuff. I'm super excited. And then, you know, we do sibling gifts or whatever, so. What time do we wake up on Christmas Day? I don't know. It depends. It depends. As a kid, it was like 7 o'clock, 6:30. You're like, let's go, you know. True story. I remember, oh crap. You had to stay, when we were kids, I think we had to stay in our room until like our parents came and got us because we couldn't go out because we would see like the blanket shapes. You couldn't look or whatever. But yeah. Legal drinking age. Microchips for unwrapping. Violence. If it's okay, so here's the thing I've learned with unwrapping. Okay. Dude, my grandparents are psychopaths. They like freaking scissor the wrapping paper and save the wrapping paper. I don't know how they do that. That's weird. But I will say tissue paper you can reuse. So if it's tissue paper, you can save the tissue paper if you're fun maxing. But if it's freaking wrapping paper, just freaking tear that mother apart. You know what I'm saying? It ain't worth your time. Oh, life hack. Okay. I learned this from my grandparents. It's actually really fun. We have a Christmas tradition. Well, my dad, my grandparents started it. My parents did it. And I've been doing it with Pepper. It's really fun. It's really fun. What you do is you go from so-and-so to so-and-so, right? Like on the tag. But if there's only one other person you're giving gifts to, right? What you do is you write like hints about what's in the present, right? So like, for example, like let's say I got you Overwatch 2 in a box. Okay. I might write from Mr. Kaplan to Mr. Keller, you know, and be like, oh, what is it? You have to find the balance between like making it like, even if they do solve it, they're still not quite sure what it is. You know what I'm saying? So we've been doing that with like a lot of our presents and like, you know, like all these like vague hints. And then afterwards, like, oh, like that. It's really fun. It's fun. I know it's free to play. Look, I had to come up with an example fast. I couldn't come up with something faster. Shut up. I get someone here. Shut up. Yeah. So it's actually kind of fun doing that. It's actually pretty fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what. Some of them are like I think they're kind of hard to solve, but it also makes it fun. It's also free to uninstall. Yeah, he's cheap. Okay, look, guys. Okay, look. I'm trying to think if there's any fun Christmas gifts. Okay, I'm gonna admit it. All right, guys, I'm gonna admit it. I freaking got a Lego set last year for Christmas, and I don't care. I just don't care. I got a Lego set for Christmas. I'm pretty sure I got a Lego set for my birthday. No, I didn't. I got a Lego set for Christmas. I had zero shame. I freaking love Legos. Dude, I was freaking building Legos when I was 3 freaking years old. I built sick Bionicles. Oh, man. I wish I had some of the... I bet I still have some of the pictures of some of the stuff I built. Me and my slightly younger brother were really good at it. What was the Lego set? The freaking Hogwarts castle. I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, but it was super fun to build. Also, there's like there's another Lego set around here somewhere. Yeah. I don't want to. I just basically I was like I'm always trying to think of like Christmas. Like I also love board games a lot too because like I don't know. I don't want to open. I don't want to be like oh Christmas Day sucks. You know I want it to be like something exciting. So it's like it's always a challenge to like think of like you know what would be a really fun thing to ask for. You know. I like Legos as a kid, but now I use them for the utility. Yeah, Legos are just so much fun. They're so much fun. My cousins and I spent 4 hours ago last weekend building Legos after the kids went on. Oh, dude, I've totally forgot. My brother literally messaged me like 2 days ago, and he wants to meet up at my parents' house, and we're gonna have like we're gonna bring like hot like cocoa or coffee or snacks or something, and we're literally gonna go over and like literally just play Legos for like a couple hours because he gets some time off, you know. Yeah. See if someone designed a paper shredder out of Legos and was very proud. That is impressive. Like the smaller, the better. We're talking about like puncture wounds here. You guys are psychopaths. You saw Fortnite Lego? No, I didn't see Fortnite Lego. I know I'm aware of it, but not as familiar with it. Legos are sick. Legos are fun. I remember. I remember like a lot of the Lego stuff back. Dude, I swear like Lego's peak was like. At least for actually that's such a nostalgia thing to say because it's like my peak with Legos was like 2007, 2006, 2008, where like Lego.com, the message boards. There was something called My Lego Network where there was all these forums for it. I was part of, and then there was Bionicle, like the story arc of Bionicle was super cool, and then there was like freaking Exo Force was awesome. The Star Wars Lego sets. Man, those days were sick. That was so much fun. The layman's 3D printer. Yeah, whatever. Love Star Wars Lego sets. Yeah, they are sick. They are really sick. Bro, the Star Wars Advent game went so hard. Dude, there's so many good games on Lego.com. I miss Lego.com, honestly. Lego.com was super fun as a kid. I really miss Lego.com, honestly. It's kind of a shell of itself. Since like I don't know when. Like I felt like, but Bionicle.com was so much fun as well. Oh my gosh. Lego digital designer thing. Oh yeah. Dude, wasn't there like a freaking Lego MMO? I think I missed it. I think I was too busy. I was like getting into girls and things like that. When I was like 15, 16 years old. But like I think right as I was like getting into high school, they had like this little Lego MMO thing for a little bit. Bionicle All-American Rejects. Oh, yes. That's a classic. Rock She Rock. Lego Dimension? Yeah, I don't remember what it was. It was something. I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. What was the freaking Lego? I don't remember. I don't remember. Gaming has become so monetized, they lost hype for gamers. Yeah. I mean, it's just different. I think like mobile gaming in a lot of ways has like kind of killed gaming because it showcased the power of monetization and microtransactions, right? So it's like a lot of people have taken that page out from it. So yeah, something like that. Yeah. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. IKEA hacks? I don't remember IKEA hacks. The funny thing is in German kindergarten is that what preschool is in America is what preschool is in America. Oh, that is interesting. What's Marvel Snap? I've heard of that, but what is Marvel Snap? No. Oh, I thought you were talking about a freaking video game, like Marvel, like Pokemon Snap. Like Pokemon Snap. Remember that like shooting game? Okay, dude, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I thought you guys were talking about a game like Pokemon Snap. Like, wait, it is a game? It's a card game? It is a game. Ha! See? That's true. I didn't know what it was. It's a card game. Oh, you know another game that died that used to go hard in the genre? Disney Infinity. I've heard of that. Is that where the Let Him Cook meme came from with the freaking Woody? You know, the Let Him Cook, you know, by these 3 IKEA models, you could build X undesigned piece of mega furniture. Oh, that's cool. Bro, what were some other fun games? Oh my gosh. Okay, so true story. I remember when I would visit my cousin, who was like my best friend, in Melbourne, Florida. And there was no, you guys ever remember? It was Nabisco.com, the freaking food thing, Nabisco.com. It was like 2004. And they had these online games. They had like mini golf, which is super cool because I wish I couldn't find it. I've been trying to find it. And it was like, you were basically playing like mini golf, but it was like tiny, like you had the little tiny mini putter and it was like online and it was like, oh, it was like all like cookies and books and stuff like that, like a desk, Anyway. So they also had a game there. I think it was checkers or chess or something. Online chess and checkers. And of course, like you couldn't type whatever you wanted, but they had like preset messages you could send to your opponent, like real people, right? Bro, we were the original, like we would troll people so hard. We were like 10, 11 years old. We would get on there and we'd join a game. We do like a couple of moves. And then, you could set a preset message. It's your turn. And it wouldn't be our turn or their turn. It'd be our turn. It'd be like, no, it's your turn. I'd be like, what? I just start spamming random messages, just like random messages until they rage quit. And then we'd die laughing. We'd leave the queue, leave the game because they would rage quit and then rejoin and get the same person and just start spamming them again. It was really, really, really funny. It was the funniest thing, dude. Oh my gosh. We would laugh till we'd cry. Oh my gosh. It was funnier when you're like 9 and 10, but it was like the epic trolling. We'd only do it a couple of times because we don't want to make the person really upset. We don't want to waste too much of their time, but like it was really funny. Online Flash multiplayer games. Oh yeah, those were the games. Nabisco.com, Lego.com, a ton of Flash multiplayer all the way. You'd sit there and it'd like and then the square. It's fun. It's fun. Nothing more depressing though than going to some computer or like your grandma's house or whatever. It says Flash is not installed, and you're like 8 years old. You're like, no, because you don't know how to freaking install Flash. I'm not clicking random things. It's scary, It's a scary world out there. You don't know how to. It either works or it doesn't, Flash games are still a thing though. Okay, fair enough. Minecraft back in the days, yeah. Okay, don't kill me. There are so many games that I have never played. There are so many games I have never played Minecraft. I've never played Fortnite. I've never played Among Us. I've never played Fall Guys. I've never played. I feel like there's a bunch of other games I've never played. No, I've never played Minecraft. Not even logged on. Never. Never played Valorant. I've never played Apex. No, actually, I played a deathmatch Valorant at my brother-in-law's house once. But I've never really played Valorant. I've never played Apex. I've never played C. I played like 2 maybe games of CS. No. Actually, you know what would be fun? Here's what would be fun. Let's do this. We're gonna host Rupal in a little bit here. But like, let's see which of these games. I've never played GTA. Never played League of Legends. Never played Call of Duty Warzone. I've not really played any Call of Duty since Black Ops 1 or 2, and that was at a friend's house. Never played Dota. Never played WoW. Never played any EA Sports games besides like Madden 2005. Obviously, never played Rust. Never played ASMR. Hey, look, it's Marvel Snap, guys. I haven't played Baldur's Gate. I've never played Hearthstone. I played one game of Rocket League at a friend's house. One game. I honestly, guys, all right. I don't get the appeal of Rocket League. I played a couple of games. I've watched a couple of games. It is fun, but it's the same freaking game over and over and over again. I don't understand how it has repeat play value. Wait, did I skip Genshin? I've never played Genshin. Oh yeah, I didn't skip Genshin. It's like, yo, that's cool. That's fun. And it doesn't have, the replayability is horrible of that game. I do not understand it. I don't understand it. I never played Black Desert. I've actually never played either Red Dead Redemption, although I'd like to play one of them. I have played Elden Ring. My brother-in-law bought it for me for Christmas. I really enjoyed it. I haven't really played any Pokemon since Red or Blue, or no, Silver, Gold, and whatever, Platinum. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Like this, he's like, doesn't make eye contact, just goes straight to the room to put his bag down.
Yeah.
And the mom kind of just walks behind him, just kind of looks at me.
What?
And I look at the closet, and I'm like, hi. And she just kind of looked at me like that, like winking mom face, and I was like,
Yeah.
just like, so she leaves. He walks out. He's like red-eyed, and I was like, did this kid just get like spanked before? he
What
came?
happened?
I was like, hi, Kieran. Are you okay? He's like, no. I was like, why? What's wrong? And he goes, my mom threw out all my Pokemon cards.
Through all the Pokemon
He had a
cards?
whole binder. I don't know if she actually threw them out or just whatever. He's like, I was like, why would she do that? And he goes,
What?
he goes, she told me I had to pick them up, but I had to go do something. And when I came back, she threw them out.
What?
And I
I
was
hope
like-
he didn't actually throw them out, bro. That's way too harsh.
I was like,
I'd freaking leave home. I would move away. If my mom threw out my Pokemon, I would
Here's the thing.
leave.
He played my version of Plank and was very happy, but then the second the mom came to pick him up, he was like,
Oh, dude.
I
He
felt
probably
so-
forgot. Okay, well, okay, he ought to listen to his mom, but still, that's hard. I assume she probably didn't throw them out.
I don't know. He's like, she keeps throwing out me and my brother's things. And I was
Oh
like,
my gosh,
I was
dude.
like, oh my gosh.
So yeah, somebody didn't listen to their mom and got their Pokemon card collection potentially thrown out. We don't know if it's actually thrown out or just taken away. Yeah, he's 8 or 9 years old. Yeah, I'm married. I've been married for what? Almost a decade? 10 months away? Yeah, almost a decade. I played Magic the Gathering once. I guess that's pretty much it. I've not really played like any of these other games, obviously, but that is crazy. That is crazy. That's harsh. That's harsh. We're gonna assume the best though, assume that she didn't actually throw it out. Congrats, you two lovebirds. Oh man, why you had to say that? Why you had to say congrats, you two lovebirds? That's the most AI thing that has ever left your fingers, ever. Do I have kids? No. Yeah, bring it over. It's Firo, right? Got freaking Firo. He gave Pepper a card.
He said he gave everyone the Pokemon that reminds him of them. And this
Yeah.
is what I apparently remind him of.
Apparently, Pepper is Firo, guys. Clearly. If you guys could see the resemblance, right? The long, ugly face. No, please don't strike me.
was about to flick you.
He's just about to flick me in the ear. Pretty sure he is 100%, mate. 100%. My gosh. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it. Let's host Rupal. Let's host Rupal. RuPaul's the man. We just finished being treated by RuPaul's phenomenal gameplay, so it only seems fair that we raid RuPaul. All right, chat. Loves and kisses. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. All the other stuff in between. What is it? Happy New Ramahana Kwanzmas. Was that not impressive? Happy New Ramahana Kwanzmas. You guys got it? That impressive? I came up with that when I was like 12 years old. I thought it was pretty funny. I said, when I came up when I was 12 years old, Happy New Ramahana Kwanzmas. Some of them do you assume I'm what I gotta say to go through. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay, anyway. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. Okay. Merry Easter. Let's get in the raid, guys. Happy Easter, happy Thanksgiving, 4th of July, like real Americans, real American patriots. Merry Christmas and all a good night.